Hello and welcome to today's show. We are going to start with recap of yesterday, and it got heated. Oh wow. And after we do a recap of that, we will go live streaming from today. There's plenty of time because the judge is always late. He takes long lunches, so I will be able to stream all of yesterday, all of today, and I still think we have time to spare. Okay, that's the show today. Welcome. Yeah. Yes, Gina, I was a minute late. Yeah, I'm on Twitter, where some anonymous Twitter account is trying to tell me about the hearsay rule, and I'm all ears. Oh, hold on. Let me fix the light here. Where does that shadow come from? Hold on. Hey, that's a bit better. Welcome, folks. Welcome, folks. Yeah, we have a full day today. According to reports, it's a Friday, and well, of course it's Friday. I don't need a report for that. But the court today should start around 9:30, which is in half an hour, 9:30 a.m., and they will go on to around 2:30 p.m. So that means a good 6-7 hours with me and you. Yay! So I have a full thermos of coffee. I have my nicotine pouches. Might need a break in the middle, but 5 minutes break after 3 hours to go visit the big boys' room. But yeah, today will be a full day. And depending on how it all, well, depending on y'all, there might be a visit from the Wheel of Regrets. All right, but we are here for this. Yesterday, after a 2-hour lunch, I forgot. Yesterday, not only were there no cameras allowed in the morning session, media wasn't allowed in at all. And that is quite unnerving, because media has been allowed in on every hearing so far. What was so special about yesterday? And after trial concluded yesterday, we found out that it was a hearing about excluding an interview where the defense argued that the persons who was interviewed, his rights were violated and it should be thrown out. I don't know what was said in those interviews at all. Nobody knows, because it was excluded from media. But once the transcripts are available, we might find out, because it was played in court during the morning session. So that is what happened yesterday, and I'm still critical about it, because it would have been a good session of explaining why even damaging as F in statements in an interview still can be excluded if your rights are violated. But we will find out, and during the morning session, the judge pushed his decision forward. And I watched a bit of this, but everybody told me it was going to be so spicy. So I said, okay, I will not. So I watched maybe the first 5 or 10 minutes. Then it's all Virgin ground for me. So you will experience me seeing this for the very first time. Good morning to Get Black with me, Wolf, Yasmin, Kaylee, Robert Harris Jr., Genoa, Nisha, No Curse San, and all you others. And there's a bunch of you over at the Twitters watching this as well. If you wouldn't mind, say something on the Twitters thingy, so I know you are there. Keep it active, folks. Keep it active. So, yeah, let's see what is going on. I will just put up Mr. Jingles as well, because we are all a part of Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs. All right, let's go.
And here it is. And then Mr. Chamberlain should have provided you a mechanism from for the Georgia Department of Corrections to email the appropriate parties. I'll make that exhibit as a next court exhibit in order. So it'll be your responsibility to take care of that, okay? All right. Okay. That goes to state, and this goes to Christina.
Yeah, the camera wasn't.
Yeah, that goes. The instruction sheet goes to Christina. So that's the next court exhibit.
Camera wasn't really ready for the start here, but yeah, sometimes that happens. Okay, come on.
So you take a look at the and consider the motion to suppress statements of defendant DeMontre Kendrick, and also to take a look at the state's response in respect to those particular assertions in terms of the
Yes, Brandon, this is the first day back from break.
Those determinations of voluntariness thereof. I'm sorry. What was the last thing you heard, Christina? Application in terms of the Jackson Denham hearing, which the court has to take into account to determine the voluntariness of statement. In such, I have considered as well, and will be admitted for purposes of the motion to suppress, Jackson Denham hearing states 1 and 2, Mr. Kendrick's video statements. In particular, the court has viewed a portion of those particular statements relative to the periods of time at 2:16 p.m. continuing for approximately 3 minutes or thereabouts. Also from 2:56 p.m. continuing to about 2 or 3 minutes. And the court specifically has heard in the first video at 2:16 or thereabouts, near the end of that colloquy with the detectives, I need to talk to my lawyer. I don't want to talk no more. And at the second video,
Yeah, if you say that in an interview, things should immediately stop from the police. There are a few and very narrow exceptions to that. But if those were his exact words, the cops should just, okay, pack it together and leave the room, in my opinion.
Starts at 2:56 p.m., goes for about 2 to 3 minutes or thereabouts, and stops at 2:58 and 53 seconds.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
No, I want to make my ruling, okay?
I haven't presented any evidence.
I can take this on argument, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, in terms of the what's been admitted for the court's consideration, that particular portion of the video is what I need to focus on. What I need to focus on is whether or not Mr. Kendrick was in custody, whether or not Miranda was appropriate at that point in time, and whether or not he invoked his right to counsel.
And whether he reinitiated it.
Yes.
We have the officer to talk about that.
I don't need that at this point in time. I really don't. I'm of the opinion. I also had a chance to take a look at Mr. Uhelski sent me as well, and I'm sure the other counsel got a copy of the United States versus Kendrick, both the district court order, which was a hearing in front of Judge Alan Baberman, the United States magistrate, and then Judge Mark Cohen, United States District Court judge. And then the appellate opinion was an opinion based on sentencing. Mr. Kendrick appealed the severity of his sentence. So I'm taking a look at the appellate board, at the trial.
Yeah. I looked ahead on this, and they will show the judge so they will be there in a few minutes. And the reason I'm using 11 Alive's feed is I prefer that because they don't watermark like Law and Seaward does. So I'm using 11 Alive. And it's very local and a kind of a small channel, so I like to support them with at least using their content. Under fair use, of course. So I prefer 11 Alive. I know also that Fox Atlanta has a feed as well, and but if anyone of you have a link to a Zoom feed, then yeah, because I haven't found one, and I've been looking for one. So if you have one, send it to me via Twitter DM at N.Starow Niklas. You have it here. So if you have a Zoom feed, I very much would prefer that one. Thank you. But yes, this is immediately Miss Love trying to interject while Judge Glanville is making his ruling. That's poor court. That you don't interrupt the judge while he's making a ruling, especially not the prosecutor. The defense has a bit more leeway if they believe he's going if you believe he's going, or if he's reading it the wrong way. But it's still under the judge's discretion. And court decorum, yeah, you should. Because if you haven't filed it in your motion or in your answer, why would you need to argue orally? Then you should have filed a supplement, in my opinion.
Court order from Judge Cohen adopting Judge Baberman's findings.
Okay, right.
And I make it very, of page
2.
during the course of page two, during the course of over 2 hours of the initial interview, defendant did not ask to speak to an attorney. At some point during the interview, Detective Joe Galpin, who was investigating a separate homicide incident, entered the room. Defendant then indicating he wanted to talk with his attorney, and questioning stopped. So Judge Baberman, I can't tell whether or not he took into account what I heard on the video, which was I need to talk to my lawyer. I don't want to talk no more. That is equivocal to this court, me, Judge Glanville, that he invoked his or withdrew his consent at that point in time and did not wish to speak to law enforcement officers anymore. I understand the state's argument about parsing it out, asking for clarification, but I think that once he's, the appellate, case law that I've looked at, in Paul Doe, and others, he has invoked his right at that point in time, and it's this court's opinion that anything thereafter would be inadmissible.
Your Honor, the court also found that he reinitiated, and that was what.
But that's their issue. That's not my issue.
Your Honor, I'm not.
Okay, and to your point earlier, Judge Cohen and Judge Baberman, I can't tell whether or not they listened to what I heard, but you're only as good as the information that you're given.
Right.
So it doesn't say on this particular order that that's what they relied upon. It just says he wished to talk, some point in time, wanted to speak to his attorney. Now, I'm of the opinion, this court's of the opinion that questioning needs to stop. He's unequivocally revoked. And you can't pick and choose at this point in time whether or not it's to this particular crime or any other assertion. So that's why I'm going to suppress it.
And Your Honor, Your Honor, with respect to the statements that were made after that time, we do have, as I stated, Investigator Thorpe to tell the court on the record, present under oath.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care what that investigator wants to tell the court. I mean, Judge Glanville here is on point with what the statute are, both on federal level and I assume state level. The moment Mr. Kendrick unequivocally withdrew his consent, everything should have stopped. Everything should have stopped. They should have just left. I know cops sometimes, don't you really? Are you sure we can help you? Blah, 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 blah. For me, I know there are exceptions to it. I don't agree with those exceptions whatsoever. The moment, in my personal opinion, the exceptions are wrong. But that's my opinion. There are exceptions. I have to accept it. I believe this judge is making the correct ruling here. I wish we could go back to a time before all these exceptions and say, no, the moment a person who is under the Miranda is saying unequivocally, I want to talk to my lawyer, the cops should leave the room and stay out of it until his lawyer gets there.
That it was not Detective Thorpe, it was the defendant that reinitiated the conversation with Detective Thorpe. Our representations to the court are not evidence, and since the state has the burden of proof.
Okay, but I've seen the video at this point in time.
The video does not encompass when the defendant actually reinitiated contact.
That's on you then, because you are the ones who wanted these parts played. You can't pick and choose. Your mistake, Miss Love, prosecution. Your mistake. If those were the parts you wanted played, that's what the judge will rule on. You can't go back and say, whoopsie daisy, let's find, oh, look at this. No, these are the parts you were trying to admit. That is what the judge has to rule on. This is due to, apparently, so far, I haven't listened past this. I don't know what's going on next. I've heard about the spiciness that ensues. But if you only want to admit these parts, then off you fuck.
But the problem is he invokes and then We don't know what goes on in the 45 minutes, but we come back afterwards, and at that point in time, you don't get to eat your cake, have your cake and eat it too. It's once he invokes, that's it. It's over.
Your Honor,
They should not be bringing him back at that point in time and asking, well, let me just clarify a little bit.
Oh, so wait a minute. If I interpret this correctly, he invoked his rights. Things stopped, and then they brought him back. Oh, clarification, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not how you're supposed to do things. If you have ended that interrogation, you don't get to just bring him back in alone without his lawyer and maybe encourage him to no.
About whether or not these statements were made to these set of detectives or to Galpin.
It wasn't there in the room that I'm talking about, Your Honor. I'm talking about in the first, the defendant asked for a smoke. So they took him out for a smoke. When they took him out for a smoke, the defendant reinitiated the conversation.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. No, 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 no. Oh, no. That's not how you do this. We don't. We already have a good bunch of police officers testifying under oath in this trial about the surveillance video. Remember that, folks, if you were here for that? And then we heard the radio traffic where the same cops were watching the surveillance video. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yesterday, I hit the 6,000 subscriber mark. It was amazing. Thank you guys so much for keep coming back. Keep hitting that subscribe button and the thumbs up and everything. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Yeah, as I said, we already know the cops have not been completely truthful on the stand under oath. And we also know that Detective Velasquez admitted under oath that he destroys evidence. He admitted under oath that if he didn't like the statements given to him by witnesses, he deleted those recordings until he got the answer he believed was truthful. Or, as I would put it, until he got the answer he wanted. That's not... And you heard from the next couple of witnesses who both stated they would never do that because that would be a crime. So no, I do not trust any cop going up to the stand and saying, oh, he reinstated a conversation. No, I don't trust. If it's not by this time in this trial, unless it's recorded, I don't give a flaming... I don't give two shits on a straw unless it's on a recording from a cop witness in this trial.
As they went outside, that is what they found in the district court, but the court doesn't owe that deference. That is why we have, as the burden of proof, holding the burden of proof, that is the reason we have Detective Thorpe here to testify.
I don't need his, I'll consider it, but it's this court's opinion that once he invokes, you don't get another bite at the apple by taking him outside, softening him up, giving him a cigarette, some bonbons or whatever, and then letting him go ahead and then saying, oh, well, let me just clarify with you a little bit. That's not how that this scenario worked. I think that you all are just annoyed more so that your detective did something that he probably regrets now. and that you all probably would not have told him to do. Don't interrupt this particular investigation or this particular hearing, because what you did is you just now created a wrinkle that now I got to deal with, or whether or not the defendant has invoked his right to counsel. He has.
And Your Honor, I'm not annoyed, Your Honor. I just have, with the burden of proof, we have a person who can speak to the issue rather than having us, sort of speculate as to what happened, because it's not as the court at this time has indicated that it sees, which is that we softened him up with things.
That's my ruling. And prepare an order suitable on my directives. Mr.
Your Honor, we have not presented any evidence regarding what happened in the South.
Ms. Love, once the gavel is down on a ruling, STFU. Next issue. Next piece of evidence. I don't think that will happen.
Court, would the court permit the state to present evidence of what happened when they went upon the defendant's request to get a cigarette?
Ms. Love, I'm of the opinion, it's not going to change my mind at this point in time, in terms of, because he's invoked, anything after that would be improper. It really would be, because it'd be one thing if he said, well, maybe should I get a lawyer? Maybe should I do whatever this, or, kind of make vacillate. But he's pretty significant in the sense of, I need to talk to my lawyer. I don't want to talk to no one.
And Your Honor, our case law shows that even when that happens, when the defendant reinitiates the conversation and communication.
That, if I recall correctly, is him in a cell asking for the investigators back and says, okay, I want to talk. The case law is not, oh, we went out, we gave him a cigarette, we had some small talk, and then all of a sudden all right, I'm going to talk to you. That's not the case law, in my opinion. And here's the thing. If the prosecution doesn't like the ruling, file a new motion to reconsider. Don't be a bitch about it in court. Ask for a reconsidering. Take up new case law. Do whatever's. Don't bitch about it. But here's the thing. And here's the thing, why I believe she's doing this. It has worked before with this judge. If she keeps nagging him, he will change his mind. But here is the thing. That happens when he is not at the ruling yet. Then she has been able to change his mind. Here, he made his ruling. It's time to move on. If you want it in, make a new motion. But she doesn't want to. And hello, folks from Meme Copium. Thank you, Meme, for sending people over. Welcome to the Cluster F. That is the young Thug RICO-Trial. Ultravirus. I've been teleported here somehow. Yes, you got redirected by Meme Copium. Thank you, Meme. That's very sweet of you. And this is a motions hearing so far regarding, this particular one is suppressing a statement from an interview, which the judge just now ruled is inadmissible because prior to that, this specific person invoked his Sixth Amendment. He don't want to talk to the cops. He don't want to talk unless his lawyer is there. And the wording was very strong and very specific. And this judge made the ruling, that's enough. Whatever comes after that, unadmissible. But the prosecution will not accept this ruling. And instead of making a new motion to reconsider, she nags on him. And it's about it's about to get funny. Let's just say that.
That the court has found that those statements made after the defendant reinitiates conversation, as unequivocal as his initial assertion was, when the defendant
Reinitiates means he has to act. There needs to be a pause. At this point, the cops walked out with him to give him a cigarette, to talk to him, do small talk. Who's yelling? Let me know, chat, if sound is too high on some parts or too low on some parts. Then I can adjust some. Where was I? Yeah, there needs to be a break in the contact between the interviewed and the police. They have to be apart. The reinitiation has to be the defendant or the interviewee or the suspect calling for the cops. If they don't have it on tape saying, let's start again. Yeah, exactly. She was yelling. I don't think you can turn it down on it. Let me do this and you let me know if it gets better.
Reinitiates the conversation, the statements that he makes are not to be suppressed. And in this case, the defendant reinitiated the conversation, not the officers. And Your Honor, we've provided to the court, and we have proof. We have actual testimony, given that we do have the burden of proof. Your Honor, Munn versus the state, 313, Georgia 716, says that the court must consider the totality of the circumstances and determine the admissibility of the evidence of the statement under the preponderance of the evidence standard. And Your Honor, given the fact that we have a witness here to testify, the court doesn't have to take my word for it or Mr. Weinstein's word for it. We have the person who was there. The court gets to gauge Detective Thorpe's credibility, and the court then has substantive information and evidence upon which to base a ruling.
Miss Love, make a motion to reconsider. Don't nag. Don't be a bitch. Make a motion to reconsider based on this case law, this witness, have the witness sign a sworn affidavit. This is what happened. Leave it up to the judge. Move on. Yeah, they will be shown here in a few seconds.
Under the actual totality of the circumstances. Right now, we have a clip. When I asked Mr. Weinstein to play for the court, the portion to which he objected, that wasn't the state conceding that we weren't going to put up evidence, Your Honor. I was trying for the sake of brevity to have him point out the part that he objected to, but then that left us without the ability to present anything. And we weren't stopping there. We were just showing to the court where he was arguing the points that he made to us that he wanted to contest. So we would like to present actual evidence to show under a totality.
This was done, for you who don't know, by motions to suppress. Then the prosecution has an answer to that motion. Apparently, the prosecution thought that, well, we don't have to make an effort, so we won't put everything we need into that motion. So the judge ruled. And now she tries to make extra oral arguments, bringing up things she did not bring in as an answer to the motion to suppress. But he already ruled. What you need to do now, Miss Love, is to file a motion to reconsider. Rod's quiets Betsy. Betsy, she will not file a motion because she can't justify that they went radio silent when smoking and then came back to the video interview. What happened in between? Exactly. Now, for me, it doesn't matter if they have the cop testifying, because we already had cops the past month on the stand, under oath, claiming things we now know was not true. We had retired Detective Velasquez admitting under oath he erases recordings of statements from witnesses if he does not like the statements. Yeah, in my opinion, if it's not recorded, I don't give two shits on a straw what a cop says on the stand in this trial.
I've heard, I got the evidence. It's been admitted. The two videotapes are sufficient for the court's analysis at this point in time. Sir,
Yeah.
That's your ruling. Thank you. I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, what happened with the Sally Port, the conversation being reinitiated by the defendant, that actually happened, and we have the proof here to show it to the court.
Well, based upon what you've argued so far, and that in this particular circumstance.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, we have the ruling on the Fannie Willis situation. Okay, Fannie can stay weighed out. Jesus, that's that. Oh, okay. That ruling, when we find a break in the proceedings, I will find that ruling, then we can discuss it. Fannie can stay weighed out. So Fannie Willis is still the prosecutor, can still be on the case, which means the district attorney's office can still prosecute former President Trump under the RICO Act in Georgia. But Mr. Wade cannot. Yeah, Rods, that's another cluster F. I will find that ruling and we will have an analysis of it later on. Okay? I understand his ruling, and I said this a few weeks ago that I believe he will get a slap on the wrist, some kind of punishment, but Willis will stay. That was, even though I think is wrong, because if his ruling were against Miss Willis, then the entire district attorney's office would have been out, and they had to leave this to another district attorney. I don't agree with it, but that's his ruling, and at least Wade is out, and which means that whoever shows up from the district attorney's office has to, yeah, that will take time. And what will happen now is that Trump et al. Will appeal this decision to a higher court, and that will take extra time. But during that time, nothing will happen in the RICO case against former President Trump and the 27 other defendants. So, yeah. Oh, either Fannie out or Wade out. Judge gave them a choice. That's weird. That's really weird. One of them has to go because of conflict of interest. Okay. Hold on. I will try to find it. All right. Here it is. Let's talk about it. Hold on while I... Hold on. There. Fulton County Judge says District Attorney Fannie Willis can continue to prosecute the 2020 election interference case. Let's see if okay, yeah, you can see. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis can stay on and prosecute the Georgia 2020 election interference racketeering case against former President Trump and his 14 of his co-defendants. Okay, they are down to 14. Judge Scott McAfee ruled Friday, but only if she removes the special prosecutor with whom she engaged in a romantic relationship. Okay, that's weird. That's a weird ruling. That's really weird, because that doesn't take into account that the conflict of interest started before the case started. That's weird. That's an appellate issue, a clear appellate issue. Clear appellate issue. And Winskid says, I heard Fanny's getting ready to revoke Trump's bond. She can try. I don't think she will succeed in that. CNN. McAfee was highly critical of Willis and Wade's relationship, describing it as being the result of bad choices. This finding is by no means an indication that the court condones this tremendous lapse in judgment or the unprofessional manner of the district attorney's testimony during the evidentiary hearing. However, the judge wrote, Georgia law does not permit the finding of an actual conflict to simply making bad choices, even repeatedly. Okay. So he went with the actual conflict and not the appearance of conflict. So he went with a higher standard. So that's a win for the prosecution's case. That's a win for the prosecution, that he went with a higher. But that means also that this is a clear appellate issue. And former President Trump et al. will appeal this decision to the appellate court, or even the Georgia Supreme Court. And the judge described Willis' fiery testimony last month during one of the hearings over whether to disqualify her as unprofessional. I agree. I think, from what I've seen, she is unprofessional, full stop. When we watched here on this channel about a few weeks ago, we watched her campaign interview where she said clearly she would not allow romantic relationships within the office. And then she goes on to do the boinky boinky boink with the person she hired. In my opinion, she had the prior to hiring him. So her act in the courtroom during the hearing was unprofessional. Yes, that is because, in my opinion, she is unprofessional and unfit for that position. McAfee said that while Willis kept no record of payments, she says she made to Wade in reimbursement for vacation travel the two took together. Her claim that she paid him back in cash was not so incredible as to be inherently unbelievable. Yeah, okay, that's where that's his basis. She could have. When you are the district attorney, your standard should be much higher. Such a reimbursement practice may be unusual, and the lack of any documentary corroboration understandably concerning. Yet the testimony withstood direct contradiction, was corroborated by other evidence. Here's the thing with testimony withstood direct contradiction. It didn't. You cannot prove non-existing. You cannot disprove non-existence. It's like me saying, I throw salt over my shoulder to keep the tigers away. That's stupid, Nick. There's no tigers in Sweden. See, it works. That's stupid. That's not a legal argument. You cannot disprove a non-fact. like this. You can't have your base. Jesus fucking Christ. Willis, the judge noted, provided no ledger of her alleged payment to Wade, and the district attorney may well have received a net benefit of several $100s. May? I made a rough calculations that travels, everything, dinners, cruises, is close to $20,000 that Wade gave to her in form of gifts. Despite this, McAfee said the defendants have not presented sufficient evidence indicating that expenses were not roughly divided evenly. That's not the standard. I don't believe that's the standard. And it is, in my opinion, in clear violation of the ethics codes of her as a public official. She is not allowed to receive gifts. It doesn't say anything about reimbursing. It's receiving that is the issue here. And she happily received the dollar and the D. In addition, and much more important, the court finds, based largely on the district attorney's testimony, McAfee said that the experience demonstrated that the financial gain flowing from her relationship with Wade was not a motivating factor on the part of the district attorney to indict and prosecute the case. Maybe. I understand his argument here, and that is the indictment came before the her choice to indict was before she left over to her lover. The money came after. But in my opinion, it shouldn't matter at all. It shouldn't matter at all. It shouldn't. But here's the thing. He approved of the standard of actual, what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, the actual standard instead of appearance. Ashley Merchant, attorney for Mike Roman, initially alleged the relationship was conflict of interest and claimed they lied about when it began. Yeah, in my opinion, she did. Citing financial statements turned up in Boyd's divorce proceeding, Merchant claimed Willis financially benefited when Wade took her on Levy's vacation. Yeah, because without her appointing him with that salary, he would never have brought her to those things. I don't care if she reimbursed her or not. He would never have taken her to those things without that salary. However, potentially conflicting information about when exactly the romance started was a central issue that derailed Willis' prosecution against Trump and his allies, an investigation she started almost immediately after taking office in 2021. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early 2022. She testified to that. Here's the thing. They equaled romantic with fucking. A romantic relationship, in my opinion, starts when she allowed him to court her by showing up at her apartment time and time again. She called or he called and he immediately drove over there. That's when the start of the romantic, in my opinion. And that started provably early 2021. But in the hearing, they said, oh, we weren't romantically involved. And then they equal it with the boinky, boinky, boink. I don't know. When she was elected to the DA's position, Willis inherited a backlog of more than 16,000 cases, in part because of delays caused by the pandemic. Willis chose to dedicate much of her energy of what she believed was the most important case, the RICOs. Let's see if there's anything else of interest here. 4 defendants have already accepted plea deals. Yes, that's true. Here's the thing. Their acceptance of the plea deal, their plea deal rests on an actual conviction. If nobody gets convicted, they can revoke their acceptance of the plea deal. So it's a variant of a plea deal. Okay. Are we done? Yeah, we're done with that part of this. I want to go back to the Young Thug thing, because I want to see Miss Love getting yelled at. Mr. Jingles is back there. Mr. Jingles, by the way, is over there sleeping. I don't know when he joins, but he will probably join at some point in this. But let's go back to this.
This court's of the opinion that once you, I mean, it's like this. Once you initiate your right, or you revoke your right to be examined and have counsel, and to have counsel present at that point in time, the courts are very, let's just say, cautious about reinitiation at that point in time. And at that, you all presented to me what was the salient point of this particular issue is. So if I believe at this point in time that he's invoked unequivocally his right to counsel at this point in time, the questioning is supposed to stop. You're not supposed to go out and get cigarettes and do everything else. It's supposed to stop. I mean, that's this court's opinion. So, and that's my ruling.
And Your Honor, the thing is that, Your Honor, we did not.
You're arguing with me now, Ms. Love. So can we stop at this point in time?
Your Honor.
If you've got if you have other evidence independent of this, I'll consider it at the appropriate time.
And we do, and that is what I was asking. So if the court will permit me to actually introduce the evidence that we have, as the court in State versus Paldo 309 Georgia 130, where it says a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation.
Miss Love, the judge just told you to stop, and then they will bring it up and at an appropriate time. That is not a signal for you to keep bitching about it. That is a signal for you, Miss Love, to file a motion to reconsider. But here she goes.
Interrogation may not be subjected to further questioning until the suspect reinitiates the conversation. And in that, they are citing Dozier versus the State 306 Georgia.
The reinitiation means it has to be a pause between. I want my lawyer. Okay. They bring him back to the cell. They walk away. If he then calls for them and say, I want to talk, that's reinstatement. It's not, okay, let's stop the recording. Let's go out for a smoke. Let's shitty-shatty a little bit. Soften you up. That's not the standard, in my opinion.
At 35, Your Honor, Edwards versus Arizona. And Your Honor, this is a 2020 Georgia Supreme Court case where it specifically says that a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation may not be subjected to further questioning, as the court has said, by law enforcement until an attorney has been made available or until the suspect reinitiates the conversation.
Your Honor, at some point,
I'm sorry, I'm talking, and I don't know why I am being interrupted. I will not stop.
Hey,
I was speaking.
Ms. Love, y'all got.
I'm sorry, I was speaking.
Both y'all can't talk at the same time.
I know, I was speaking, and I expect you to allow to speak when I'm speaking.
Hey, both of you all need to just take it down a notch.
And so, Your Honor, if I may finish, because I was the one speaking before Mr. Weinstein interrupted.
But you continually engage in this pattern of behavior, Ms. Love. You don't want to accept my ruling.
Your Honor,
And I know you're being an advocate, but at some point, stop. Just stop. I made my ruling. Good, bad, or indifferent to you. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
I do accept that
Okay,
fact,
no,
but
you
Judge, we
don't.
have
No,
not-
you don't.
Okay, the video and the audio is a bit off here. I will 203.24. I will refresh.
You continually engage in this pattern of behavior, Miss Love. You don't want to accept my ruling.
Your Honor,
Okay, so that is okay. So sound and video is not entirely okay. We have to live with it. I will check for other feeds and see if it's the same there.
And I know you're being an advocate, but at some point, stop. Just stop. I made my ruling. Good, bad, or indifferent to you. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
I do accept
Okay,
that fact.
no,
but
you
Judge, we
don't.
have
No,
not-
you don't.
Your Honor, we have just not been able to present the evidence. That
No, you don't. I get it. And if you have an independent basis to introduce statements that may not, or that may be not subject to the fruit of the poisonous tree or any other thing, or any other issue related to evidence that may have flown out of this particular interview, then I'll hear it at that point in time.
When the court says independent basis, does the court mean outside of that video? Because we do have that.
Yeah, if it's not tied to the statement, of course you can introduce it. I mean, as long as you have some independent basis, right? If you didn't get it from his particular statement.
But Your Honor, that's the point, that we have the witness here, that we brought the witness here and had him cancel medical appointments to testify to the court about. We brought the witness here.
I made a ruling. That has nothing to do with it. That's a red herring and you know it.
No, Your Honor, I was saying that we were ready to present evidence and the court is not allowing us to present the evidence. That's all that I'm saying. We have the burden of proof and we haven't even been able to present the evidence that we have. We only, for the sake of ease, allowed the court to.
The Law and C-word feed does not have this break between audio and video, so I will switch over to that, and we can hear all this again. Let's see here. Boom, boom.
Tell the court on the record, present under oath, that it was not Detective Thorpe, it was the defendant that reinitiated the conversation.
Let's see here.
This point in time,
Your Honor,
if you have other evidence independent of this, I'll consider it at the appropriate time.
and we do, and that is what I was asking. So if the court will permit me to actually introduce the evidence that we have, as the court in State versus Paldo 309 Georgia 130, where it says a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation may not be subjected to further questioning until the suspect reinitiates the conversation. And in that, they are citing Dozier versus the State 306 Georgia at 35.
We can listen to it again.
Edwards versus Harris. Your Honor, this is a 2020 Georgia Supreme Court case where it specifically says that a suspect who asks for a lawyer at any time during a custodial interrogation.
Yeah, what she's not saying about that ruling is the circumstances of the reinitiation. And the reason she doesn't is because I think it doesn't support her.
May not be subjected to further questioning, as the court has said, by law enforcement until an attorney has been made available or until the suspect reinitiates the conversation.
Your Honor, at some point,
I'm sorry, I'm talking, and I don't know why I'm being interrupted. I will not stop.
Hey.
I was speaking.
Ms. Love, y'all got.
I'm sorry, I was
Both
speaking.
y'all keep talking at the same time.
I know, I
Honor, the
was speaking, and I
state
expect
talking
I'm
here.
allowed to speak when I'm speaking.
Hey, both of you all need to just take it down a notch.
And so, Your Honor, if I may finish, because I was the one speaking before Mr. Weinstein interrupted.
But you continually engage in this pattern of behavior, Ms. Love. You don't want to accept my ruling.
Your Honor,
And I know you're being an advocate, but at some point, stop. Just stop. I made my ruling. Good, bad, or indifferent to you. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
I do accept that
Okay,
fact,
no,
but
you
Judge,
don't.
we have
No,
not-
you don't.
Your Honor, we have just not been able to present the evidence.
No, you don't. I
that the state
get it.
has to
I get it. And if you have an independent basis to introduce statements that may not, or that may be not subject to the fruit of the poisonous tree, or any other thing, or any other issue related to evidence that may have flown out of this particular interview, then I'll hear it at that point in time.
When the court says independent basis, does the court mean outside of that video? Because we do have that.
Yeah, if it's not tied to the statement, of course you can introduce it.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you have some independent basis, right? If you didn't get it from his particular statement.
But Your Honor, that's the point, that we have the witness here, that we brought the witness here and had him cancel medical appointments to testify to the court about. We brought the witness here.
I made a ruling. That has nothing to do with it. That's a red herring and you know it.
No, Your Honor, I was saying that we were ready to present evidence and the court is not allowing us to present the evidence. That's all that I'm saying. We have the burden of proof and we haven't even been able to present the evidence that we have. We only, for the sake of ease.
If you, Ms. Love, did not introduce this in your answer to the motion to suppress, then it's gone. Then you have to relitigate this by a motion to reconsider. But she's so used to being able to whine and bitch about it, in court, that she keeps doing it. Sadly, this judge has allowed her to do this the entire trial. So of course she's going to continue doing it. He should have put the foot down early on, saying, I hear you. This is my ruling. If you want me to reconsider, file a motion to reconsider. We're moving on.
Allowed the court to introduce the statements that the defendant made as states 1 and 2 to help Mr. Weinstein play the portion that he wanted to talk about. We didn't even get a chance to play or to have the evidence that the state has ready for presentation to the court to be presented.
That should have been in your answer. And you didn't. You fucked up, Ms. Love. These are the consequences of fucking up in court.
Should be entitled to present the evidence so that the court actually has the circumstances and does not have speculation or conjecture as to what happened when the Georgia Supreme Court has clearly said, just as clearly as an attorney being present is required before you consider the statement once he's invoked, the court has as clearly said, if he reinitiates, then that statement can be considered. It does not use them like maybe. It says, if this or that, then the statement can be considered, unless it should be suppressed for another reason. And that case, Paul Doe, is as recent as 4 years ago. And I'm not just doing this for the sake of engaging in a pattern of behavior, Your Honor. I am standing here emphatically asking that the court allow the state to present its evidence so that the court can make a ruling based on the evidence and not on the assertion by one party or the other as to what should or could be done. We have evidence that I believe that the state is entitled to present and the court is entitled to hear in the form of testimony. And I understand that Mr. Weinstein wants us to hurry along and not hear Detective Thorpe because that might be an adverse position or evidence to his client's position. But we are simply asking that the court allow us the opportunity to present the evidence and to not hold it against the state that I am asking this, that the court allow us to present evidence that this statement was made voluntarily and that the fact that he ceased it but then reinitiated it is something that
serving testimony. And again, I don't trust the cops in this trial at all because they already lied under oath, in my opinion. They already admitted, at least Detective Velasquez have admitted under oath that he destroys evidence, as in he deletes recordings of statements he believes are untruthful. That's not his job. His job is to keep recording, and if there are different statements, then that could be used for or against a witness, and that is up to the court to decide and the parties involved. A police officer, in my opinion, are never allowed to delete recordings. And other cops were on the stand, and when they heard about it, said that would be a crime to delete recordings. So no, I don't trust a self-serving cop's testimony.
the court should consider. And Your Honor, I don't like drawing the court's ire. It's, quite disturbing, but I cannot in good faith not present evidence when we have a whole burden of proof to show the court that it was made freely and voluntarily. And when the evidence that we have is sitting right outside the courtroom. And the court's whole purpose for having these hearings is to determine the truth and to decide what is fair. And without hearing from Detective Thorpe, I don't know how the court can discern what the truth of the matter is, hearing only a portion of a recording.
Then you should have submitted this in your answer to the motion to suppress. This is Officer Thorpe. This is his sworn affidavit. If needed, he will testify in court. You didn't. You fucked up. Now file a motion to reconsider with these other facts. But she won't. Maybe she will later on. This whining and bitching in court is unprofessional, in my opinion. And I guess she learned it from District Attorney Fannie Willis that it is okay for an officer of the court to conduct themselves unprofessionally in front of a judge.
And not hearing from the people who were actually standing there talking to and listening to the defendant. Unless without hearing Detective Thorpe, the court is making a credibility judgment before even hearing what he has to say.
May I please speak? Please, may I please speak?
Okay.
And Your Honor, I was asking that the court,
Are you finished now?
I was not, Your Honor. I was
Your
not.
Honor,
Hold on. You got 30 more seconds. Wrap it up.
And Your Honor, I'd ask again the court for the opportunities for the state to be able to present evidence so that the state can meet its burden and not have the court make any kind of ruling based on really partial pieces.
You already made a ruling.
Not have a totality of the circumstances as a part of the record.
It's your own damn fault, Miss Love, that you didn't bring this in. You thought it would be enough to just wing it and then bitch about it if anything goes against you.
For the court to consider. So I would ask the court in earnest to allow us to at least present the testimony of Detective Thorpe, if not today. I don't mind doing it. I said in my email to the court and to counsel that we can do this closer in time because he does have or did have that appointment closer in time to when this matter will be right. But Your Honor, I implore the court to allow us to actually present the evidence that we have to present. I appreciate Your Honor giving me the moment to speak. Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop so that.
Oh, that's good. The state can talk the ears off a donkey. Oh, yeah. Or the ass of an ass. You pick and choose. Oh, that was good. I need to hear that again.
Appreciate Your Honor giving me the moment to speak. Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop so that opposing counsel can speak. Your rulings at some point have got to be final, Your Honor. Whether you hear from Detective Thorpe or not is irrelevant. He requested his lawyer. He invoked his right to not speak anymore. And I don't care what schmoozing Detective Thorpe did out at the Sally Port, taking my client off camera. I don't know what went on down there. I don't know what self-serving, well, I have some idea. I don't know what self-serving statement Detective Thorpe could possibly give to this court that would cause the court to change their order. This continued going back whenever the state loses in this case has got to stop at some point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whew. Yes, goes to, I think donkey was intentional. Oh, that was funny. Okay, skip ahead. Please, World of Doom, don't do this. Oh, I'm having internet issues. Wait a minute while I change from router to mobile internet. It will glitch a little bit for a few seconds here. All right, I changed. Let's hope it's for the best. Okay, so I'm up to 2 bars on the internet. Okay, let's continue. What's cool?
The prosecutor asked you about a swear-tos that were conducted both.
Law and Seward switched over to something, and then they're back. This doesn't count as a sidebar, by the way. That's just one of his clerks talking. Skip ahead. Oh.
Facts that had not been presented.
And Mr. Weinstein, I'm gonna leave my original ruling as is. Okay. So, Mr. Weinstein, if you prepare a suitable order for my analysis, okay, send that to Ms. Lowe and her colleagues. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, we also have a matter of the issue that we addressed at the bench prior to leaving court the last time. The assumption of facts that had not been presented.
In fact, thank you for reminding me that. I was gonna ask you all, have you had an opportunity to determine whether or not Mr. Bean, in fact, was in custody? Was he in custody, or was he at some point in time at the hospital?
Oh.
One, Mr. Bean.
This is a rough subject. Was Mr. Bean at the hospital? Did Mr. Bean leave a statement to a cop at the hospital? The state argues that he was never at the hospital, so no statement could have been made at the hospital. The defense, Mr. Steele, argues he was at the hospital and there was a statement to a police. So this is this will be fire.
I did determine where Mr. Bean was, and I also determined that there were no statements that were made by Mr. Bean. So Mr. Bean.
By the way, we will get to today's court hearing as soon as we are done with this day. We will catch up. I have no doubt in my mind, because the judge was late today, and there will be breaks, there will be pauses, there will be lunch, there will be breaks in this as well. So we will catch up. I will play this in 1.25.
Okay, so let me ask the question directly. Was Mr. Bean ever at Grady Hospital?
Yes, he was at Grady Hospital. He was held in Grady detention by 2 officers after he was arrested by officers.
Ta-da! This was what the prosecution, before the 1-week break, claimed. There was no evidence of Mr. Bean in the hospital. Ta-da! The prosecution made, in my opinion, a bad faith argument to the court last week then. Because they had this information the entire time, and it's their responsibility to know what is in their own documents.
Officer Faust on the 2012 warrants. So he was arrested for a different incident that had nothing to do with this incident, and he was kept for that purpose. No one talked to him, no one interviewed him, no one interacted with him about this case and the facts of the 2013 incident at all. There's none of that. Mr. Steele told the court.
Oh, Miss Love. You claimed that he wasn't in the hospital. Now you're claiming, okay, he was in the hospital, but he was arrested on an unrelated matter. That doesn't really matter. If he was at the hospital at that specific time, it was because of his involvement in this case. That the cops went there to arrest him or anything, or hold him into custody for a 2012 incident does not matter. He was there. And claiming nobody talked to him. Oh, bullshit.
That he had a good faith basis for asking the questions that he did, when in fact, the questions that he asked assumed and in fact put in the jury's mind that there was evidence that does not exist. So at this point, the jury will be looking for a statement from the hospital when there was not one made. No one questioned Mr. Bean at the hospital about this incident.
So then how was he graded to medical detention? Was that a different incident, or was he actually at Grady?
He went to Grady detention. He was taken there by Officer Faust.
Okay, is Grady detention at or on the campus of Grady Hospital?
Yes, it is a part of Grady Hospital. And what Mr. Steele represented to the court was that Detective Velazquez testified that.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Okay, that was weird. Yes, Ghostry. The prosecution claimed there was no evidence of him being in the hospital before the 1 week break. Now they admit he was in the hospital, but he was there on an unrelated matter. No, he was there because he was in the car. We know that. The cops went there because they had a warrant for a 2012 incident. Does not matter. He was there as a direct result of his involvement in the 2013 case. Yeah, I know. Today's court started 15 minutes and went on a break. It's just, yeah. Skip ahead. Maybe the judge went out to scream into a pillow. I don't know. Folks, there's almost 200 of you here on the Twitters and here on YouTube's combined. Please hit that like button, whether you are on the Twitter or on the YouTubes. There are actually an equal amount on the YouTubes and on Twitters, which is great. I will. Let's see here. Any of you? I will. Oh. Yeah. Come on, Judge, get back here. Maybe he had the runs, I don't know. But out he went, and he's been out for a bit. And there he's back.
Mr. Bean, and there's a detention facility that's actually at Grady Hospital, correct?
There he is.
All right. Is that what Mr. Steele was referring to, or could it be that he's referring to that?
Your Honor, this is the issue that I have with what Mr. Steele is doing. And this is what 24-1-103 prohibits. Specifically, 24-1-103, as the court is aware, states that jury proceedings shall be conducted to the extent practicable so as to present inadmissible evidence from being suggested to the jury by any means, including but not limited to making statements or offers of proof or asking questions in the hearing of the jury. So when the state has been making the objection that the questions Mr. Steele is putting upon the witness assumes facts that are not in evidence, Mr. Steele has responded by saying he has a good faith basis, but instead what
Well,
he's
the court
doing,
asked him that, and he can ask the question if he has a good faith basis, meaning that he cannot misrepresent or lie to the court about Mr. Bean's whereabouts. So I wanted to make sure that was kind of not occurring. So I understand what a 103 analysis or inquiry allows the court to do. So is it your opinion? I just want to ask you a question. Sorry to hijack you again. Is it your opinion that the conversation about Grady is not appropriate because it was at Grady detention or in the hospital?
no, my assertion is that Mr. Steele's questions go something like this. Why did you tell Detective Lewis at the hospital that you were not driving? He also
Is that
asked,
Grady detention though?
yes.
Okay.
But wait a minute, Your Honor. Just it. His question, why did you do that, assumes that the witness did that. And there's no evidence that the witness did that.
It needs to be rephrased.
And Your Honor, he also 28 times has asked, when you talk to your wife on an unrecorded line at Grady Hospital, there's no evidence that he did that. There's no evidence that will come in. And there's no evidence that Mr. Steele can bring to the court. And if he does, I would ask that he proffer it, because I listened to the information, to the recording that Mr. Steele gave us at 6 o'clock that day that he presented, that he cross-examined Mr. Bean. And he asked a plethora of questions that are nowhere in that recording. And he is doing it on the basis that he is confronting him with his prior statements. But the problem that I have is this. In that recording, Mr. Steele references prior conversations that he has had with Mr. Bean. So in an effort to discern what he's talking about or what information Mr. Steele may have fed Mr. Bean or what happened, I asked the witness, who is also on the recording, I called him up and said, I'm trying to find out how many times you all talked to Mr. Bean, what did you say, and whether there were any other recordings. The witness, Mr. Steele's investigator, told me, I'm not comfortable talking to you without Mr. Steele. I won't talk to you without Mr. Steele. As a matter of fact, no, you may not call him while we're on the phone. I don't want to hang up on you, but I will. And this goes to privilege. I said, I'm just trying to discern how many times you all talked to Adrian Bean.
You tried to talk to the defense investigator without notifying the defense? Are you serious? Are you freaking serious? You tried to contact a defense witness without notifying the defense. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, this is, I mean, unprofessional. Yeah, that's an understatement.
So that I can have information that I'm entitled to. He would not give me any information. So I called Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele didn't answer. So I wrote Mr. Steele asking for how many times you talked to Adrian Bean. Give me the other recordings. Give me what you have. He did not respond. I called Mr. Steele. I said, Mr. Steele.
That should have been filed to the court, Miss Love. If you believe that there are other recordings, you file to the court through a motion. This is so unprofessional. This is so unprofessional.
How many times did you talk to Adrian Bean? He tells me, I'm not going to answer that. What you're doing is somehow unethical, and we'll take it up with the court in the morning. I said, okay.
It is unethical. You should file with the court. It is to our understanding that there are other, there is information not disclosed to us. We would like a discovery motion. We file a motion of discovery of these alleged facts. Then you have a hearing about it. You screaming in the phone to a defense witness, give me, is not ethical, in my opinion.
So, Your Honor, the problem that I have is, one, Mr. Steele is improperly suggesting to the jury, planting in the jury's mind that this witness made certain statements to the police at the hospital when he did not. Mr. Steele doesn't have any evidence whatsoever, any statement. He doesn't have any recording. He doesn't have anything. He has not asked the witness. He has not done anything to present a statement at the hospital by this witness, and certainly not one to Detective Tracy Lewis. So Mr. Steele tells the court that his good faith basis for asking the questions that he is asking is that he is confronting the witness with the statements that he made during the recording that Mr. Steele provided the state on last Monday. When in fact, the information that he is asking, he is not saying, did you talk to Detective Lewis? Or you talked to Detective Lewis, didn't you? Instead, he's saying, why, when you talked to Detective Lewis, did X, Y, and Z occur? And that in itself is exactly what this rule is designed to prevent, Your Honor. Because unlike asking the question, it's sort of like asking, did you mean to beat up your wife when you hit her in the head? When there's no evidence that the wife was hit in the head or that the person on the stand actually did it. So under 24-1-103, 24-6-6-11, 24-6-6-23, the state would ask that all of these.
I mean, it's the audacity to bitch about alleged lack of discovery provided to you after you try to introduce during trial evidence that has not been disclosed to the defense numerous times. This is entitlement. This is commonly known as Karen. Yeah.
These impermissible questions be stricken and not allowed. So when he is asking these 28 times, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Unless and until he can show in his recording to the court where the witness told him those things that he is saying to the jury the witness said, then I would ask that the court prohibit him from referring to anything of the sort that did not occur.
Okay.
And I would ask that we can go back over it at a later time. For now, I would simply ask that the court prohibit Mr. Steele from presenting to the jury things that he knows aren't in evidence and will not come in evidence. And I would ask that the court require Mr. Steele to turn over to the state if he has some more recordings, or at least tell the court and the state how many times he's talked to the witness, because in a state where we are not only providing to defense counsel unwritten statements that we have or unwritten conversations, we're providing them.
I mean, being a Karen in court should be a reason for the judge to admonish, just as I proposed on a previous stream that off you fuck should be should be a legal argument or a legal conclusion towards subsits and process. The judge can, after listening, can make a off you fuck ruling, as in, thank you for your time, thank you for presenting this to court, now off you fuck. Bang the gavel. So yeah, there should be much. I mean, I believe those should be valid legal conclusions. The off you fuck ruling and the Karen ruling.
Summaries of conversations. We're turning over at the court's direction information that they normally would not be entitled to. At the very least, if they talked to Adrian Bean a number of times, and to be clear, what Adrian Bean did in the interview with Mr. Steele, in my opinion, Mr. Steele's suggestion is recant and say things wholly favorable to Jeffrey Williams. And Mr. Steele, I guess, doesn't want it to look like he is, Mr. Bean is trying to favor his client. But I asked that the court listen to that 10-minute conversation that Mr. Steele had with Mr. Bean, and then the court will understand why the state is objecting to Mr. Steele's questions. Why did you do this when you gave your statement to the police at the hospital? He knows that Mr. Bean said in his interview with Detective Quinn, when I talked to the first guy, I said X. That was on scene. That was on scene. And Mr. Steele knows that. He knows there's no suggestion that that happened at a hospital. Mr. Bean was transported to the hospital. We have him with Detective Faust, who was there, who arrested him and took him to Fulton County Jail shortly after. The CAB reports show that he was transported to the hospital around 1, and he was taken back to the jail and booked in around 6 o'clock in the evening. And there is
So 5 hours with police officers at the hospital, and you claim nothing was talked about, Miss Love? Nobody can argue towards me truthfully or even plausibly, if that's a word, that a cop is guarding the detainee for 5 hours without any words spoken. Oh, hell no.
Detective Quinn is still on site at the scene during that time. Detective Lewis, during that time, has gone and spoken only to, I believe it was to Walter Murphy, only to Walter Murphy. She documented it. She documented what Walter Murphy said. Detective Calhoun went and spoke with Frederick Prothro, documented what he said.
Nobody had a conversation with Mr. Bean at Grady.
Correct. And if Mr. Steele wants to say that he did, it is his burden once the state has asked the court to determine that so that we can get this issue resolved. He has to show where the statement is. And to sit there and ask for something from the state that he knows there's no record even exists is disingenuous at the least.
Please, Mr. Steele.
So I'm asking that the court disallow these questions that begin with, did you know that? Why, when you talk to so-and-so at the hospital, did you do this? Why did you, when you talk to your wife on an unrecorded line at the hospital, there's no such evidence, nothing like that even exists. It's fabricated evidence. He is trying to fabricate evidence to confuse and mislead the jury so that when the jury...
Oh, please, Mr. Steele, make her eat her words. I have not seen any of this. This is virgin ground for me. I have not seen it. I don't know what will happen, but please, to whatever entity, please have Mr. Steele just walk up there and point, here, Your Honor. Miss Karen Love is full of crap.
Here's his question they already have in his mind. Oh, there's an interview at the hospital. Where is it? Why haven't we presented it? Why didn't the state present it? I have no doubt at the end they come up with this. The state didn't show you the interview at the hospital when one doesn't exist. So I would ask that Mr. Steele be required, one, to turn over any kind of information that he has to the contrary, provide to the state any conversations, any interviews he has done with Adrian Bean. I don't know what happened during those interviews, and I don't know what his investigator said to him. I don't know what was promised to Adrian Bean. We have no way to know that because neither Mr. Steele nor his investigator will divulge that information. And Mr. Steele has yet to show he's, one, improperly, again, putting untrue assertions in front of the jury with his questions, and two, has not provided the court anything to show that what he is suggesting to the jury actually exists.
Would they be required under the reciprocal discovery statute?
Well, in order to impeach a witness with an inconsistent statement, the party that is using the statement has the obligation to afford the attorney, the other side, to the opportunity to question the witness on those statements. So yes, we are supposed to have those statements, and we don't have them. And the questions that Mr. Steele is putting on this witness go way outside of the boundaries of this 10-minute conversation, this clip of a recording that he has.
Okay, all right. I'll hear from Mr. Steele. All right, sir.
Please, Mr. Steele, please. I haven't seen this. Please, Mr. Steele.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Can I ask you the $64,000 question, Mr. Steele, to begin with?
Sure.
Is there an interview of Mr. Bean at the hospital or Grady detention facility?
Yes, that's what he told
Hey,
me.
can I see it?
That's what I've been asking for.
No. Do you have it?
That's what
Do you
he
have one?
No, I've been asking for.
Well, okay. Here's our challenge. Unless you know there's one and the state's told you they don't have one, then you don't really have a good faith basis to ask that question.
Mr. Bean told me.
But now there's come to light that Mr. Bean he's at Grady. He's in Grady detention, but he hasn't made a statement to anybody else, any law enforcement officers.
Let me take you back because that's not the way I understand it.
Well, did he interview, did he have discussions with Detective Faust or Detective Lewis at Grady?
I can't tell you which detective. I can tell you that is what he said and it's backed up.
By whom?
I'm going to show you, if I may.
Your Honor, play the recording. It takes 10 minutes.
Of Mr. Steele's investigator?
Yes.
Sure, we can hear, but let me hear from Mr. Steele first.
Okay. So what happens here Your Honor, is the last time we were together on March 4th, 2024, the district attorney stopped the cross-examination, approached the bench, and the following occurred. This is an excerpt portion. I'll mark it as Mr. Williams, number.
Oh, he said, oh, please say he has receipts. Say he has receipts. Say it is on the record.
Number B, dated today. And what happened is the state, just like it's doing now, accused me of the following. And this is just the context, and then it will get into exactly what you're asking. So on page 2, Your Honor, District Attorney Love stated, starting at line 13, that I told the witness what to say, that Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital. From transfer page 2 to 3, District Attorney Love said, Mr. Bean was never interviewed at Grady Hospital. Transfer page 3, lines 3 through 4 and 8 and 9. Mr. Bean went straight from the scene of his arrest to the Fulton County Jail. Page 3, line 18, when this honorable court asked the question, did he, meaning Mr. Bean, go to Grady? Ms. Love stated, and I quote, no, he, meaning Mr. Bean, did not go to Grady. Mr. Steele told you about whatever he's trying to do.
That was Miss Love lying to the court. She did not believe that the defense managed to dig up the evidence that Mr. Bean was at the hospital. During this week's stop, they dug it up, or they already had it, which shows me that Miss Love, during the sidebar, lied to the judge. She lied. And now she tries to assert, oh, we knew all along that he was at the Brady Hospital. No, you argued to the court Mr. Bean was never at the hospital. We heard it. You lied, Miss Love, because you thought you could get away with it. That is unethical, and that should get her in trouble. Will it? Well, looking at what happened, that Fannie Willis can prosecute the Trump case, no, that won't happen. But she should be thrown out, head or ass first, from prosecuting ever again. But lying to the judge on the record should get you disbarred. That was a bad faith assertment to the judge from Miss Fannie Willis. That should get her disbarred, in my opinion. Jack Blackman says, I don't think there is evidence of the interview. Being told Steele he spoke to the cops at the hospital, but the cops don't have a record of that conversation. Yeah, but let me bring you back to what the prosecution tried to do with the prior issue. They didn't have a recording of Mr. Rickard? I don't know. I don't remember. They tried to have the cop testify that he revoked his right to counsel or whatever's. Then it was okay for the prosecution to not have a recording of it. But when the defense argues, okay, so you don't need to have a recording, then it is okay for just the statement. So this is the prosecution speaking on both sides of the mouth, using the same rule as a shield as a sword.
You asked me, did he go to Grady? I said, that's what he's saying, or some hospital? Yes. Page 3, line 18. 20 to 22. On page 4 through 5 of the same transcript, I asked.
I have a transcript.
Okay. I asked in lines, it's transcript 4 through 5. I asked for Mr. Bean's statements to police. And he said, this way I understand it, is Jeffrey Williams was not in the vehicle, or he didn't mention him in the vehicle. He put 3 people in the vehicle, and he lied about who was the driver of the vehicle. And I said, it's Brady evidence, I'm entitled to it. Transfer page 5, lines 20. Starting line 20 through transfer page 6. District Attorney Love, answering your question, nothing shows that Mr. Bean went to the hospital. District Attorney Love on transfer page 5, line 24 through 25. Mr. Steele is misrepresenting that to the court, meaning that he was taken to the hospital. Transfer page 6, lines 1 through 5. District Attorney Love states Mr. Bean went straight.
Yeah, and this should be enough for the court. If Ms. Love is prepared to lie in the judge's face about Mr. Bean ever going to the hospital, then you could assume they are lying about the interview, that there is an interview or not. Yes, I addressed that about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We went through that decision. So go back an hour and 15 minutes, roughly.
To jail, and that the district attorney has the documentation, the printout. I asked to see it. I was never shown it because I didn't believe it to be true. And I'm going to tell you why I believe it wasn't true. To answer your question fully. Transcript line 7, page 4 through 5. I have no good faith basis to ask this question. Ask this question is my words. Transcript page 7, lines 6 through 9. District Attorney Love said that I have nothing of either Detective Quinn saying on recording, hey, he went to the hospital. District Attorney Love stated to this honorable court, continuing to tell you that I misrepresented intentionally. Page 7, lines 10 through 24, that I assume things, nothing on the tape. Mr. Steele, this is a quote, put that in there, end quote. Mr. Steele knows it did not happen. Mr. Steele is manufacturing evidence. On page 10, you advised us, starting line 20 through 25, the issue is whether Mr. Bean was taken to the hospital, whether Mr. Bean made a statement at the hospital, and on transfer page 11, lines 9 through 10, District Attorney Love, again, Adrian Bean never went to the hospital. So I knew that that was all wrong. But, you know, when a lawyer says something like that, maybe my information is wrong. I'd like to see the documentation. I don't get anything. So, Your Honor, and it's in evidence. If it's not, I'd like to put it in evidence. The reason I believe that he went to the jail, not straight to the jail as being told to you, is that in discovery.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Ms. Love already admitted he was at the hospital between 1 and 6. So 5 hours with cops. And now she tries to claim, oh, they didn't talk, which I call bullshit on. But Mr. Steele has receipts. Thank you. He has receipts.
Following occurs. And I'll mark this as Mr. Williams.
I'll just address this. Should there be cameras everywhere, as Nisha says? I believe it's practically possible for a cop, the moment they are clocking in to the moment they are clocking out, they can record everything. All you need is sound, and then you can put video on when necessary. That could then be put into zip files and put on hard drives. Hard drives nowadays, we are going from terabytes to whatever the number is above that. There is practically possible to have a cop's camera gear on from the moment they clock in to the moment they clock out and being saved.
Exhibit number 202 with the court's permission. It can be played for the court. This is the file. It was given in discovery by the state of Georgia to Mr. Williams and all. This is the police radio traffic. You heard some of it during the trial through the witness who identified the radio traffic. It starts at 0054. This is Z radio, 1231 hours through 1300 hours, so 1231 through 1 o'clock. And it reads down here on Cleveland Avenue, status of 4, that means ambulance, Your Honor, you heard that through the testimony. For a 34-year-old black male with injuries to his shoulders, head, and to his back. If you remember, Mr. Bean was born 6/22, 1979. That would make him 34 years old on September 11th, 2013. It says, okay, Cleveland Avenue, Old Hayfield, 122, Cleveland, and that ends at 112. At 1300, Major, where do you want me to bring the bus, meaning the ambulance? Oh, come up here to Cleveland and Old Hayfield, take a right. I'm standing here. I'll direct you in. That's at 1314. At 1602, 2308, I'm still at Cleveland Avenue, Old Hayfield. I got a perp in the backseat of my car. That's at 1607, it ends. At 2808, 2308, I'm right in the parking lot. Tell him to come down Cleveland Avenue. I'll get him. I'm in the parking lot of the Coin Laundry. All right. Trying to get Grady to find you. Right. Then it says unintelligible for my notes. I'll get out of the car and flag him down. That's at 2028. Then at Mr. Williams, I'll mark it exhibit number 203, Your Honor, for purposes of this, or I'll play it for the jury. File Z radio, it's 1301 hours through 1330. So that's 1:01 in the afternoon to 1:30 in the afternoon. Same date, September 11, 2013, 1842. On the recording, 13 radio following Grady Unit 320 down to Grady Hospital, 1848. At 2736, are you en route with another victim? We en route with another suspect. The other suspect, okay, I copy that. He's 1050. Also, that 1050 is a shot. Says, I don't think so. He's going to be in custody. He's an 83. 83 means another warrant. Mr. Bean at that time had a warrant for the year before for shooting 2 people. You heard that impeachment. He pled guilty to that. He received before the Honorable Judge down 15 to do 3. Okay, so why not bring him to Grady? So why not, bring him to Grady? Isn't he injured from the crash? He's probably going to be injured, Sarge. That's why they're taking him to Grady detention. So probably be injured. Okay, copy that. He was the guy that was hit by the car, question mark. I don't know which one the guy he is. This is the one that AC, meaning you heard from AC Booker Higgins, officer, and them got over at the Barber Institute. That is Mr. Bean, in fact. Yeah, that's affirmed at 2836. Then I'll mark it Mr. Williams, exhibit 204. It's file Z radio. It's 1331 through 1400 hours. So it's now 1:30 to 2 o'clock.
This is why Mr. Steele is paid the big bucks. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Mr. Steele, if you ever want one of the best representations you can have in the Georgia area or in any area in the United States, and you can afford it, you need to have Mr. Steele. He's that good. He really is that good.
2820, raise 2013 and have them go over. We got the 83. That's Mr. Bean down here at Grady, and that's at 2827. So I knew he was at Grady when Miss Love was making these representations that I'm misrepresenting. But, you know, I don't find lawyers to do that. Then, Your Honor, there is a recording, and it's at 1949. We can play it for you. It's Detective Quinn and Mr. Bean. So it's 6 days later. So it's now the 17th of September, 2013. And Mr. Bean is being recorded the whole time by Detective Quinn. And Detective Quinn states as follows.
You better be nervous, Miss Love. And here's the thing. I think she knew it, but she thought she buried it far enough that the defense would never find out. That is why she thought she was safe to lie to the judge's face.
Excuse me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay. During that, I pinned my secondary channel to the top of the chat on YouTube's, where I am telling old Scandinavian sagas, stories, and folklore. So far, I have posted 2 old stories. It is first The Magician's Cape and The Boy Who Was Never Afraid. And if you wouldn't mind, go over there, subscribe to that channel as well.
At 4456, actually.
Those stories are, if I have to make an educated guess, is suitable for kids ages 10 and up. Because there is some scary stuff in it, but it's not gory or anything of that sort. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
In what, sir?
This is September 17, 2013, recorded interrogation, Detective David Quinn, now retired, with Mr. Bean. And I'll play it for you if you'd like, but Adrian Bean states as follows. Yes, sir. I lied to the detectives when they first came and talked to me. And I told them that's probably the lies that you're talking about. Detective Quinn then said, okay, what did you tell them? Adrian Bean, I told them Big Fred was driving. So we're sitting here. I have zero information on when Mr. Bean spoke with detectives. But I do know this. Mr. Bean told me that he spoke to detectives at the hospital. Detective Calhoun testified before the court, went down to the hospital, spoke with, it's on recording, Fred Prethrow. Fred Prethrow was asked, what happened? Who was in the car? Fred Prethrow said, DK, Adrian Bean, and me. 3 occupants. It's on recording. Detective Lewis goes and speaks with DK, who's known as Mr. Walter Murphy. I have no recording. I have
No recording of whom? Who?
Detective Lewis at the hospital, Grady Hospital, September 11, 2013, meets with Walter Murphy. And Your Honor, as my eyes roll out of my head, I'm about to show you why I do not believe the City of Atlanta Police Department at all. This is served in discovery. I will mark it, Mr. Williams, C and D. And then you tell me if I'm supposed to believe the allegations from the state of Georgia.
And Your Honor, while Mr. Steele was pulling that up, I am reiterating that his failure to believe or not believe is not a good faith basis for asserting facts that are not.
You lied to the judge.
And kind of have another conversation with all about it, okay?
Ooh. Listen to the judge. Listen to the judge. I will go down to normal speed.
Is not a good faith basis for asserting facts that are not in evidence.
So let him finish and I can kind of have another conversation with all about it, okay?
Uh-oh. I think the judge will have words with what she told him to his face. She told him Mr. Bean was never at the hospital. Now we know that was a lie. Oh, he has receipts. Oh, he has receipts. Oh, he has receipts. He has receipts. I'm so happy. But even with this, I don't understand why this judge is just not, after all these shenanigans, after him being lied to his face by the prosecution, with cops admitting on the stand they lied. No, not admitting they lied, but Former Detective Velasquez erasing evidence, with cops on the stand claiming there were never a surveillance video. Now, then we heard radio traffic. There was not only a surveillance video, but the cops looked at the surveillance video. This should be more than enough to throw a good bunch of the underlying acts. Just throw them out. And now with the Georgia Supreme Court's decision that music videos are not admissible, that should give this judge enough to throw this entire indictment out and stop wasting everybody's time. But we know that they are continuing today.
Madam President.
You may, sir.
For purposes of motion, I'm handing the court what I was provided in discovery by the state of Georgia. I made it for today's date, Mr. Williams, Exhibit C, as in Colette or Charlie, and D as in Delta. And if you will see and take note, on the top, it's the City of Atlanta Department Supplemental Incident Report, narrative only, page 1 of 1 on both C and D. Your Honor, the incident report is exactly the same, 13-254-1308. The complaint name in both are left out. The date of the report is the same, 9/17/13. It says reserved, and nothing's in there. It then has a narrative section with an affidavit. Your Honor, the first paragraph has Detective Lewis going to, the two people going to the hospital with injuries, Investigator Calhoun and myself. Investigator Lewis went to Grady Hospital. If you remember from the testimony, Investigator Calhoun goes and meets with Mr. Plethro, 3 people in the car. Investigator Lewis goes and meets with Mr. Murphy. Investigator Calhoun recorded it. I have this report on Investigator Lewis. Next paragraph of C and D are identical, Your Honor. Once we arrived at Grady Memorial Hospital, there were 2 males being brought in for gunshot wounds. I was advised by Grady medical personnel were not life-threatening. We could speak with them once they got stabilized. It's going to be identical. The next paragraph, Your Honor, the first 2 lines. The first line, I spoke with Walter Murphy in C, gives a date of birth, 8/9/91. He had sustained a gunshot wound to the left thigh. It's going to be identical. Then it starts, he advised that. In C is in Colette and Charlie, but in D, it says, he advised me during D. Then D is whited out. The entire part is now vacant. C goes on to say that
they erased from the report. Now, you're not supposed to erase things completely. You can cross over, but you're not allowed to erase completely. That is tampering with evidence. Jesus Christ. Are there any good cops in the city of Atlanta? Well, we know from the testimony last week, the slightly older, very big police officer, yes, that seems to be one of the decent ones. And then the female that testified after also seems to be a good cop. Mr. Velasquez, his credibility is 0. It's in the negative. When he admitted he always erased recordings.
the other 3 males, now there's 3 people in the car, one named Bean, drove to the laundromat on Cleveland Avenue to meet up with another male to sell an ounce of marijuana for $450, and it goes on. Your Honor, at the bottom of C, it is signed, same looking signature of Investigator Lewis, I presume, on 7 reporting officer's signature. It is also signed similar on D, Mr. Williams D. The APD number is written in on D, but it's typed in on C, and it's the same ID number, 3081. As far as section 9, which is in the center on the bottom, it says sworn to and subscribed before me the 17th day of September 2013 in type on C. D, it's in writing. And then on the bottom, it says supervisor's signature. And a supervisor actually signed off on C, which is supposedly a complete report, as also D, which is clearly whited out. In addition to that, Your Honor, on both C and D, there is a statement at the very bottom before the signature, above the signature line, the undersigned being duly sworn upon his or her oath deposes and states that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible to the best of his or her knowledge and belief. So when I sit here and I hear Ms. Love tell me how diabolical I am and how I don't have a recording or I don't have a statement or I don't have a note or a summary or a writing that Mr. Bean was interviewed at the jail, at the detention center after Ms. Love told this honorable court total misrepresentations. I don't know. I assume that she had a good faith belief because that's just what I do with lawyers. But she attacks me like I'm out of my mind when this is in the discovery. This is all, she knows this. And then I'm giving C and D, which is clearly going to come out before your court, because if the state doesn't call the investigator, I'm calling Investigator Lewis. Because this is what I would say is corruption. Because I don't see this often.
Do we know why why one statement is incomplete and the other one is?
And why I have no recording. And why I only have this on the 17th day of September. And why Detective Calhoun's is all in recording and a report on that day. And why is it that Adrian Bean tells Detective Quinn, when I first spoke to the detectives, I lied to them about Fred Prethro driving? And why is Adrian Bean telling me, yeah, the police wanted young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, whatever the words are, involved in this case? And why is it that Adrian Bean is on a jail call with his wife? It's the next day. It's September 12th of 2013. And his wife says on that jail call, the homicide investigator, who's going to be Detective Quinn, came by a second time yesterday. That's the date of the incident. And he told me that the driver, people think the driver's a woman wearing a wig, but it's really a man. It's a boy. And Detective Quinn is giving this information. And whoever the driver is in big trouble. But if Mr. Bean is a passenger, he may not have any charges. And on that same recording, Adrian Bean is telling his wife, they gave us a story to tell. And Adrian Bean tells me with Investigator Martin that that story to tell happened at the hospital. Now he blames it on Detective Quinn. It's also 10 years before. So maybe it's not Detective Quinn. I'm not saying it's Detective Lewis. My questions were, or some detective. But his point is, it's a detective that introduced Jeffrey Williams to this. And then you could go through the crime, which I'm going to do, the crime scene photographs. There's not room for 4 people in the back of the car. In addition, there's no shooting in that car. Like the police did it and they cleared, and I'm not saying Robertson L was not justified. I am not saying that. But Robertson L discharges firearm multiple times and it crashes through the very rear window on the passenger side of that 2004 Nissan. Those bullets go somewhere. Mr. Murphy is shot twice, one in the lower ankle in his right leg and one in his left leg, upper thigh, which strikes an artery. That's why there's so much blood from him. Fred Prethro is shot through the headrest. Now just imagine a 6'3" young man sitting in the ways of those bullets. They can't get around him. There is no one else in the car. And the state is blaming me for this. This is outrageous. And I can ask every single question the way I ask it, and I ask it properly. And Adrian Bean, for all that he's worth, the jury makes a determination. And what Ms. Love is trying to do is obstruct the truth from coming out, because she knows all this. That's why last time I was a fibber for telling the court that he went to Grady Hospital. When she realizes it's patently true, now I'm a fibber because no one spoke with him. And I'm just supposed to believe that these officers took him down and they had him on wraps and no one spoke with Adrian Bean. I apologize to the court. That's also a jury. Juries make those determinations. In addition to that, this case should be dismissed. This is outrageous. I'm going to do that once I get it into evidence before the court, but I'll do it now since it came up and Ms. Love is attacking me. And this evidence is wrong. I also ask continuously for all these videos. I don't get it. And then months later, I'm getting a video on the shooting at the movie theater, which I know you don't know about yet, but it's about Christmas of 2000, maybe 15. The point I'm trying to make to you, Your Honor, is this is a moving target by the state of Georgia. And no, to say that I have no good faith belief because I can't show this honorable court where these statements are, that's my point. It's Brady evidence. This is all Brady evidence. And if this happened in another forum, The state bar, I'm not doing that. I don't report people. I believe in people and lawyers. I don't know what Ms. Love is doing, but to attack me on misrepresenting to this honorable court, I have never done that. I will not do that. And I will never, ever do it to any court. That's not what we do. But I also understand my duty is to make this process rigorous, zealous, and I am going to fight for Jeffrey Williams in every lawful and ethical manner the entire time. And that includes destroying Adrian Bean's testimony and revealing the truth. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state of Georgia calls our investigator and wants to know dates and how many times we supposedly met with Adrian Bean. That is work product. That is not a statement. That is not covered in any type of work product. And this is not my witness. So when you ask the court and you never got the answer, but OCGA section 17-6-4B as in Barry, Bravo. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Yeah. Miss Love is awfully quiet. Usually she interrupts all the time. Now she's silent because, oh my God, she knows she fucked up royally. We are past 2 hours now, by the way.
All right, this is 17. I've handed this honorable court, the Honorable Mr. Kern.
Mr. Steele is a better person than I am. I would have reported her to the bar the moment after this hearing was done. I would have reported her to the state bar.
And prosecution of the Honorable Madam President, District Attorney. 17-16-4B1, it's on page 3 of 5 of the copy I've given the parties. It states the reciprocal discovery, which Mr. Williams did opt into. B1 towards the center of the top of the page. It states the defendant, within 10 days of timely compliance by the prosecuting attorney, but no later than 5 days prior to trial, or as otherwise ordered by the court, shall permit the prosecuting attorney at a time agreed to by the parties or as ordered by the honorable court to inspect and copy or photograph books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, audio and videotapes, films and recordings, or copies or portions thereof, and to inspect and photograph buildings and places which are within the possession, custody, or control of the defendant, and this is what I stress, and which the defendant intends to introduce as evidence in the defense's case in chief or rebuttal at trial. I'm not in my case in chief. This is the state's case in chief. I'm on cross-examination. On 17-16-7, which is the other copy of the honorable court.
All the receipts.
And the parties, our legislature wrote, no later than 10 days prior to trial or at such time as the court permits, or at the time of any post-indictment pretrial evidentiary hearing other than a bond hearing, the prosecution or the defendant shall produce for the opposing party any statement of any witness that is in the possession, custody, or control of the state or prosecution, or in the possession, custody, or control of the defendant or the defendant's counsel that relates to the subject matter concerning the testimony of the witness that the party in possession, custody, or control, this is what I stress, Your Honor, of the statement intends to call as a witness at trial or at such post-indictment pretrial evidentiary hearing. I am not the person who intended to call as a witness at trial or any such post-indictment pretrial evidentiary hearing, Mr. Bean. The state called him. I don't have to, by law, give anything to the state that I did, and calling a person under the umbrella of the attorney-client privilege and asking to give over information is unethical. When Ms. Love asked me yesterday, I was very polite to her, but I told her, I feel like I would be contributing to your unethical and unlawful conduct. I will not speak with you about this. In addition to that, Your Honor, you heard Detective Velasquez testify that he, at times, destroys recordings. I have never heard that before. You heard Detective, who was a female, Benton, say that that is a crime. You heard a witness, Mr.
Yeah.
I'll get the name.
Breaking
But he's the
evidence
one
is a
who
crime.
had the car from his girlfriend. Say, Nava Flores, thank you. Say that he made a statement to Detective Quinn, and that statement was then erased, deleted, whatever his word is, in the transcript. That's what I'm dealing with. And this is all taken together. In addition, if you remember, Mr. Williams is stopped by a police officer, and he testified, I don't know where the video is. It should be there. I don't have the video from anything that is helpful to Mr. Williams. Things that would guide you. I don't have the video in this instant. You would know how many people, the jurors, not you, would know how many people get out of the car. There's a video recording right there. Of course, I don't get that. So my point to this court is for Miss Love to take me to task and say that I somehow did something untoward is beyond offensive, but I really don't care because it's, you know, I've always learned that you got to listen to who it's being given from. So I don't really care. But what I do care about is we have delayed the trial for Miss Love. I was cross-examining Mr. Bean last time. I wanted to cross-examine him now. I have every reason. I've impeached him. He said that he did not tell me or Mr. Martin things on that recording. He did not, or he doesn't remember. I've laid the foundation. The Honorable Court wants me to lay the foundation. I've laid the foundation. I intend to play the recording with him. I'm also going to play the recording with Mr. Bean and Detective Quinn. Mr. Bean was asked questions by the state of Georgia. They left out all the parts that Mr. Bean admits that he lied on jail calls to his wife. The state didn't ask him about that. I will ask him. And then I plan on playing that recording. It's about 2 hours and 30 minutes. Then I have jail calls that I'm planning to play where Mr. Bean specifically tells his wife, and he explains it on the recording to me. They gave us a story to tell. He wants to get out of jail. He inserted Jeffrey Williams, an innocent man. I'm asking the court under all these circumstances to use its discretion. And I would like this court to bar this trial from going forward because this is what I'm dealing with. And it's not only now. You are going to hear this. I know I did it earlier, but you're going to hear it over and over again. And Ms. Love continues to try to make me some sort of villain. From her opening statement and defies the court order, don't mention that I'm represented anybody, don't mention any appeal. She puts it on the screen. She asked witnesses, did the Honorable Keith Adams or I speak with a witness? That is not biased. That's what we're supposed to do. You would go crazy on me and Attorney Adams if we didn't interview all these witnesses. That's why we take these breaks. Because the state dumped on us all these witnesses in September, October. I need to interview them. I've been doing it. And now I'm being somehow told that that's a bad idea and I have to give the state all my notes and when I met with people and who I met with them with. I'm not doing it. And it's not required by any law. If you notice, the state doesn't cite any law. The state of Georgia also gave me until 2 nights ago at midnight to provide all this information. I ignored that email. This Honorable Court was on it too. I don't know if you read it, but it is obscene. Miss Love is not my boss. I owe nothing except to the law and Mr. Williams. And that's where I am. I am so focused on the law, the court, doing it right, and my zealous advocacy for Mr. Williams. And with all this being said, I don't know how I'm standing here at 2:30 in the afternoon.
It's 3:30, the clock's up.
Okay. All right, 3:30 in the afternoon and arguing somehow that I'm doing something wrong. I did not hear an apology from District Attorney Love telling the court that I'm not being candid with the court. I don't want her apology, by the way. I wouldn't want it. I don't seek it. But I do want the Brady evidence. I believe that these exist. I believe that there is a memo, a statement, a recording. Nobody goes and talks with Mr. Bean. Why would he say that to the detective 6 days later? And say, I lied to your, whatever it is, coworker, who I'm not looking at right now. I lied to your detective, your coworker, your son. Why would he say that? And why would Detective Quinn say, yeah, all right, well, tell me what you said. What'd you lie about? Detective Quinn wasn't like, what? You were interviewed? I don't have a statement. What are you talking about? But now, of course, I'm stuck with Detective Quinn telling me, no, I don't have anything, Mr. Steele. So my point to you, Your Honor, is this is total misconduct. This is clearly misconduct. And if it's not evident, I have never, maybe the court has, but I have never seen, this is the second time. I don't know if you realize it because there was a pretrial motion. It's the second time that statements, police officers' statements are totally wiped out or changed. It happened with a pretrial. I tried to suppress some evidence. Honorable Court denied it. I asked, why did we have 2 police reports? The officer said, I have no idea.
Is that when we had the hack or something to that effect?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, but I believe that there is some, so there was some discussion at that point in time about
But
that.
this doesn't make sense to me because right at the critical point, I don't know how I got it. I mean, it was served in discovery, so I appreciate the state doing that. But Mr. Williams dated today, right at the critical point of he advised me during the On D, Mr. Williams D, it's blank. And then on C, as in Colette or Charlie, he advised that, so it's changed he and 3 other males. All of a sudden, we're right there with 3 other males. I also interviewed Mr. Murphy. He said, I never said there were 3 males in there. Get the recording. But I have nothing. So now I guess Mr. Murphy's lying. So Mr. Bean's a liar and I don't get to present the truth to the jury. Mr. Murphy, I guess, a liar, I don't get to present that to jury. All because district attorney who's employed with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Love tells me I can't do it and tells his court that I'm manipulating. So I am, I'm outraged. I mean, I've never been a court, but this doesn't make sense. And to have a lawyer come up and tell you, Your Honor, how lack of candor I have when District Attorney Love knows all this. This is in her own exhibit that's introduced into evidence on radio traffic. And if she doesn't know it, then say, I don't know the case. I shouldn't be making these representations. And where is the documentation that she had on March 4th telling this honorable court that Mr. Bean never went to a hospital and went right to jail, which concerned this honorable court. And you told me, hey, this is important. You're not going to manipulate anybody. I know you're not going to do it. Figure it out. I know you don't want to play games with the court or whatever your words were. You said all that. I know you wouldn't ever do it on purpose, but I need to know because if you didn't go to the hospital, you're not going to present it, right? And I said, I won't present it. It's true. But it's not accurate. And Ms. Love just walks away without any type of admonition to say, you got to tone it down. This is a trial. Your court called it Battle of the Titans. The Honorable Judge Tom Davis once told me trials are a collision sport. If they don't like what's coming out, that's for a jury to determine. But the rubber has met the road. I am here. I am prepared. I am focused, and I want to go forward. Well, I'd like you to declare that this case should not go forward because I don't understand how I don't have this information. And it doesn't make sense that, oh, no one got the surveillance. Are you joking? Did you see how many police officers are there? There is a recording that you heard. They were looking at the surveillance video. You heard that. Mr. Adams played that. Or the state actually played it. Mr. Adams asked them to play it. But I don't get the surveillance video from September 11, 2013. How is this all just no big deal? I think it's a big deal. And I think that this is an unfair, not you, Your Honor, this is an unfair trial to put this on Mr. Williams 11 years ago, and the state is not giving me Brady evidence and now trying to thwart a cross-examination. I just, my mother would tell me that I have a lot of nerve if I raise those issues.
Okay. Anything else, sir? I'm going to make a decision as to the issues of Mr. Bean. But preliminarily, I'll admit Williams 202, 203, the recorded interview of Mr. Bean and Detective Quinn.
Yes.
And Williams C and D under
Yes.
the purposes of
He's admitting it. He should throw it out, but this is still a win. He's admitting the recordings that the
Your Honor, I
state,
also have
one second.
that the state tried
Or to make a
ever.
103 determination under OCGA 24-1-103.
I also have Mr. Williams B, as in Barry Bravo. And that's I know the court said you're looking at. That's an excerpt portion of the proceedings relating to a bench conference during testimony.
I'm gonna rely upon Miss. In fact, I'll ask Miss Weaver to attach the rough transcript as the next court exhibit in order. That was prepared by her. It's a lot lengthier and full and describes what happened prior to that than our bench conference. So that'll be the next court exhibit in order.
Okay, and that
The judge will enter into evidence Miss Love's statement to the court that Mr. Bean was never at the hospital, and then which was over a week ago, and now to the court admitted, yes, he was at the hospital, and I knew that all along. It's admitted into evidence by the judge that Miss Love lied to the judge. Judge allowing the recordings is a good thing. Why? Because in those recordings, Mr. Bean tells Detective Quinn that he lied to the cops at the hospital. Plural. He lied to the cops, or to the cop, whoever it is. Which means somebody was there taking statements Because without Mr. Bean's statement about Mr. Williams, Mr. Young Thug, without him stating that to the cops at the hospital, where did they get that information from originally? There has to be somewhere written down that statement from the hospital. Somewhere it has to be written down. And the prosecution tries to hide it. It's been whitened out, it's been erased, it's been deleted. That is tampering with evidence, and the prosecution knows it. Nisha tells me, don't get too excited. Yeah, I know.
That next court exhibit I was referring to as B, Mr. Williams B.
Okay. I'll just ask Ms. Weaver to include that as well.
Oh, I know, Miss Love
Okay,
will
all right.
won't stay put. She will be a whining bitch as usual.
State's exhibit 1JWM. It is the defendant Jeffrey Williams list of witnesses, Your Honor. He lists 28 witnesses by name. His list of witnesses, number 29, states any and all co-defendants in the above referenced indictment, but more importantly, number 30, any and all witnesses named in the state's witness list are on defendant Jeffrey Williams' list of witnesses. Adrian Bean is a witness listed on the state's witness list. And since defendant Jeffrey Williams has listed Mr. Bean as one of the witnesses he intends to call, the state is entitled any interview of Adrian Bean and is entitled to know how many times, what interviews, what recordings defendant Williams has of interviews with Adrian.
That's still a work product. And it applies to the defense case in chief. This is your witness now during cross-examination, during impeachment. They don't have to do jack shit until you are done with your case in chief. Then you can have it.
Bean. That's the first thing.
But that would be in contravention of 1716-4 and 1716-7. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're entitled to them, but it's for his case in chief.
Your Honor, the 1716-7 specifically says any statements of a witness that the defendant intends to call as a witness at trial. And the defendant listed on his list of witnesses that he intends to call.
Okay, but it's not his case yet.
I understand.
And he's no burden to do that. And he may change his mind in that respect. So I'm not even going to consider that until such times the defendant makes his case in chief. But I agree with you, and I agree with Mr. Steele. It would need to be turned over at that point in time.
Your Honor, additionally, Mr. Steele failed to say to the court, point to the court. Instead, he spit out allegations and insults that were meant to, I suppose, take the place of actual evidence. There is no statement, Your Honor. He pointed to,
No statement of what?
there's no statement made by Adrian Bean at the hospital. I was wondering why he didn't play the interview that he had with Adrian Bean. So at this time, Your Honor, the state tenders for the court's consideration. He
already said he intends to play it. He tends to play it. He hasn't done it yet because he's still cross-examining.
10-minute interview that Mr. Steele has.
Can I hijack off for just a second? Folks, it's about 3:40. And can we, since I don't think we're going to get to our jury today, can
What? The jury
ask them
was
to
there
come
all
back
along?
The state has no objection.
Mr. Steele,
Oh,
anybody?
geez.
Because it sounds like we haven't done anything. We're not going to, this is going to consume the rest of the
Oh,
residual of the
wait.
afternoon.
You're
Wheeler Parlor's terms.
waiting
All right.
all along. They have been there
Attorney,
all
if you
day.
could just release our jurors and tell them that we will see them tomorrow. Hold up. Let me give you time.
Jesus Christ, these poor jurors has been there all,
I'll do it. Just have them come out.
not until 3:40 in the afternoon. Send them off. They have been in the back room this whole day. And this is actually on the judge. This is all on the judge for allowing this sham of a trial to continue. Okay. Standing up.
All right for the jury.
Then a break. Then they are back. Okay. And no sound. Okay, they are sitting down again. Come on, come on. Or did she start to speak? Dun dun dun.
Police car.
Playing recording. Let's go back again. Okay. Come on, come on. The motion, this case will mistrial if not dismissed. It has, I mean, I'm amazed it hasn't been dismissed already.
Investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug. We're standing in Kroger. Look at the address. And it is approximately. Are you familiar with this Kroger? Familiar, it's on N.Starow Road. It's approximately 11:12 morning on Sunday, the 22nd day of January 2023. We're here with Mr. Adrian Bean. Mr. Bean, is your name spelled K-D-R-I-A-N-B-E-A-N? Yes, sir. And can we just have your phone number for the recording? 404-380-0730. The date of birth, please. 06/20/1979. And Mr. Bean, do we have permission to record this? 42 years old. Do we have permission to record the conversation? Yes, sir. Okay. As you know, as I just said, I represent Mr. Williams, Mr. Jeffrey Williams on trial right now. Young Thug is performing name. Jimmy Martin Jr. and I work together. Jimmy Martin Jr. is an investigator, a licensed investigator. And I just want to go over what you told us previously and make sure this is accurate. If it is not accurate, all I want, like I told you before, is the truth. That's all I want. You were in I'm not saying you were everything, but you were in a situation involving a good friend of yours, a very close person to you, named Dirty Red, with Mr. Walter Murphy and Mr. Fred Prethrow, and Walter Murphy is also known as DK. I mean, it's what you told me. Is that correct? Correct. And I'm telling you the date, I'm not saying you remember, but we're talking about this the 11th day of September 2013. So September 11th, everyone knows, was 2013. And there's a shooting and a car that careened into a side of a laundromat. You know what I'm talking about? I'm familiar with it. Okay. Now, you were never charged with that, or you were never prosecuted for that case. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We didn't ever even go through the motions on that. So,
and what happened with your charge? It was,
the case was dismissed.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
The whole case was totally dismissed.
Okay. Now, I'm interested in Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. Was he in, around, participant, giving direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about involving Dirty Red in September 11, 2013?
No, sir. Okay. Like I explained, when, all that occurred, everything took place, they was, trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like I said, I'm not going to lie on the brother. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't would have jumped over, not in the car with us. But I don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets. Or, you know, I might have was in confidence talking and said his name, but I ain't, you know what I mean, him and Linda saying that he was with us. You know what I'm saying?
And when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who is they?
Detectives and other, you know, people that was inquiring, you know what I'm saying, all of them discuss the neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
Like the authorities or whatever, the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I played for you a recording a short while ago, and this too. I promise you I'll email it to you, the second one, and I will. But the one I played for you has you and your wife speaking, and at some point around the 11-minute mark, you said they gave us a story to tell. Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what that meant?
That they was really telling us to like, hey, put Thug in on this right here. You know what I mean? If you don't put him on that, you could be facing a lot of time and all type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
And who is they again? I know.
At the point.
Okay. And the other prosecutors and police?
It was just really just him and like, it was just really him I had dealt with.
Okay.
So a few more officers that was just around, you know what I'm saying? We was in the hospital.
You're in the what?
I was in the hospital, you know what I mean? When shit happened. So it's like they push in and I was out there. I don't know what's going on. So, yeah, as far as case, accident.
Right.
You know,
the car, they say.
We crashed.
Yeah, careened over a police car and into the side of the building.
Right.
And you were driving the car.
I was the driver.
Okay.
And he said, so I said he was driving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
the police wanted you to say you had to get up.
That's what he done so, but not in the vehicle with us.
Did he have anything to do with it?
It had nothing to do with none of that. Can't no man, I'm 42 years old, can't no other man tell me what to do. Can't no other man make no other man tell no other man what they need. Everybody wrong.
So why did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this robbery because the police told you to say that so you get out of trouble? Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're also on another jail call, the one I'm going to send you.
That's the one I want to hear. You know,
I'm going to send it to you. But for what you say, the reason you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you're going to tell us, that's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something, a story to tell you. It's going to say to everybody. Okay. All right. We're going to shut the recording. It's what you told us the truth because that's all I've ever asked you for.
That's it.
All right. Did anyone promise you anything, threaten you?
I don't know about a problem about that.
Jimmy and I have been straight. Investigator Martin and I have been straight with you all the way. Is that true? Right. And Investigator Charles missed out.
I've been working hard trying to catch up with him. I work hard too. I just started working 2 jobs, so you know I'm a working day and night. So you know,
Appreciate it.
certified flagger, certified supervisor, you know what I mean? And I was doing piece washing at night, so you know what I mean? I'm real whoop. We going in 23 to be anything that got something to do with court law, anything like that. I'm real whoop today.
And Jessica is going to come up. You did go to prison for 3 years, got intent to do 3.
Right.
But I know what you explained, but just explain again what truly happened. I know you took a break.
I don't even know. When we went in the court, me, Ross Murphy, and I think one day we come to court and they said, case dismissed, that the victim had killed himself or something like that. So I'm like you don't got a victim. You know what I'm saying?
Your other case. Why you went to, yeah.
But that had something to do with my children. They ain't got
But your children
were no What happened with my kids, well, I had a Polo Rock. You had a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old that was choked. One of them punched in the stomach, which was my kids. And I went around there and covered with the guy calling it by myself. And I got caught up in it, and I explained to the judge what happened, and the judge sentenced me to 10.
And you caught up with the person you jumped.
Yeah, I shot both of the guys that, in the mix.
And how old
on them? The one was 28 and the other one was 31. They was jumping on a 10 and 12-year-old about that basketball goal in the neighborhood, which was my kids. Right. So everything that went on me, it happened to me and my kids. You know what I'm saying? It had nothing to do with none of that.
And then last thing, and I'm sorry that you went through that and your children. Right. YSL. Are you ever part? They're saying YSL is a criminal street gang. Are you ever part of a criminal street gang? YSL?
No, sir.
Okay. listen enough. Okay, we can now conclude he had his memory a year ago. And in so we can conclude he's lying on the stand when he claims he does not not remember. Let's get through to when let's see here.
Conversation that has been provided to us. The court heard the interaction between the defendant, Brian Steele, and Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, when asked, I guess I know based on the conversation we heard that there was some conversation that he and Mr. Steele had outside of this. Of course, on redirect, we can ask that question. What was told? What were you told to say? Was there anything you were told to say? But I think it's important to note at one point during his cross-examination, do you remember them explaining that they, meaning the detectives, tried to force Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug into it? Do you remember saying that? Mr. Bean said, I think that was something you said, right? So all throughout this 10-minute recording, we hear Mr. Steele leading.
What's important here is that Mr. Bean all of a sudden remembered. Here's the thing. You can ask leading questions. This was an interview by Mr. Steele to Mr. Bean. And Mr. Bean said yes to that question. So it doesn't really matter the wordings if it answers affirmative.
Mr. Bean, putting words out there, Mr. Bean acquiescing to what is being said. But the only thing regarding a statement that Mr. Bean tells Brian Steele, true or false, the only thing he says about a statement that he gave anybody was that he said, they're trying to put Thug in here. And if you don't do this, you're going to be facing a lot of time and all that shit. And Brian Steele said, who is they again? And Mr. Bean said, Detective Quinn. And then Brian Steele said, no other prosecutors or police? And Adrian Bean repeats, no, it was just Detective Quinn. In the interview with Detective Quinn starts that recording before he ever even approaches Adrian Bean. And that happens on September 17th, 2013. That's 4 days after the incident occurred, long after Mr. Bean had been released from the hospital. And he was released from Grady detention around 6:30 and was not put in a jail at 12 o'clock midnight on September the 12th. The first thing you hear Detective Quinn saying is something akin to, I'm Detective Quinn, have we met? And Adrian Bean never says, yeah, remember I talked to you yesterday or day before, some other time. And Adrian Bean, in his conversation with Detective Quinn back in 2013, he says, yeah, I told them at first. And the reference that he is making based on everything that is around this conversation is that while he was on the scene, he told them someone else was driving. Mr. Steele's question to Adrian Bean, why did you tell the detective at the hospital, Grady Hospital, on September 11, 2013, that it was not you, but your dear friend driving that Nissan vehicle? That's so wrong on so many levels. Number one, he is injecting assertions to the jury that doesn't exist, manufacturing evidence. What he should have done was ask Mr. Bean whether or not he spoke with someone at the hospital. He can lead him. He can say, you spoke with a detective at the hospital, right? Because that's all that's in this interview that we have between him and Mr. Bean. You spoke with the detective at the hospital, right? And that detective was Detective Quinn, right? Well, if he says, I don't know, I don't remember, then he can confront him with the inconsistent statement, which is, didn't you tell me and Investigator Martin that you talked to Detective Quinn at the hospital? He can say yes, or he can say no. And then he can play the statement that he talked to Detective Quinn at the hospital. What he cannot do is assert as if it is fact, why did you tell the detective at the hospital, Grady Hospital, on September 11, 2013, that it was not you, but your dear friend driving that Nissan vehicle?
Here's the thing, Miss Love. You still lied to the court. Apparently, now you're asserting you already knew all of this, and still you lied to the court about him being at Brady Hospital. So you asserting things, I don't care. You're a liar, Miss Love. You lied to the court. As an officer of the court, you lied. You, in my opinion, that should disqualify you from practicing law ever again.
He never says that. Mr. Bean never says that in this interview with him. So Mr. Steele is sitting here conveying to the court as if he doesn't realize that he is impermissibly injecting facts that are not in evidence before this jury. Like, what, Judge? Mr. Steele's been doing this twice, 3 times as long as a lot of us in this courtroom. He knows what he is doing, and it is disingenuous for him to suggest that he is innocently, impermissibly putting facts in front of the jury that don't exist. He says, when I object about that and say there are no facts in...
We already... Jesus Christ, are you trying to say again that Mr. Brady wasn't at a hospital? Are you trying to say again that he never talked to cops at the hospital when there's... You already lied to the court about him being at the hospital. Why should you believe now that there are no records of it? Well, you might be truthful in that there is no records anymore, because apparently they are destroyed.
Evidence. There will be no statement put into evidence. So object. The court asked Mr. Steele, did he make that statement? Mr. Steele refers to the court. He says, yes. And then the court asked to see it. Mr. Steele says, yes, sir. And didn't produce it. Even today, he hasn't given anything to the court that shows where...
You fucktard. It's not there because you refuse to either hand it over or refuse to acknowledge it was destroyed. That's the reason.
Adrian Bean said any of these things that he's asserting that he said in his questions to him.
Well, I think he's given me these statements in terms of Williams, Charlie and Delta. And I will also want to say that he also...
And Your Honor,
hang on. And also the radio and traffic that was played from, or at least proffered from my consideration, Williams 202 and 203, and the recorded interview of Bean and Detective Quinn. So, I mean, I think he's got some basis to ask some of these questions. Now, I would agree with you that maybe some of the questions are objectionable in terms of their form and or substance. But
Judge, the defendants exhibit 1 and 2, or C and D, or whatever he called them, Tracy Lewis's report. Literally, Your Honor, the court has Delta being the draft, the partial draft. He has sat here and literally asserted that something
Delta's
is whited out. If you compare
we don't know what happened to it.
But Your Honor, the point is that Mr. Steele is trying to use that as a basis for impermissibly injecting before this jury speculation, conjecture, and
he has to theorize because your officers, your investigators destroyed evidence, which Detective Velasquez already admitted to, that he destroyed recordings because he didn't like the answer. You had officers under oath claiming they don't know anything about the surveillance video. And then we all heard the radio traffic. We also saw it.
assertions as facts in his questions to Mr. Bean. If you compare the two, it is literally the first draft of the final draft. You have Tracy Lewis writing this entire statement, which is defendant Charlie, and you can see the paragraphs are literally the same. She started it on this, and just because we gave them everything is no, I mean, just he's going to exploit it, I guess, to his game, whatever way he can do it. But Judge, it's literally Charlie is a complete report. Delta is a partial report. And the only person that Tracy Lewis speaks to in this report, and in Detective Quinn's report, he references that Tracy Lewis spoke with Walter Murphy and she made a report of her conversation. And in his report, Detective Quinn also notes that Detective Calhoun spoke with Frederick Prothrow, and he made an audio recording of his conversation.
Okay, but let's focus on what what Mr. Steele has the belief of. Okay, I think that he has more than kind of tendered why it is he asks these questions. Now, I think that part of your objections are valid, but I think that he is more than proffered as an advocate before this court that he had a good faith basis to ask some of this. Now, you have a disagreement as to why and how, but.
And Judge, that is the only disagreement that I have. I don't care if he says, did you talk to a detective at the hospital? That's the point I'm making. I don't care if he says, did you lie? I don't care if he says, did you talk to your wife on an unrecorded line? I don't care if he does that. But what he does is says, why did you tell your wife on an unrecorded line at the hospital? So that necessarily assumes a fact that is not in evidence. He's sitting here telling you, I don't know, maybe there's a statement. I don't know. The court hasn't given it to me.
Now that I've heard a little more, I think that would be more appropriate. I would probably sustain that objection. It probably needs to be clarified.
He did it throughout, Your Honor. He did it. There's a total of 28 times where he does something like that. Literally, he says, do you remember explaining that that what you were referring to is at the hospital, that the police were telling us to lie, put Thug in it when you talked to Detective Lewis?
Okay, but that's.
So when he says, do you remember a thing that there's no evidence took place, he is asserting that one, it took place, and then asking the witness improperly in front of the jury.
Did he ever talk to Detective Lewis?
No, that's just what I'm telling you, Your Honor. And then Mr. Steele gets here and says to you all this.
The same way he was never at the hospital, which you lied to the court about? Is that what you're asserting now? Because you thought you erased that as well? Or somebody did, and you didn't think that a defense would dig it up? I don't believe you, Ms. Love. Because to me, it's proven beyond reasonable doubt that many of the cops on the stand and many of the cops in these investigations were lying. And you knew it, Ms. Love. And you still lied to the court.
Stuff and still never shows you anything to suggest that Adrian Bean talked to Detective Lewis.
Okay. Mr. Steele, you want to respond to that? Because that's critical to me. I mean, it's critical in the sense that if there was no conversation between the two of them, then that would assume facts not in evidence. Hold on, I'm asking Mr. Steele a question now. Just hold on, Ms. Love. Okay.
Your Honor, on the recording that you just heard at the beginning, the first couple of minutes, and I don't have the time in front of me, it was not shown on the screen. Mr. Bean said when he spoke with the detectives or the authorities, whatever his words are, at the hospital. That's what he says.
Okay, but here's her beef. If you'd have said, who'd you talk to? And he said, I talked to the detective. Well, was it Detective Lewis? Was it Detective Quinn? Was it Detective whoever? What I think that the question assumes is he did in fact talk to Detective Lewis, and he didn't.
I don't know if that's true.
Well,
I'm not conceding that.
Well, I'm going to tell you that I haven't heard anything that would indicate that's truth.
Yeah, well,
You have a good faith basis to ask that.
You haven't heard anything of who he spoke with. That's my point.
That's the point.
He spoke with
But you all can't. But you two, neither one of you can proffer that.
Judge.
It's not proper, Mr. Steele.
No. Listen.
It's not. It would be a violation before me for you to put that in front of this jury.
You're not.
Why are you yelling at him when you already know Ms. Love lied to your face? Why are you yelling at Mr. Steele? Here's the thing. Mr. Steele doesn't know because the investigators erased or lied. That's why. There should be a recording or a piece of paper about that interview in the hospital. And the only reason why it's not is because it's destroyed. That's not Mr. Steele's fault. He can only go by what Mr. Bean told him, that he was interviewed at the hospital. Then he asks for that from the prosecution, who lied to the court saying he was never at the hospital. We already know they lied. Why are you yelling at Mr. Steele?
He did.
In the September 17, 2000.
You were saying to the court that you have a belief that there is another statement out there. There's not.
How did you say that?
Because it hasn't been brought up. If it gets brought up, then we'll correct it at that point in time. But right now, I'm going to direct you not to inquire that line. You don't have a basis to do so.
Not true.
Well, go ahead and make a statement and see what happens.
Your Honor, listen.
Go ahead and make the statement in contravention to what I've just told you. And I'm telling you that you will have some problems in front of me.
I'm trying to articulate to you.
You have told me everything at this point. You have told me that you.
Jesus Christ, Josh Glanville. Miss Love lied to your face, and now you're screaming at Mr. Steele. We all went through this. The prosecution lied to you, Mr. Glanville, Judge Glanville. They lied to your face about this entire incident. Now we know there is evidence and testimony about an interview at the hospital. He was at the hospital. We know the prosecution lied to you. It's the defense job to find out why they lied to you, Judge Glanville. This is not on the defense. Jesus Christ. I almost had hopes for Mr. Glanville, for Judge Glanville, and now, boom, he's gone again. You fucktwat.
There's got to be a statement. Now, if you find the statement, I will, one, apologize to you. Two, I will take corrective action. It's probably not going to be nice to anybody. But at this point, there's nothing for me to do other than, if you don't have a good faith basis to.
The good faith basis is that the prosecution lied to you, Judge. If they are prepared to lie about him ever being in the hospital, what else are they lying about? What else are they lying about?
Do it. You can't ask a question.
Honor, listen, there is a recording between Detective Quinn and Adrian Bean where Adrian Bean says, I lied to your.
But we don't know what he lied about.
He says he lied about who he's talking about, the car.
But we still don't know whether or not he had a conversation with Detective Lewis.
And I made it clear, it's 10 years ago.
But you said you had, in your conversation with Detective Lewis, that's what you proffer.
I said, or any other detective or law enforcement, read the transcript. I made it clear. I don't know. He doesn't remember names. He says it was Detective Quinn. Also on the recording on Sunday, January 22, 2023, Mr. Bean is the one who said this happened in the hospital. Your Honor, I'm the one complaining about I don't have the statement. I've been asking for it. This is Brady. Clearly there was a statement.
We don't, but we don't know if there's a statement. You're supposing there's a statement, okay? And there may be. And you know what I said? And you know what I said earlier? I said if there is Brady that's not disclosed, then that particular individual is going to have some problems with me. I told you that already. Or I have a lot of different remedies I can execute at that point in time.
There has to be. That's why I gave you.
But you can't intimate or otherwise cross over the line when you don't have the statement to back it up.
Judge, I've been robbed of the statement.
But we don't know where the statement is. If we find the statement or it comes up or in cross-examination, Quinn brings up and says, hey, happen to have a statement right here in my massive file. And if he does, then of course I will revisit this particular subject again.
I'm saying it's been deleted. It's been destroyed.
We don't know. You don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We had the same issue.
Judge Glanville, for fuck's sake. We already know through Detective Velasquez's testimony that he deletes evidence. We know through testimony that cops lied about the surveillance video. We already know there are liars and people who raises evidence within the police force. Why can't we assert that to this very case when there is testimony about Mr. Bean in the hospital with investigators? Judge Glanville, for fuck's sake, there is more than enough to assert that the prosecution lied to you. We already know that. They lied to your face about this. And now you're rewarding the prosecution? That's insane. That's insane.
To happen earlier in this trial about a statement. We don't know whether or not it was the hack or whether or not it's intentional. Now you can make whatever hay you want out of it. I mean, and the jury can decide for what they want to give it. But you cannot ask the question in its current form. You just can't.
Your Honor, I'm not asking a question, but you have to understand the following, please. 6 days later, Detective Quinn and Adrian Bean are on recording where Adrian Bean tells Detective Quinn, I lied.
About what?
I lied.
About what?
Who was driving the car? He gets cut off. Detective Quinn says, yeah, tell me about it. Where's that statement? That's what I've been asking for.
But that doesn't still give you the latitude at this point in time to ask that question. Now I told you, if we find out from Quinn, and I'm telling the state that if I find out that the statement exists,
What's pissing me off more than anything right now is that the judge is yelling at Mr. Steele while we already know Miss Love lied to his face. And it seems like he's doing absolutely jack shit about the prosecutor lying in court on the record to the judge's face. And he does nothing. You spineless piece of coward shit. Recuse yourself, Judge Glanville. You do not have what it takes to be a judge.
There's going to be a lot of unhappy people.
Well, what if you don't find out it exists? I still am entitled to. That's my whole point.
Okay, but here's the thing. You've asked me for it. I've asked them. If it comes up later, or I find out it's sitting someplace that was in possession of the state, pursuant to case law and definition, then we'll have some problems.
I understand, but you're asking when you have to find the statement for. I'm telling you the statement was made.
It doesn't work that way, Mr. Steele. I'm sorry.
It does work that way.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. And you haven't presented any.
Yes, it does. He doesn't have to present a case. We already know through testimony that they lied. That cops were lying. That the cops were erasing evidence. We already know that Miss Love lied to your face. What else does Mr. Steele have to do, Judge Glanville? Why do you keep rewarding the prosecution? Why do you allow the prosecution to outright lie to your face and not doing jack shit about it? You coward. Yes, I said it, and I will say, actually, I'm prepared to say it to this judge's face. I know he's been in Afghanistan. I know he's a veteran. He's still a coward. A fucking coward. You fucking coward.
Case law to tell me how to do that. And I'm telling you, as the judge presiding over this case, if you do that, it's misconduct.
I'm not doing anything.
I'm telling you right now.
I don't know what you're telling me. I'm not.
I am telling you, you have no good faith basis at this point in time to ask that question right now, or to intimate that.
I didn't ask.
Are you serious? You fucktwat. Why are you yelling? The only reason why Mr. Steele is doing this is because he has proved to this court that police are lying, have lied on the stand. He has proven that the prosecution was lying to your face. How does he not have a good faith in asking questions about a statement that Mr. Bean on recording says happened?
Any question? You are listening to District Attorney Love. I'm ready to cross-examine. I'm going to play the recording you just heard. This gentleman tells me on recording that he was at the hospital speaking with law enforcement. I want that. It is backed up because on recording, 6 days after the crash into that side of the building, Your Honor, Detective Quinn and Mr. Bean are talking about this statement that Mr. Bean made prior. I don't have it. And when the court asked me, well, you got to find it, or if I find it, it wasn't given over.
Then we'll have some problems. Then we'll have some issues.
I have some issues now. I've been begging for it. The state's supposed to give this.
Let me ask, hold on, Mr. Okay, stop for a second. Ms. Love, have you inquired of Detective Quinn where this other statement may be?
Judge, that's just it. Mr. Steele is literally manufacturing evidence. There is no other statement. I have asked whether or not there was a statement. I asked Tracy Lewis.
You lying piece of cunt. This is not manufacturing. This is following a lead. And you're still lying to the judge. I don't care if you don't find it. What you're doing is lying about Mr. Steele. He's not manufacturing anything. It's on recording. And you already lied to the judge once, at least once, to his face about Mr. Bean not being at the hospital. We know that. We know that you are prepared to lie to the judge's face.
The hospital, let me be real clear, because he keeps conflating stuff. Adrian Bean never told Detective Quinn that he made a statement at the hospital. Literally, I have his
But he's,
transcript.
okay, but we don't know where he made the statement. And also, he's lied. So we don't know what he lied about either.
Your Honor, to be very clear, there's no statement. I've asked Detective Lewis. They can ask Detective Lewis. She never talked to him.
Okay.
Detective Quinn, who is the only person, it's not just police, the only person Adrian Bean asserts to Brian Steele in this recording that he gave us, this 10-minute recording, he said, I spoke to Detective Quinn. It's obvious that he didn't speak to Detective Quinn at the hospital because the first time he met Detective Quinn was September 17th when he pulls him in for the interview. Literally, Mr. Steele is manufacturing something. So when the court is even asking me, okay, do you know where this statement is? Assuming that there's not a statement. There is no statement. There's no evidence. That's the problem with Mr. Steele asking questions the way that he asked them. He is assuming facts that are not in evidence. And he is usurping the jury's province and their ability to discern and weigh evidence because he is injecting assertions into his questions about things that don't exist. Similarly, he says, do you recall explaining that you made calls from the Fulton County Jail that you knew were being recorded to support your lie to the police that Jeffrey was involved on September 11, 2013? That's what he asked the witness. You heard the interview. He doesn't say that anywhere in that interview. This is the kind of manufactured evidence Mr. Steele keeps putting in front of the jury. He never said that during the interview, yet that's the question. That's the question Mr. Steele asked Adrian Bean on the statement. Nothing like that ever happened. And his conversation during his cross-examination of Adrian Bean, the cross-examination is replete with examples just like that. There is no statement. He can't sit there and say there has to be a statement and then ask the question as if there is one, because that's improperly asserting to the jury something that isn't factual. There's no evidence of it. So to answer the court's question, of course we have asked who spoke to whom. Did Tracy Lewis, did you speak to Adrian Bean? Tracy Lewis, I talked to Walter Murphy and I put it in my report. I made a report of that. Calhoun, did you talk to
the same police force department who lied on the stand about the surveillance video? Why should we believe them? Why should we believe you, Miss Love, after you lied to the judge's face about Mr. Bean being at the hospital? Now we know he was at the hospital. We know he was there for 5 hours under the guard of police officers. We know that. Lying sacks of shit.
Adrian Bean? I talked to Frederick Prothrow. Here's my recording of that. Detective Quinn, and then this idea of destruction of evidence, that is the fallacy that is getting thrown around. That's the problem with asserting facts not in evidence. That's the problem with them being allowed to ask those kind of questions.
You lied to the court about Mr. Bean being at the hospital because you thought you would get away with it, Miss Love. That was a week ago. Then you found out Mr. Steele has receipts for you lying to the court. And still you accuse Mr. Steele of manufacturing. Lying sack of shits.
Do you destroy evidence? Nobody has said anyone destroyed any evidence.
She is lying again. Retired Detective Velasquez testified under oath on the stand that he erased recordings of statements because he didn't believe they were truthful. He admitted that on the stand. So that's destruction of evidence.
Eduardo Navarro Flores said he heard that Detective Quinn had erased the interview. Well, then why all throughout Detective Quinn's report does he refer to the lie that Eduardo told in the first place? How is that destroying evidence? But they're trying to create a narrative for the jury of things that don't exist. A narrative that somehow the state destroys evidence. There's been no evidence.
You lied to the court. Detective Velasquez admitted on the stand that he destroyed evidence.
The state has destroyed any evidence. They're going to ask it a million times. So that's what Mr. Steele is doing with this whole statement at the hospital. He's going to ask it a million times. So the jury's sitting there going, well, where is it? And then in the end, $100 says that he gets up there and says, they destroyed the statement from the hospital, knowing he has no evidence that one even exists. With Detective Lewis and certainly not Detective Quinn, who is the...
You lied to the court, Miss Love, again. You lied to the court about Mr. Bean ever being at the hospital. You lied.
Only person, Adrian Bean, tells Mr. Steele, at least in the portion of the recorded interview he gave me, I don't know what else he told. I don't know what Mr. Steele told Adrian Bean, but it's obvious that he's leading him through the interview that the court heard. And even being led, Adrian Bean does not let up on his assertion about Detective Quinn. Mr. Steele tries to get into change. You mean somebody else, other police, just Detective Quinn. So this idea that he has a right to ask questions that assume things that are not in evidence, that he has not put in evidence, that he cannot expect to be put in evidence is ludicrous. And to assert that the state is trying to hide something because he wants to taint the jury's mind, taint the fact finders with falsehoods.
You lied to the court. Who is tainting the jury, Miss Love? You are. Mr. Steele's sole responsibility is to poke holes in your sham of a case. And he's doing a damn good job of it. And you are offended by it like the Karen you are.
And somehow, I guess that's the way he wins case. I don't know. But, Your Honor, I'm flabbergasted.
You fucktard. You fucktard. Jesus Christ.
The number of times he asked Adrian Bean questions that assumed facts that are not in evidence is just staggering. It's just staggering. I'm simply asking that Mr. Steele be precluded from asking those kind of questions. And Your Honor, I'm asking that any reference to statements made at the hospital in the manner that he has asked them, that assume that there was one, be stricken, and that the court instructs the jury that there is no evidence of any statement made at the hospital to a Detective Lewis. And then let them weigh whether or not a statement was given to Detective Quinn. But that's not the question that Mr. Steele asked.
Yeah, I'm trying to speed through this. Come on, say something.
Counsel, I ponder the issue. What I'm going to do is the questions that have been asked so far about the hospital. I believe those would be presuming facts, not in evidence. There are some questions that Mr. Steele has asked on his interview that would be appropriate and are appropriate. But in terms of the hospital questions thus far, those need to be clarified in front of our jury at this point. Excuse me?
What clarification?
No, meaning that I'm going to strike them from the record at this point in time. They can be until there's a basis for me to go ahead and consider them.
Judge, I am still on cross-examination. This man tells me.
The state's made an objection. The objection they've made continually is assuming facts not in evidence. They're not in evidence. Those facts aren't in evidence.
Judge, it's on recording. Mr. Bean said he just heard. I know you only heard it one time. We can play it again. He said this happened at the hospital. You are striking. You are going to be commenting on the evidence. You are going to be doing 17-857. This is for the jury to determine. This is what he told me on that record. It's on recording. He said this happened at the hospital. Talking about when he spoke to the detective.
He said that, or that was his question upon you asking it?
I never mentioned a hospital. If you don't mind, just listen to it again. It's the first 2 or 3 minutes.
I'll listen to it again. Let me hear it again.
Yes, Your Honor. And while we're pulling that up.
Okay, I got it on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Brian Steele. I'm here now to investigate Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, who is standing in Kroger.
Exactly. He allowed it in 30 minutes ago. And then Miss Love, who provably lied to the judge's face, managed to squeal, whine, and bitch herself out of it. And now all of a sudden, Mr. Steele is not allowed to ask about it. And that is why she keeps, from the beginning of this stream, this is why she keeps doing it, because she knows it works.
Look at the address. And it is approximately,
Are you familiar with this Kroger? Somewhere on N.Starow Road.
it's approximately 11:12 morning on Sunday, the 22nd day of January 2023. We're here with Mr. Adrian Bean. Mr. Bean, is your name spelled K-T-R-I-A-N-B-E-A-N?
Yes, sir.
And can we just have your phone number for this recording?
44380-0730. The date of birth, please.
Yeah, they could have redacted his phone number. If he still has it, that will come back to bite him.
06/22/1979.
And Mr. Bean, do we permission to record this?
42 years old.
Do we permission to record the conversation?
Sir.
Okay. As you know, as I just said, I represent Mr. Williams, Mr. Jeffrey Williams on trial right now. Young Thug is the former name of Jimmy Martin Jr. and I work together. Jimmy Martin Jr. investigator, licensed investigator. And I just want to go over what you told us previously and make sure this is accurate. If it is not accurate, like I told you before, this is true. Because all I want. You were in I'm not saying you're every day, but you were in a situation involving a good friend of yours, a very close person to you, named Dirty Red, with Mr. Walter Murphy and Mr. Fred.
Just a little something I want to show you. Hold on. This is retired Detective Velasquez and Detective Quinn. They have a show together. Now you tell me if Detective Velasquez, and who already admitted he destroys evidence, and Mr. Quinn are to believe or to be believed. Though I will say it, and I don't care about any consequences, those two are corrupt cops. I wouldn't believe any of them saying the sun goes up tomorrow without evidence. I will subject to you that these two will lie about anything if it suits them.
Walter Murphy is also known as DK. I mean, it's what you told me. Is that correct? And I'm telling the kid, I'm not saying you remember, but we're talking about this is the 11th day of September 2013. So September 11th, February 2013. And there's a shooting and a car that careened into a side of a laundromat. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Now, you were never charged with that, or you would never prosecute for that case. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We didn't ever even go through the motion on that.
So, and what happened with your charge? It was,
the case was dismissed.
Okay. I just want to make
The
sure.
whole case was totally dismissed.
Okay. Now, I'm interested in Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. Was he in, around, participant, giving direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about involving Dirty Red in September of 2013?
No, sir. Like I explained, when all that occurred, everything took place. They was trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie on brother. You know what I mean? And he wasn't with us, jumped over, not in the car with us. They don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets, or I might was in confidence and talking and said his name, but I him and Linda saying that he was with us. You know what I'm saying?
And when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who is they?
detectives and other, people that was inquiring, what I'm saying, I was discussing the neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
The authorities, or the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I played for you a recording a short while ago, and this too. I promise you, I'll email it to you, the second one, and I will. But the one I played for you has you and your wife speaking, and at some point around the 11-minute mark, you said they gave us a story to tell. Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what that meant?
They was really telling us to, like, hey, put Thug in on this right here. You know what I mean? If you don't put him on that, you're going to be facing a lot of time and all type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
And who is they again? I know.
At the point.
Okay. And there are other prosecutors and police?
It was just really just him. And I was like, it was just really him I had made dealt with.
Okay.
There was a few more officers that was just around, you know what I'm saying? He was in the hospital. I was in the
If you listen to it, he says there were other cops around. So there should be more witnesses to this.
hospital.
Stop. All right, run it back, please.
Your Honor, it's gonna be about 4 minutes.
All right, let me hear it.
It was just really him I had made dealt with. Okay. There was a few more officers that was just around, you know what I'm saying? He was in the hospital.
Stop.
There it was in the hospital. There it is. Mr. Bean claiming he was interviewed at the hospital.
Stop. All right, Mr. Bean says we were in the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor, he says that we were in the hospital, but he does not say that he was, that he gave any statement to Detective Lewis at the hospital.
But that goes to weight. I mean, that goes to weight and sufficiency and what the jury wants to believe or don't believe. I mean, it's clear from the state, it's clear now from listening to the tape again that Mr. Steele, that was not a production or a product of Mr. Steele's questioning. It was the witnesses saying, hey, we was at the hospital.
Now, Judge Glanville, is the time to apologize to Mr. Steele. When that statement is made, he has all the good faith in the world to get any statements from the prosecution that was made in that hospital. And if the prosecution says, well, he is lying, well, then the burden of proof shifts. Or you can just state your cases and let the jury believe and let the jury choose. But he has a good faith basis, in my opinion, for all his questions. And we already know Miss Love is a lying bitch.
Because Mr. Bean, when he's talking, he's saying we were in the hospital, I was the victim. That's what he's, but if the court will just listen to.
Okay, give me another 15 seconds.
You know what I mean? When shit happened. So it's like they push in. I'm the victim. I don't know what's going on. So, as far as case, accident.
Right. Mark, they say
We crashed.
yeah, careened over a police car and into the side of the building.
Right.
You were driving the car.
I was the driver. And he said, so I said he was driving. You know what I mean? So
The police went. You just say you.
that's what he done. So was not in the vehicle with him.
Did he have anything to do with it?
It had nothing to do with none of that. Ain't no man, I'm 42 years old. Can't another man tell me what to do. Can't another man make another man tell another man what they need. Everybody wrong.
So why did you tell the police this recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this robbery because the police told you to say that so you get out of trouble? Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're also on another show called the one I'm going to send you.
That's the one I want to hear. You know
I'm
what
going to send it to you. But when you say the reason you would have
And so, Your Honor, when Mr. Steele says, do you remember the detective asking you questions about the incident involving the armed robbery?
Why does he allow her to talk? This is her trying to put in the judge's mind. This is how you should listen to it. This is how you should listen to it. Ignore, I'm a lying piece of garbage cunt who lied to your face. Please ignore that. Let me whine and bitch about it until you do as I want you to do.
Mr. Johnson almost killing police officer Robertson Ellis, striking the other police officers, and careening over the embankment into the wall and fleeing. Do you remember that? He says, no, sir. Then the question, do you remember telling that detective, specifically Detective Lewis? By the way, this this stream is now demonetized. So if you have a spare buck or two, I don't mind if you make a
make a super chat or two. I don't think I will get back the monetization on this after saying the C word a couple of times. If you have anything to spare, I will never demand anything of you, but if you can, I wouldn't mind it.
At that time, there were 3 people in the Nissan red Altima vehicle. That's nowhere in this statement. What Mr. Bean is doing at the point that the court just heard, he's saying one thing, and then he's saying, you know, we were in the hospital over there. We were like victims. We were laying there.
Okay, but he's got a good faith basis because he's got a couple of different sources. He's got this interview. He's got the, let me get to it again. Hold on one second.
Yeah, here's this interview.
He's got Williams 203, which is the radio traffic. He's got Williams 202, which is radio traffic. And he's got the interview of him and Detective Quinn.
He has the good faith basis to all of his questions. So stop yelling at him, Judge.
So if he's got all those things, Ms. Love, he's got a good faith basis to ask those particular, you know, because they're different source documents, but it doesn't take away from his ability to ask those questions because they are in fact things that he elements or not elements, but information he has that he can test.
Your Honor, what I'm saying is, in order to say something like, do you remember telling Detective Lewis at the time there were 3 people in the Nissan red vehicle? That when he says, do you remember? It's assuming that happened.
Oh,
so he hasn't shown that it happened. He hasn't played anything. He hasn't laid a foundation for impeachment with that. He has nothing to say that happened. So he can't come back and show evidence of it. He's just saying it, and there's no evidence of it. He can argue it at the end, but he cannot put questions on a witness that assumes things that are not in evidence. And furthermore, when Mr. Steele is talking to him about the information, when he says the jail call, this is the killer. When he says the part that the court just heard, I played you a recording a while ago. I promise you I'll email you the second one. The one I played for you has you and your wife speaking at some point around the 11-minute mark. They gave us a story to tell. What does that mean? And then Mr. Bean says, I don't know again what they talk about off recording. It's like they said put Thug in here. If you listen to this recording that they're talking about, Mr. Bean, and it is clear as day, Mr. Bean is chuckling with his wife over the fact that Walter Murphy and he said to the police that they're the victims. And that's the story. He said, I'm glad the boys kept it 100. I'm glad they kept it solid because they gave us a story to tell. Both Walter Murphy at the hospital said, we were getting robbed. In this jail call, Mr. Bean to his wife says, I told him, we were the ones getting robbed. That's what he's saying. And it's disingenuous for him to sit here and say, who told you? What did they mean? Was it the prosecutors, the police? Who told you that? Detective Quinn. No other.
Miss Love, you didn't put these recordings into your case in chief. So why are you whining about Mr. Steele about these recordings? Could it be because you tried to lie to the judge's face? Or you did lie to the judge's face. You know you lied because you're a lying liar who lies. And somehow you're allowed to be a prosecutor. Somehow you're allowed to practice law. Despite lying to the judge's face.
Prosecutors or police? No, Detective Quinn. And then when he says, we were in the hospital, I was in the hospital when that shit happened. We were the victim. The court heard him say it. Adrian Bean talks like this, and I would ask that the court allow us to enter the jail call that he's talking about so that the court has context to understand why it is so offensive that Mr. Steele is arguing that he gets to suggest to the jury things happen that didn't really happen in the form of his questions to Adrian Bean. So when he's saying, hey, they're telling us to lie, and he's saying, that's what do you mean? They're saying put Thug in there. But what do you mean when you said they gave us a story to tell? Mr. Steele knows what they meant because he says it in the jail call. It's clear. So we can play that for the court. I can point to all of the times that Mr. Steele impermissibly asked questions that assume facts that are not in evidence. He's saying, do you remember stating that the driver was not you? There's nowhere in here that he says that the driver wasn't him. Literally. We just heard it. There's nowhere in here that says that. Now, if he asks this witness, you were the driver, weren't you? And at first he said you weren't the driver, weren't you? And then he says, well, didn't you say to X on this date at this time that you weren't the driver? Because guess what? He can then put forth X and show where he's lying. Right now, he's putting questions on the witness about things that don't exist. So there's no way anybody can test the witness's knowledge on it because they don't exist. That's all that I'm saying, Judge. And that's what I'm asking that the court preclude the defendant from doing.
The reason they don't exist is, and I believe this beyond reasonable doubt, is because it was destroyed. And I'm almost at the point that I would assume that Ms. Love knows it was destroyed.
From here on out, and I will go through and present to the court. I will literally highlight all the times that Mr. Steele asked those kind of questions. Do you remember? Why did you tell them this? There's nothing in the record where he told them anything. There's no evidence that has been presented. And Mr. Steele knew what he was doing. He intentionally didn't do it the right way and simply say, you said X, Y, Z. Or this happened, didn't it? I don't remember. But didn't you say X, Y, Z on this day? Instead, he just jumps right to, why'd you lie to the police? Those things are not proper. There's a way to do things, and he has not done them the proper way because he wants to put in the jury's mind facts that don't exist. And that is not the way a trial is done. That's not the way to get at the truth, by lying to the jury through your question.
Just like you are lying to the judge, Ms. Love, just as you are trying to put forward a case riddled with lying cops, with cops who destroys evidence. How about that? Mr. Steele's job is to poke holes in your sham of a prosecution. And he's doing a damn good job at it. But your entitlement, you're easily offended, and you don't like it because somehow, I don't know.
And that's what he's done.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Mr. Steele?
I have absolutely nothing to say unless the court wants me to say something. It's just a continuation of the rants of gay love.
And Your Honor,
I didn't ask anybody to laugh in the gallery, okay? This is a courtroom, not some entertainment forum for you. Yes.
The insults again, if they're gonna be called rants, I think we should recognize what we're doing. When we stand up and go on and on with hysterics, as Mr. Steele has done, I'd ask that he be precluded from slaying insults as well.
All right. Well, both of you took professional responsibility when you were in law school, and that's not the way that we treat each other as professional colleagues. So I'll just leave you with that.
How about her lying to your face, Your Honor?
No, I'm going to let I think I've been asked to take a comfort break, so I'm going to let everybody take comfort, and then I'll figure out what to do for the rest of the time. Okay. So we're going to take a comfort break first.
And let's skip ahead. And I think the comfort.
So is that I've heard your arguments, and I'll rule accordingly going forward. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Does the court wish to hear the portion of the jail file that I was talking about that Mr. Steele referred to? They gave them the story to tell.
In respect to what issue, madam?
One of the questions that he propounded was in the interview with Mr. Bean was when you said they gave.
Ms. Love, if you want those questions thrown out, then you can't play anything. You can't have it both ways, Ms. Love. If you ask the judge that those questions should be stricken and he strikes them, then you can't play anything.
The story to tell the 11-minute mark. When you're talking about the police, the prosecutors, the police, and then that's just before they get into the whole, when he starts saying, yeah, we were in the hospital, we were the victims. He's actually talking about that.
But he hasn't played it to the jury yet.
Murphy and Fred Procro came down to, I guess, they gave a story to the police about them being.
All right, but he's entitled to ask about that. That would go to truth and veracity of his statement.
Right, what I'm saying.
I think what you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that certainly there's a way to ask that question, but I'll have to wait till it's propounded, okay? Okay, all right. Okay, folks. Mr. Beam will be with us tomorrow?
Yes.
We're certain of that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Okay, so tomorrow morning, as I mentioned.
All right, that was the end of day 42. This is day 43. We are finally there. And he was late. Of course he was. Everything was late today. But let's play it. Oh no, no subtitles there. Darn it. Let me see if I can find a stream with subtitles. Hold on. Please. Okay, there.
All right, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleve Adams et al. in 22 SC 183572. All right, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, good morning.
Oh. Roll
Mr.
call.
Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr.
We don't need that. Let's skip ahead.
Thank you, man.
Case at this point in time, slow? Well, I believe, no, it's Mr. Steele, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When we were last together on March 4th, Monday, March 4th, 2024, you stated that to several questions, you either didn't recall or you did not remember certain statements made on January 22, 2023 to investigator Martin and myself. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, exhibit number 197, and ask for permission for Mr. Kokomo, if admitted, to placing.
They are all in jail, denied bail because of an alleged flight risk. So they are all in jail.
The recording between Mr. Bean, Mr. Martin, myself, January 22, 2023, Sunday.
Said Williams 197?
Correct.
Any objection to defendant Williams 197?
Your Honor, I believe that he has to lay a foundation, and there is information at the very end that I would believe would open up the door to the state putting in information that Mr. Williams may not like.
I'll say that I will sustain it as a foundation, lay a little more foundation.
I did already, Your Honor. I asked all the questions that were asked, and Mr. Bean answered either he did not recall or okay. At the very beginning, okay, then it became did not recall, and then sometimes he said no.
I remember you just asking me a question about something from last week that I said. From last week, I don't recall.
There is no question, Mr. Bean.
Okay, all right. I'm going to admit Williams 197 over objection.
Oh, so he changed,
Before we
Judge
get to the
changed his
part,
mind.
that-
Playing it in 1.5 instead because this is taking so long.
I'll just admit it sometime. It can be published as you see fit.
Okay. That,
Your Honor,
Your Honor, there's a portion that will open the door for some things.
what is this?
seriously, Miss Love, now you are planting things in the mind of the jury. Shut the fuck up. If you have an objection, say it.
I think that where the adversary is telling you that there may be an issue with, she'll admit
Your Honor, this is,
Mr. Steele.
yes. But I need to approach because I don't know what is
Okay,
going on.
why don't we approach? Why don't y'all approach? Let's talk about it for a second.
That should have been done all along. She is not allowed to make claims to the jury that there will be things that opens the door. That is to be held without the jury present. You fucktwat. And for the first time in over a week, sidebar counter 105. Yeah, they fucked up again. She is not. It's nowhere close for her being allowed to make these assertions in front of the jury. Nowhere near. That's misconduct. Can Mr. Steele treat Mr. Bean as a hostile witness and make him answer questions? He can. It's the state's witness, so it's already a hostile witness or adversary witness. But he can't make him answer any questions if he still claims he does not remember. What he can do is play the recording from just over a year ago to make it known to the jury that this guy is full of shit, but there are things in there that supports this interview at the hospital. I have no idea about, there's something at the end of that recording that they don't want in. That's not your place. You should welcome an open door. But she does this to insert into the jury, there will be evidence in this.
And we'll continue to ask, so just retire to your headquarters and we'll call you back out in about 15 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
This is why they had...
9 minutes and 17 seconds is the point that we were.
Shut up!
Hold on. Go ahead. Thank you, Deputy Smothers.
Miss Love, the misconduct here, you should never be allowed to practice law ever again. She made assertions in front of the jury that there will be evidence in that recording against Mr. Williams.
Has left us and Mr. Bean is still outside. Okay, so Ms. Love, you've indicated you all have identified where the portion of the transcript Mr. Steele might want to focus on.
At 9 minutes and 17 seconds, Mr. Steele asks Adrian Bean.
Oh, I just want to make sure Mr. Bean wasn't walking in. All right, 9 minutes and 17 seconds, Mr. Steele.
Do you know him to be a good person is a question that he asks Adrian Bean about his client.
Okay, all right. We'll be in recess 15 minutes. Yes, you may.
That's it.
We'll be in recess 15 minutes.
You asserted in front of the jury that there is something in there that the jury might not want to know about Mr. Williams. And that's it? That's the question? Oh, you fucktard. You absolute fucktard. The unethical, the level of Miss Love's misconduct is... Dun, dun, dun. Skip ahead, skip ahead, skip ahead. That's longer than 15 minutes. Jesus Christ. That's half an hour.
A, but it's the redacted, just to let you know.
All right. We just need Mr. Bean back. Yeah.
Yes, Vicky.
Your
He
Honor.
is an employee
So
under
this is going to be
Annie Willis.
197 still, and I'll make the original 197A.
197 what?
The original, unredacted, 197A. The one that we'll play is 197, but it's the redacted, just to let you know.
Okay, all right.
And
Any further objection, Ms. Love?
I want to thank the state because it would not be the intention to introduce character. So and can we be removed just for the record, if I may?
I'm using
removed,
Swedish
hold
non-curse words.
Okay.
You are only mistaking it for English curse words.
Mr. Bean, do me a favor. Step right into the vestibule. Don't, just right inside those doors right quick, but don't go anywhere. We'll call you right back. All right, Mr. Bean has left us.
Your Honor, for 197A, which is the unredacted recording, 803 through 822 has been removed.
803, you said to what?
822, for the record, has been removed. And then it ends at 842 of 197A, so everything after 842 is removed. And now it should just be a flow on the new 197, which is the redacted. That will just flow.
So A is the original, B is the redaction. Any further objection, Ms. Love, as the, that otherwise hasn't been made already?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit both documents with those caveats, and we'll play 197 Bravo only, maybe played, all right, as you see fit, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring Mr. Bean back in, and someone our jurors for us, please, sir.
Is it just me or did the court just became much more silent? I'm trying to... using volume enhancement. Sharfos ways contacting my U.S. rep and senators should fight any federal funds for Atlanta, mainly Georgia overall. Yeah. This is if the Fulton County and their taxpayers, if this is what they're using taxpayers' money and federal money.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Any federal money should be withdrawn from this county. If they want to pay for this trial, who I believe will be at least a $10 million trial, then that should come out of the Fulton County taxpayers alone, and the decision makers have to stand accountable for this alone.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd like to play Mr. Williams Exhibit 197 and Mr. Kokomo,
197 Bravo.
and Mr. Kokomo is prepared to do so.
All right, as long as he's playing 197 Bravo, okay? All right.
Okay, I got. Go ahead.
This is Brian Steele. I'm giving out the investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, also known as.
Can you make it louder, Mr. Kokomo? I can't hear you. Just asking you.
I'm sorry. I have no question. I have no control over your phone.
You said you're muted. That's what he's saying. Something's muted.
Okay, I got it on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Brian Steele. I'm giving out the investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, also known as freestanding Kroger. We'll get the address.
Yes. Mr. Kokomo, do you know why the volume is not coming?
We can hear it, so it's probably routed through whatever it is, but not into the courtroom.
He's gonna have to mute one of them.
I think he should not. He needs to turn off the sound off his on the TV.
He'll play through our system.
So just put the X on sound. On your computer, just turn off your sound. I think it should.
Thank you.
Well, if I were a defense lawyer in the Atlanta region who had cases where Mr. Velasquez was the lead investigator or anything, I would use his statements under oath in this court that he erases evidence for appellate issues. Definitely.
We're standing Kroger, look at the address, and it is approximately. Are you familiar with this Kroger? Somewhere in N.Starow Road. It's approximately 11:12 in the morning on Sunday, the 22nd day of January 2023. We're here with Mr. Adrian. Mr. Bean, is your name spelled A-D-R-I-A-N? And can we just have your phone?
Get that thumb drive. Can you play for yours? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Thank you. Thank you.
As long as you don't make any further movements. Keep your hands where you can see them. All right.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo.
All those tech wannabes. Yeah. Yes, playing, and we're sharing it.
Okay, I got it on. Go ahead.
Your Honor, may we play?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
And thank you, Madam President, District Attorney.
Go ahead. This is Ryan Steele. I'm giving you investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug. We're standing in Kroger. Look at the address, and it is approximately. Are you familiar with this Kroger? Somewhere in N.Starow Road. It's approximately 11:12 in the morning on Sunday, the 22nd day of January 2023. We're here with Mr. Adrian Bean. Mr. Bean, is your name spelled A-D-R-I-A-N-B-E-A-N? Yes, sir. And can we just have your phone number for this recording? 44380-0730. The date of birth, please. 06/20/1979. And Mr. Bean, do we permission to record this? 42 years old. Do we permission to record the conversation? Sir. Okay. As you know, as I just said, I represent Mr. Williams, Mr. Jeffrey Williams on trial right now. Young Thug is a performing name. Jimmy Martin Jr. and I work together. Jimmy Martin Jr. is an investigator, licensed investigator. And I just want to go over what you told us previously and make sure this is accurate. If it is not accurate, all I want, like I told you before, is the truth. That's all I want. You were in I'm not saying you're every day, but you were in a situation involving a good friend of yours, a very close person to you, named Dirty Bread, with Mr. Walter Murphy and Mr. Fred Prethrow. Walter Murphy is also known as DK. I mean, it's what you told me. Is that correct? And I'm telling you the date. I'm not saying you remember, but we're talking about this is the 11th day of September 2013. So September 11th, everyone knows this is 2013. And there's a shooting and a car that careened into a sidewalk. And you know what I'm talking about? I'm familiar with. Okay. Now, you were never charged with that, or you were never prosecuted for that case. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We didn't ever even go through the motion on that.
So, and what happened with your charge? It was.
I mean, the case was dismissed.
Okay. That's what the
The whole case was totally dismissed.
Okay. Now, I'm interested in Jeffrey Williams. Was he in, around, participant, giving direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about the Dirty Red in September 11, 2013?
No, sir. Like I explained, when, all that occurred, everything took place, they was, trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like, so I'm not gonna lie on bro. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't with us, Young Thug was not in the cover, but I don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets, or, I might was in company talking and said his name, but him and Linda saying that he was with us, you know what I'm saying? So,
and when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who was they?
Detectives and other, people that was inquiring, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, discussing neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
The authorities or whatever, the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I played for you a recording a short while ago, and this too. I promise you I'll email it to you, the second one, and I will. But the one I played for you has you and your wife speaking, and at some point around the 11-minute mark, you said they gave us a story to tell. Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what that meant?
That they was really telling us hey, put Thug in on this right here. If you don't put him on that, you could be facing a lot of time and all type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
And who is they again? I know
at this point.
Okay. And there are other prosecutors and police?
It was really just him. And I was like, it was just really him I had made death with.
Okay.
There was a few more officers that was just around, you know what I'm saying? But we was in the hospital. I was in the hospital, you know what I mean? When shit happened. So it was like they pushed in and I was like, I don't know what's going on. So, as far as case, accident.
Right. The car, they say.
We crashed.
Yeah, careened over a police car and into the side of the building. Right. You were driving the car.
I was driving. Okay. And they even said, so I said he was driving. You know what I mean? So
the police went. You just said,
but Young Thug was not in the vehicle with us.
Did he have anything to do with it?
It had nothing to do with all that. Ain't no man, I'm 42 years old, can another man tell me what I what to do? Can another man make another man tell another man what they need? Everybody wrong.
So why did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this robbery because the police told you to say that so you get out of trouble? Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're also on another show called the one I'm going to send you.
But that's the one I want to do.
I'm going to send it to you. But for what you say, the reason you would have a jail code with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you can tell us. That's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something that the story tell you. It's going to save everybody. Okay. All right. I'm going to shut the recording. It's what you told us the truth because it's all I've ever asked you for.
That's it.
All right. Did anyone promise anything, threaten you?
I don't know about the problem.
And Jimmy and I have been straight. Investigator Martin and I have been straight with you always. Is that true? Right. And Investigator Charles missed out.
I've been working hard trying to catch up with him. I work hard too. I just started working 2 jobs, so I'm a work day and night. So appreciate certified swagger, certified supervisor, you know what I mean? And I'm doing police watching at night, so you know what I mean? I'm real whooping be going in 23. So anything that got something to do with court law or anything like that, I'm real whooping today.
And just if it's going to come up, you did go to prison for 3 years, got attention to 3.
Right.
But I know what you explained, but just explain again what truly happened. I know you took a break.
I don't even know when we went in the court. Me, Ross Murphy, and I think one day we come to court and said, case dismissed, the victim had killed himself, something like that. So I'm like, you don't got a vehicle.
No, it's not your other case. Well, you went to, yeah.
But that had something with my children. They ain't got that. Your children were no man.
I see fair.
But after my kids, I had a pole rock, you had a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old that was choked. One of them punched in the stomach with my kids. And I went around there and held with the guy calling it by myself. And I got caught up in it and I explained to the judge what happened. The judge sentenced me to.
And you caught up with the person who targeted you.
I shot both of the guys that and I was on them. The one was 28 and the other was 31. They were jumping on the 10 and 12-year-old by the best I go in the neighborhood, which was my kids. Right. So everything that went on, they happened to be in my kids. You know what I'm saying? They have nothing to do with all that.
And then last thing, and I'm sorry to get through that, your children. YSL. Are you ever part? They're saying YSL's a criminal street gang. Are you ever part of a criminal street gang? YSL? No, sir. Whatever happened, and I understand it was dismissed, but on September 11, 2013, as far as you're concerned, that had nothing to do with criminal street gang activity. YSL.
Okay. No, sir. I initiated that. I don't got no tattoos, no men, no sign. Ain't on my body. I'm and around leap year. Is it okay? Working that. Is it okay if I turn the tape off unless Brian has another one?
I just gotta announce the time.
Okay, it is now 11:20 a.m.
And we're gonna, write the Kroger's will, is it your name, right? The Kroger's your name, your,
January 22nd, 2023.
Mr. Bean, were you able to hear the recording?
I heard it, but I still don't remember the conversation. I like that. I heard it though.
That was your voice, right?
I heard it.
Yeah, Mr. Bean, a little over a year ago, made all of these statements. But his original statement, remember this, was that he doesn't remember anything prior to him being let out of prison in 2017. He never claimed he had no memories 2017 going forward. And yet here he is claiming I have no memory.
And on January 22 of 2023, you did remember things from September 11, 2013.
I really did. I really did. Didn't.
Do you remember on direct examination being questioned by the prosecutor, you were asked a lot of questions about a statement that you gave 6 days after September 11, 2013, which is September 17, 2013. You remember those questions?
I don't recall the conversation that happened in 2013 to anybody.
Okay. Do you remember being asked those questions?
No, sir. Which one?
About whether you said to a Detective Quinn on recording on September 17, 2013, you were asked those questions. You said, I don't recall. You remember all that?
Yeah, I don't recall a conversation that I had with Detective Quinn in 2013.
Okay. Well, just for a foundation, the district attorney did not ask you certain parts of that conversation. I just want to ask you and see if you remember. Do you remember telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013 at the Atlanta Homicide office here nearby this courthouse that you lied to the detectives when they first came and talked to you? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall any conversation that I had with Detective Quinn in 2013, sir.
It doesn't have to be, and I know that's a long time ago. So we don't have to use Detective Quinn. I'm just saying any detective. Do you remember?
I don't recall any conversation I had with anybody in 2013, sir.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Quinn on the same date, September 17, 2023, that you lied to the detectives when you first spoke with them and you put your friend Big Fred as the driver of the car? And when I say the car, I'm talking about a 2004 Nissan Altima maroon color.
I don't recall that conversation, sir.
Do you remember telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013 that you told at 4533 that you told a few, and I'm just not going to say, but bull blank lies to the detectives? You remember that?
I mean, basically, y'all keep asking me, do I recall this and recall that, remember this from 2013? I don't remember that from 2013. I keep telling y'all that. That has been my statement since I got here. Your Honor, I've been telling y'all, people constantly hit me with this, keep constantly asking me this and that and third about what's going on in 2013 or whatever. I don't remember. I don't know nothing about 2013. All I can tell you is, y'all got my name on the recorder, my phone number on the recorder. These people threatening me. They calling my phone. Your Honor, I almost lost my job. I got a lot going on behind this here. I put all this behind me, sir. Everything that had going on with me, I put everything behind me and kept moving on about my life, sir. Your Honor, I can't continue to keep going on like this. I don't remember that from 2013, sir.
Mr. Bean, yep.
Yeah, but you also claim you don't remember this recording from 2023. You claimed you put everything behind you 2017. And now you claim you don't remember 2023, January 22nd, 2023. I know he's trying to put everything behind you. And this is on the prosecution for bringing this sham of a case, which is probably ruining this guy's life. But that's on the prosecution, not on the defense. And you claiming you don't remember, I think you're lying. You just wanting to put things behind you does not authorize you to lie about your memory. And he's not charged here.
To answer the questions, okay?
I constantly keep telling them and constantly keep telling you, I don't remember nothing from 2013.
We're going to ask you because I have to lay a foundation.
He also said,
Do you remember telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013 on recording that you add a little more hype when you speak with your wife and them from the jail, that you lied to them?
I remember y'all trying to assassinate me right now in 2024. That's what I remember. That's what I remember. All this going on right here on this, got me up on this stand, talking about this and that third, all this and extra stuff that's going on. Your Honor, am I on trial, Your Honor?
Sir, you just have to answer the questions, unfortunately, at this point in time, okay? That's all I can tell you.
Am I on trial?
No, sir, you're not on trial, but you have been properly summoned here as a witness, and you're subject to examination until I release you.
I never consent to do none of this, sir. I ain't signed nothing. My name ain't on nothing. They come get me. Y'all don't threaten to lock me up. Hey, I got a family too. I mean, come on, y'all. I told y'all I don't remember that from 2013.
yeah, but you also claim you don't remember from 2023.
Come with these conversations.
Definitely it's a lot.
Hey, you know, remember we was in front of the house? Conversation we had in front of the house before we went to the Kroger? Keep it 100, man. With yourself.
I can't hear you, Mr. Bean. Can you take your mask off if you wouldn't mind?
Keep it 100 with yourself, not me. We had a conversation in front of the house.
Yeah.
Before we went to the Kroger.
Yeah. You asked to go to the.
I never agreed to do none of this from the beginning. Before we even had this, what you just played.
Mr. Bean.
I keep telling you, I remember never 2013. I ain't really remember that then.
Mr. Bean, who threatened to lock you up?
Sir, I talked to Your Honor. Your Honor, tell you something. You know,
Sir, answer.
I'm on trial for anything. Can I be excused, Your Honor, for anything or something? Because I really don't understand what's going on. I don't remember. My head hurt. They keep asking me questions about this. Keep asking me questions about that. By 2013, I don't remember.
No, you can't be excused at this point in time, Mr. Bean. You have to be. You're subject to examination. I
don't remember.
Who you just told the jury, the Honorable Judge Glanville, and all of us that you've been threatened to be locked up.
I didn't consent to come be a stand, get on the stand to be a witness, first of all.
Who threatened you to lock you? Lock you up means go to jail.
It wasn't no threat. The subpoena go out. They say you don't show up, they're gonna lock you up, you go to jail or whatever, and all this little extra stuff like that right there. I ain't here to point fingers at nobody, say nothing like that. That ain't my job.
You just said
it ain't for me to mention what nobody got going on in their life. I got my own problem.
Who threatened you? You just told the jury that you've been
I done had all kind of threats, man. Y'all just exploit my whole phone number on to the world. People calling my phone right now threatening me, texting my phone. I ain't had no sleep. I've been up all night since yesterday, 7 o'clock, from 7 o'clock yesterday to 6 o'clock this morning. Still getting calls, still getting texts. That's my personal line y'all just gave out on live to the public, to the whole wide world.
Who threatened to put you in jail, Mr.
He's answered that question already, Mr. Steele. Let's move on from there.
Do you remember telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2023, that when speaking on a jail recorded lines for your wife?
I agree with that. That his phone number should have been redacted. That would have been on the judge. This is the prosecution's witness. The defense doesn't have to do jack shit. Should they have? Maybe. But that's up to the prosecution and the judge to, okay, you need to redact that too. I would be pissed too. Here's the thing. The recording would never, he knows, there's no way Mr. Bean does not remember talking on recording with Mr. Steele and the investigator. There's no way he doesn't remember that. No way. Unless he has a proven brain injury. And all he had to do was answer truthfully. He might not remember now, but he definitely remembered in January of 2023. And now he claims he doesn't remember January of 2023. I would be pissed too to be doxxed. It should have been redacted. But he could have been telling the truth all along.
I'm visualizing the story, trying to make it all one. You know what I'm saying? I ain't telling them a lot. A little shenanigan be bold blank. Remember saying that?
Ms. Love already asked me 1,001 questions. I told her I don't recall nothing from 2013. I don't even recall the conversation really that me and you even had. If somebody else push up on me, ask me questions, let somebody else come. I give them a story too. Everybody gonna keep asking me questions. I'm gonna move on with my life, man. I ain't got time for these games. Y'all done assassinated me, man. Hey, it's about time for some actions now.
Do you
I'm
remember?
all on all these blogs, all these channels, my face all over the news, everything like that. Keep on asking questions. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
Okay, well, I just have to answer these questions. Do you recall telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013, that on jail calls, that you bull-blanked around with your family a lot, bull-blanked around with the story a lot?
Mr. Steele, for the completeness of the record, you need to say the word he purportedly just used. Okay?
Bullshitted around
Thank you.
the story a lot. Remember saying that?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember telling Detective Quinn that on jail calls with your wife and others, that you're going to tell her some shit? I'm going to make up stories. You know what I mean? There's going to be add-ons. You know what I'm saying? There's all that shit going on. Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
You remember telling Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013, when talking about jail calls being recorded with your family members, your wife and others, I bullshit with them some parts of it. You know what I mean? I ain't come to bullshit with you today. You know what I mean? Some of the shit, you know, what I said about, you know, all that is true. You remember that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember saying to Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013, concerning jail calls that are recorded from the Fulton County Jail that you made with your wife and others, a lot of the shit I told them, I added on, exaggerated a little bit. I exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? You remember saying that?
I don't recall, sir.
Your Honor.
I can have a conversation with you yesterday and can't even tell you what the conversation we had, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe there is a proper foundation, and I'd like to move into evidence, and we could call Mr. Williams or leave it at the states, whatever you want. The conversation on September 17, 2013 between Detective Quinn and Mr. Bean. I have.
What number do you want to,
It'll be State's Exhibit 170.
One-
176 Alpha.
all right? So you want to admit states 176 Alpha by agreement?
Yes, I do.
Any objection, ma'am?
No.
All right, states 176 Alpha is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's a 2-hour interview. So you know.
Okay, all right, well, we'll do as much of it as we can, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll take up as much as we can after lunch. Your choice, Mr. Steele.
That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate it. Mr. Bean, you remember driving the car on September 11, 2013, and Mr. Murphy getting in the rear driver's side of that car?
I don't recall, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Faces.
Certain facts,
I sustain the question, Mr. Form. You can rephrase.
It's not, Your Honor, I have him on cross-examination, and that's not, certain facts not in evidence.
You can still, if it's not in there, then it's facts not in evidence, and I'll sustain the objection. So you can rephrase it, or you can lay more foundation.
There's already been police officers who testify.
I've ruled.
Okay.
So we got
Okay.
one. Once you got your choice.
Do you remember Big Fred? Do you know Big Fred? Fred Prethro?
I answered that last week, sir.
The answer is yes, right?
I answered that last week. I told you I don't recall. Last week, you asked me the same question. Y'all got it.
Do you remember being on 2 different indictments with the gentleman, Fred Prethro?
Some paperwork that you showed up with me, but I ain't had nothing to do with that paperwork that you showed me with it, whatever you talking about.
Remember saying you and Fred Prethro are very close?
I ain't had nothing to do with that. I don't recall that.
How big is Fred Prethro in 2013? Tall, height, and weight?
You tell me, sir.
Okay. You ready? Your Honor, I will play State's Exhibit number 176A with the court's permission.
At what time period or what mark?
Starts at 0.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
This is, if you're asking, I apologize, September 17, 2013.
Thank you, sir.
Right at this gate right here. Good morning, Lieutenant.
How's it going?
That's my raggedy ass tourist straight ahead. It's a free car. I'm not mad at it, you know. Free gas, pick the groceries up, take the kids to the side.
Mr. Bean, I asked it to be stopped, Your Honor, at okay, we'll get a time if that's all right in 1 second. Mr. Being the voice of Detective David Quinn.
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'll announce the time if you could continue. You having trouble? I can ask some other questions.
Right at this gate right here. Good morning, Lieutenant.
How's it going?
That's my raggedy ass tourist straight ahead. It's a free car. I'm not mad at it, you know. Free gas, pick the groceries up, take the kids to the soccer games on the weekend, which is against the rule, but you know, we don't make no money. You get used to that.
Y'all get paid. Y'all get good.
No, we don't, man. Not even. I'm just glad to be employed, my brother, and be healthy. Take care of the family, you know what I'm saying? Like you. You're a family man. You're a good family man.
For to make sure my family, you know, pray, fed.
All that's really important. Huh? So what? Yeah, they a bitch, but you know, I don't usually take nobody with me when I do my shit, you know what I mean? So I gotta do that. I'm gonna sit you up front though. I ain't gonna treat you like no stranger. Now, I don't have tinted glass on this car. Some people don't like riding. You know, we're going back to the office. My regular car's in the shop. Got your sandwich. It's only a short ride. Let me put that in the console so you don't mess up nothing. Make sure, let me know you're comfortable, or as reasonable as you can be. Comfortable, reasonably comfortable, we call it, under the circumstances. It's gonna be a short ride, then I'm gonna take them bad boys off you. All right. American scenery, don't want nothing to happen to you, that's why I must buckle you in. I don't want nothing to happen to you either. Damn, not do what the fucking, all right, here we go. Now that we're in the car, I'll kind of let you know what's going on. There's some air going on. This car has...
Listening to this recording, yeah, it seems like Mr. Bean at that time was a confidential informant. You just don't walk up to a cop's car like this. And this might be why there are no recordings, no records from the hospital, because he was a protected informant and they made it go away. That is my theory. You all can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but that is my hypothesis about all of this. Mr. Bean have probably been an informant for a very long time. And that is why his whatever he said on the hospital, there's no record of it. I think it was destroyed by the order of Detective Quinn.
How many miles I got in this bitch now? Oh, this one's only 58. I must have went around once already. All right. I'm Detective Quinn, right? I work homicide, all right, for the city of Atlanta. Have you ever seen me before? Ever? The one thing I do whenever I deal with somebody that's come up in one of my investigations like you have, I've been assigned an investigation where I believe you have significant involvement. Now, in homicide, we don't just work murders, right? We work a lot of special investigations too. They seem to think we know a little bit more about shit, and they assign certain cases to you. I got assigned one such case. The case, you're not charged in anything as far as what I'm investigating, but it involves a police-involved shooting, where a police officer did some shooting last Wednesday, 9/11 of this year, 2013. Now, in order for me to, I'm just trying to find out if I'm on the right track on the information I'm working up. You don't have to say nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to read your rights because I want you to know before we even start talking. But I've got some information here to certain people that have said some things, people that may or may not have been with you. I want to make sure your story's down with the one that's actually looking and working into this shit, working the case up. I know he say, she say. I want him straight up folks. As a matter of fact, I met your wife out at the scene that day. Not the scene, but at the trap. I'm going to call it the trap because I'm old police. You know what I'm saying? Down there on Macon Drive. That's what I call it. Because, I'm from Zone 3. So, when I say I'm from Zone 3, I've been out here since like 1985. I mean, I'm old police. I mean,
I got dope record, but I'm through with the drugs.
Well, I'm not saying it's your trap. I'm saying it looked like a trap to me where I met her.
It ain't no trap.
Right. But it just looked like it to me. But anyway, all right, number one, they call it the Miranda warning. Number one is you have the right to remain silent. You understand that part? That's important. This is what, anytime I deal with somebody and if I'm taking them out of a facility, out of their house, you're in custody. I make sure I read all these. I let you read it as I'm reading. First of all, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
All right, you read and write pretty good? Or no? All right, reasonable. All right. Number two is anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You understand that? All right. Number three, you have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney present during any questioning. That's at any time. Do you understand that? The fourth one is if you cannot afford an attorney, one can be provided to you before any questioning at no cost. Now, do you understand what I read to you? Here's the thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you about everything. Not only am I going to be honest with you about what I believe happened out there, I'm also going to show you evidence because I don't hide anything. My reputation with the courts is I give it all up. I'm not one of them cops when the warrants get written up. It's all kind of like innuendo and vague shit. I write it all down. And really, it's a selfish reason why I do it. That way I remember it because I go to so many trials with murders. This isn't a murder. But I got to investigate the police officer's actions out there. That's why they called me out. Now, based off his actions, I got to make sure he had a legal right to be there doing what he did. That's what I got to do. So I just want the complete truth from you about what happened that day, and then I bring you on back in. It's on you. I mean, because I'm going to tell you what we got, because it's not a secret. A lot of it was on the news. You know that. As a matter of fact, were you in the back of a police car when I got there that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you see me talking to the police that had you in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I don't have any charges on you. I'm investigating a case where I believe you have significant involvement, but I'm still working. There ain't no hurry. You know what I mean? You're not charged with anything from me. But so that's all I wanted you to know before we even get started. So, your wife seems like a nice lady, though.
I'm straight up too. I'm 35 years. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I ain't going to school.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I don't believe in lying. You know what I mean? That's why I went ahead and gave him my name, told him who I was. I mean, even though I knew I had fruit warrants.
But we're not going to talk anything about other cases. Make sure. See, but I don't want to know nothing about other issues. That's your personal business. And I don't pick.
Straight up.
Right.
Whatever, you know what I mean?
Okay, all right. But I've got you in there.
Yeah. Quinn was at the hospital. Quinn asks him, "Do you remember me from that day?" Okay, and here's the deal. Miss Love knew this. So she lied to the judge's face again by asserting there is no evidence Mr. Quinn was there. There's no evidence of Mr. Quinn anywhere near him at that hospital. The amount of lies from the prosecution in this case is infuriating. But I am blaming the judge because now he knows the prosecution is lying to his face over and over and over again. And he does nothing about it.
That Nissan, that red, burgundy, whatever color it was, Nissan. I got to understand what was going on that day. I think I know, but maybe you can, steer me another direction, because I just want the truth. See, the one thing a lot of cops do, they rush up on shit, and I only know because I'm old police. I've been a police officer 28 years. Most of it in Zone 3, a lot of it on Bankhead. Those are the only two places I worked. 10 years in Zone 3, 5 years on Bankhead. So, I heard some things before. I've seen a couple things too. What I'm saying is, it's important that you understand. All I want from you is the truth. Now, I can't give any hope or benefit ever. I can't promise nothing. All I can do is take the truth, make some sense out of it. I gotta let them know I'm transporting somebody. I don't never do shit the right way. Pardon me for 1 second.
So what Mr. Detective Quinn is saying on this recording is that he is prepared to distort evidence to get this informant off the hook. That's, in other words, he's a crooked cop. We already knew retired Detective Velasquez destroys evidence. And now we have Detective Quinn on this recording more or less admitting to the world and to the court that he also is prepared to destroy evidence.
Supposed to tell him where you going. 4139. 4139. Show me transport 1 from 901 Wright Street to headquarters. My beginning is 58777.
Okay, 0956 Tower.
Now, I just don't really understand what was all going on there. But again, like I was saying, I just saw the look in your wife's eyes. I met her by accident because, and I'm just telling you straight up, skateboard, he told me a few things. He put me up on some stuff. I know you know who Skateboard is, right? That's the white boy. Yeah, the white boy. And, he was shook. He ain't never seen no real shit like that. He didn't know what was going on. And I guess they had borrowed the car from the little Mexican kid's old lady. She's upset. Her shit's all fucked up. But we'll get into that. I just want step by step what you remember about that day. And then I'm going to tell you. So I was ran over by the police car. Blacked out. Okay. You blacked out? Okay, we'll get all that down. But let's get it in an order. A nice order of how things went. I saw the picture on skateboard and car and all that. Well, I just want to know how you came up with it. So where you grew up in Atlanta the whole way of College Park? Okay. You got 2 sons? 3? 2 sons and a daughter. Yeah. Got 3 kids now. Okay. 17, 12, 10. What side of town do you crib on? Because I'm over on the west side. I live on the west side. Okay. I be over on Maple Drive. Okay, it's like your neighborhood you grew up in? Okay. Cleveland Avenue. Good God. That's where I started years ago, Cleveland Avenue. He was a young boy then. But and most of my time in Zone 3 was in McCannville, and that was my shit. That's why I did what I do. I love McCannville. You ever know anybody from McCannville? Man, I loved it over there. Back when it was the Bricks. What was his name? Cleveland Lamar. What year was that? 97, I think. 90. I wasn't in homicide then. I was over on Bankhead then. Yeah, it was a bloody. Keith Meadows been doing homicide. He was the Major Meadows. I know Keith. We came on together. We came on around the same time. Chief Meadows said he's going to school detective or something like that. Yeah, I think they'll make Keith a chief before he leaves. You kind of favor that family a little bit. When you call his phone, though, he's like chief. Yeah, he's a funny dude. I remember, we started the union together, the police union. Back in the 80s, because I probably got a year more than him on the department, about 1 year, maybe 2. He's a good dude, though. I know his wife, good dude. He used to be the commander over homicide. And he was a lieutenant in homicide. He was a sergeant in homicide. I'm surprised that Joker ain't still in homicide. He spent most of his career over there. I mostly handle the cold cases now if I'm working a murder. Some old shit. Joker's down in prison. He called and they're gonna be like, listen. Because you know what happens when them life sentences on them killers, when it sinks in, because it don't sink in probably like maybe 5 years. He realized I ain't going home for like at least 25 more summers. You can get 30 summers in prison in Georgia for murder. Right. And like, you would not believe how much information jokers have once they go down the road. Oh my God, it's so much shit. You be like wanting to put a sock in them motherfuckers. You're like, wait a minute, man, why you say this shit back then? You know, because that's what I'm saying. I can't do nothing with your shit. But
I've been in there doing the same thing. I don't know what's going on.
Well, here's the reality.
Buddy, take me on one mission. Go early in the morning, go get some codeine, lean, drink,
on that lean.
Inspired from now to take me up the street to holler at this other dude. This thing, you know, he hop out the car and wild 5 shots go to the car and everywhere. So I don't, you know what I mean? Just everything just happened so quick at one time where it just, you know, it just throw me all the way out. I don't know what's going on. So I was thrown out. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That's why I was letting them know. I really don't know what's going on. Everything happened so
well. That's all I want is what you said. And I'm gonna tell you what they said. I'm talking about. I mean, just for the record, how many motherfuckers in the car that y'all got from skateboard? 4. So that means somebody assed up and got up out there. They left, you know, because we ain't got the 3 of y'all, right? And again, it was because of the officer shooting his gun that I got called into this. I wouldn't even been called into this. I only worked.
Officer shooting his gun. Okay, now we know that.
Murders and special investigations, and anytime a police officer uses that kind of force, they'll call me in. So I'm gonna go through everything, get dates and times when we sit down here. You probably get a chance to eat your lunch. Let me get on my papers, get the pictures of the people I believe were there, and you tell me to kick rocks and take you back, motherfucker. I'm done. I ain't got nothing to say. I'm gonna do whatever you want to do today. It's on you. Joker doing over here. I tell you, man. Even I get shook when I see the police lights. I'm like, damn, I'm in this shit. It still might be just a black man thing. I don't know. I was a teenager too, so I've been cuffed up and shit. I know just how that shit feel. Plus, most of my cousins, when I was coming up, was doing life. Used to go visit them motherfuckers. That's all we did on Sunday. I thought that's what everybody did after church. Going to visit folks. But, and I don't travel with a whole lot of police. I don't know. I guess the older I get, man, I feel like sometimes I'm more like the street than I am these motherfuckers I work with, man. I hate to wear the uniform. I hate to put that motherfucker on. Around Christmas, they gonna come, send out notice. All y'all motherfuckers need to be back in blue for the whole Christmas season. Like, that shit gonna stop crime. If anything, being in uniform, help the motherfucker do what he do. All right, he over there, we gonna go around the corner and do this. You know what I mean? I like to have my cheap suit on with my $12 tie. Oh, damn. Something going on in Eisenhower. What's going on in Eisenhower? They shot somebody in Eisenhower. That's not far from your neighborhood. You ain't got no people in Eisenhower, dude. It's not far road. Yeah, that's way down. Damn near to the county. Plate. You ever been down here in this building your tax dollars are paying for? The new headquarters? Man, just call me Quinn, man. That sir shit makes me nervous. I'm just Quinn. Nobody call me. I know, but don't nobody call. It makes me feel funny. I know. Well, you can just call me Quinn. Everybody call me Quinn. Don't call me Detective Quinn. None of that shit. Just Quinn. I mean, this building is really nice, though, man. I'm surprised they didn't have an open house, for the citizens. It's the best shit they ever did for us. Got a fully equipped gym in that motherfucker with goddamn saunas and showers and shit, lockers, which ain't good for police because they can slick come back by here on the way home, take a shower. You know what I'm saying? That ain't always a good thing. Oh man, y'all fucking blocking and shit. Come on now. Wanna be motherfuckers, man. Do. Damn, they give back 2 sandwiches and cookies. What's in those bologna? Damn, they still doing bologna? What about the Muslims? What do they eat? You don't eat pork. What do you eat? You know, how they swing that shit, I wonder. All right, brother. Take your time, take your time. Oh, watch yourself. Let me know if I touch your injury. I know you got a few injuries. Okay, all right. I also want to, I got to make note of all your injuries. I want you to tell me. I have to take pictures of them too. Did they do that first day at Grady or they didn't take pictures of them? I got to get a picture. All right, I'll take some more pictures of them because I want to be able to show if you're saying what happened to you, I need to know and have a documentation of it.
Thank you so much where it's at now.
Yeah, I got you. Take your time. Ain't no rush. P-Dog.
You just put it up the offset a little bit more.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna take that thing. Which one is the problem angle? That's your right.
Right.
I'm gonna take that one off when we get upstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna take that one off and just take off your handcuffs and let you eat your food while I go do the shit I need to do. Right here. Hey, what's up, brother?
All right.
Let's just make a left right here. You want something to drink with this?
I sure would appreciate it.
What you want? A Coke? You want a water, a soda, anything?
Good kind of soda.
But what's your preference, man? Grape, orange, Sprite, purple. Let me see. I don't know what they got here because I think they re-upped today. Huh? Whatever. All right. Let's see here. Just have a seat in this chair. I'm gonna take that right one off and cuff it to this thing here. And I'm gonna take the handcuffs off. So you say the right one is the problem, right? Yeah, that'll work.
In my opinion, there's no way in hell Mr. Bean does not remember this. There's no way in hell Mr. Bean does not remember talking to Mr. Steele and his investigator in January. I understand why Mr. Bean wants to put this behind him. That could have been done had he been truthful from the very beginning. It's still unfortunate that his phone number is out there. But the only reason why he is still on the stand is because he claims he doesn't remember. And that is his own damn fault. Have you all pressed the thumbs up yet, by the way? I know you over on Twitter. You really need...
I can turn around and get them joints off you. Go find a soda.
You know what? You over on Twitter, get over here. Get over
right now.
because Twitter won't pay me
Yes, sir.
not a cent broadcasting.
All right, councils, this may be an appropriate time for us to go ahead and just break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Let's plan on coming back for 1 o'clock, and then we'll, as I promised earlier, we'll probably go to a little more than 2, maybe 2:30, somewhere around there, and then we'll pick up next week. Okay, I'll give you some more pinpoint instructions. Mr. Bean, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Okay.
Let's see if that was correct. If it was a 1 hour lunch. Let's see here, 1:43. That's 1 hour. 1:10. 1:20. An hour and a half. One hour and 40-minute lunch. And all of a sudden, we're only 10 minutes behind. I told you, we would be caught up way before the end of today. Why? Because this judge can't keep time if his life depended on it. And you over at Twitter, join me here on YouTube's. I will close Twitter down in 5 minutes because I also, besides not getting any any of the impressions, I just realized that Twitter and Mr. Musk have removed the ability for me to control the numbers. Now I'm paying for the Twitter in hope of getting a piece of the ad revenue, but Mr. Musk removed the ability for me to check the numbers. So I stopped paying for it for Twitter Plus or X Plus or whatever, X Pro. So I will give you 5 minutes to get over here on Twitter. The link to this YouTube stream is on my page on Twitter. So 5 minutes, then I'm canceling the Twitter stream.
All right, Lieutenant, do we have everybody, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can we go ahead and summon Mr. Bean, please? Lieutenant Walker, if you'll go ahead and summon our jurors for us, please, madam. Hold on 1 second, ma'am. One sec. What is that, sir?
Your Honor, the individual to my left, sitting at the table, Sarah, which is S-A-R-A-H, continues K-A-D-U-C-E. Your Honor, she graduated from University of California, Berkeley. She's going to go to law school this coming August, and she's been accepted to University of Pennsylvania School of Law, and she's waiting for University of Chicago, other places. But I just want to introduce the court to her, and I asked the sheriffs, and she's been working with us.
All right, sir. Thank you. Welcome, madam. All right, summon our jurors, please.
Should be in Twitter Analytics. I have monetization, pro, ads, settings, and privacy. I no longer have analytics, even though I pay for it. I check premium. No, not there. So, yeah. I don't care anymore about. I mean, I've been paying. I said this about a year ago that I will test Twitter if it actually gives me anything in promotional or something. There is actually no difference in the growth of my Twitter before or after I started paying for it. There is no difference. It's the exact same percentage in growth on Twitter. So I might be punished now for not paying anymore, but I certainly have nothing to gain by paying for it compared to when I didn't pay for it. So, Mr. Musk, off you fuck. And Ghostery says Twitter analytics is equals free on his end, says Ghostery. Okay, then I definitely won't pay for it until I actually get up there. All right, but I said 5 minutes, and then I'm closing Twitter down. All of you over at Twitter looking, according to the analytics here, it's 100 of you. Get over to YouTube's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remove. And I'm now only on the YouTubes. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm not sure those number on Twitter is correct. That over 100 people watched me over at Twitter. I think those are passers-by who might have clicked on it at one time and then off they fucked from it. And then it just one more. So I don't think there was actually 100 people continuously watching that feed. I think it's 100 people who might during all of it actually tuned in for a few seconds.
All right, Lieutenant Walker, all jurors present, madam? Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you very much. All right. Mr. Steele? Is that where you stop?
Your Honor, we are, for the record, we stopped at 2350.
All right, sir.
And the next, according to my notes, but I'll leave it up to District Attorney's Office and the court. I have that the next 15 minutes is pretty blank, but no sound, but if it has to be played, that's fine.
Is there anything other, is there any sound during that particular period?
There may be sounds, Your Honor, but nothing of substance, but I don't want to say there's no sounds. The record is still on.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll continue. Before you go ahead and play that, counsel, can I see you for just a second?
Sidebar counter 106. Jesus. And and if you wonder what they are listening to, the folks on the defense table are listening to the sidebar. We can't. We, in the future after this trial is concluded, we might be able to order the transcript of the sidebars. But we will never find out until after the court has concluded, the trial has concluded. Skip ahead.
Nobody else have any objections? Moving to that part. Conversation.
That's fine with Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
No objection. Anybody else have anything? Dave?
No, Judge, it's Mr. Steele's.
Okay, Ms. Hilton, or they're running the audio,
Yeah.
if you could just advance it to the next time that you hear voices.
Your Honor, and it's going to be moved and played at 30. Thank you so much.
Shit up here. All right, now the way I got the thing, because you know it was all a mystery to me. The boss is always wants you to lock somebody up immediately, but that's not how I operate, man. Because I'm the one that has to testify to every fucking thing goes on there. You know what I mean? Plus, I respect the rights of the people who we believe are significantly involved. I mean, you got families, you got rights, and I believe.
And that is why you erase evidence, Mr. Quinn, Detective Quinn? Is that why? You respect people's rights? So I mean, how many criminals, Mr. Quinn, have you let go because you erased evidence? How many defendants have you put behind bars because you altered evidence, Detective Quinn?
That if I don't do a thorough job, I'm basically saying fuck your rights. You know, I don't get all excited because a police officer been involved in the shooting. I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad nobody really got fucked up too bad. But I got a little problem with what you kind of told me in the car. I want to make sure you got your story right about why you were up there at Summerdale Common.
I want to make sure you get your story right. That's a weird phrasing.
Apartments. Make sure we have that right. I need you to think hard about that day. Remember from start to finish. Again, tell me to kick rocks. Tell me, Quinn, fuck you. I want to go back to where you just brought me from. I mean, I just want to make sure I got it right and I respect you because I don't want you coming up later hollering about, you know, like we talk about in the car, people always come back later talking about stuff and it's too late. Now, too late is kind of open-ended for me to say that. I can't really change the outcome of anything. All I can do is take the truth to the DA and say, okay, out of all four of these people, only three of which I know of, this one told the truth based off what I've done. That's all I can do. I can't say, okay, I can't tell anybody, or I can't make any decisions. I don't have any power when it comes to. All I can do is impress upon the people that handle the prosecutions. Like the DAs always tell them, this joker told the truth. Personally, I think the ones down at Grady healing up, I think they lied. I mean, you've lied a little bit too, but I want to clear that up. Based off my investigation, I'll show you why in a minute, but run down for me how to.
Ghost Story, Mr. Jingles is here. I know you missed him. For you who are completely new here, if you wonder, this mark, yeah, that is Mr. Jingles in a Viking suit as a Viking lawyer. This is Mr. Jingles. No, Mr. Jingles is not trying to murder me. He hasn't today, at least.
Whole day started. How'd you end up with that burgundy or red Nissan Altima that white kid named? You know his real name? You know Skateboard's real name?
Brian, I know his whole name.
Okay, Brian. How long have you known him?
No, Brian, a couple years.
Okay, that's good because he said 2 years, so that's right on time. Brian Ransom. Did you know the Mexican kid was with him?
No, he came with Brian a couple of times.
Run down for me, 9/11/2013. How you end up with that car, and how did you end up skint up the way you are? Just start where you got the car and end there, and then I'm gonna tell you what I got.
Okay, cool. I'm being straight with you.
All right.
I ain't gonna cut no corners.
All right.
The day we pulled up at my spot. I pulled up at my spot.
What's your spot? Talk to me.
This on Macon Drive.
All
I
right.
pulled up down on Macon Drive.
What's that address?
Which you probably seen a black camera on. I can't really remember the address of the spot because I got like 2 spots, but the first one of the spots that's across the street would be 2246, and I think the one over there is 2323. Maybe.
Okay, that's okay. Where I met your wife was 2333.
2233.
2233.
Okay. That's where I pulled in. About 15, 20, 30 minutes later, Brian pulled up. He called me, said, "You need to come holler at me about some things." I was like, "Okay, cool, bro." He pulled up, and got Young Thug.
Cool. Let me make sure I got these names right. Brian pulled up, and then what happened after Brian pulled up? You in the Camry?
Yes, sir. I thought jump out and just shoot the shit for a minute. And Brian called me, said, "Come and see me." I said, "Come on, Brian, come chop it up with me or whatever." So Brian come, and guy Young Thug roll up, said, "Hey man, I just seen a dude with about 33,000 on him." You know what I'm saying?
Who's that? Who?
That's what Young Thug said.
Young Thug said,
"Y'all the blue."
Is he that kid that's with the dreadlocks? We always talking about McDonald's.
Right.
Real skinny though. Wears pants like white boys and shit. Skinny. Yeah. Okay, I know him.
He's seen the guy with some money or whatever. So me and Big Fred, we like y'all go ahead on with that, man. Whatever. Y'all want to go do it, y'all go do it. But use Brian car, whatever. You know what I mean? So they went to check on whatever was going on with that situation.
And who's the guy that had? How much money was this? Seen who?
He seen. I don't know who he says. He just seen the guy with some money.
All right.
And they went to check on the guy, whatever. They come back.
Who's that? Who went to check on the guy?
Him and the guy with the D and K in his face.
DK. All right, we'll call him DK for now.
You know what I'm saying? So
right.
They go check on the guys or whatever, and then going on with that situation. So now the fact that they come back, now we all go in on some lean. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So we'll go get some lean.
Okay.
I go get it from a buddy up here in Summerdale.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, cool. Well, you gonna go get the lean? I got 50 Big Fred. He just coming home from prison. He ain't got nothing. He don't know nothing about nothing. He just coming home from chain gang.
Mm-hmm.
So he like cool. And like Big Cole, you gonna ride with me? He go, okay, cool. Thug and DK get in the back. Okay, cool. I'm gonna drive around, car, whatever. So we go up there, get DK the money. DK supposed to go get the lean, whatever. DK go around the corner, start firing some shots or something. Shots just go out. And he come back, I'm looking at DK like, what the hell going on? Like, what the fuck you shooting for? What you shooting at? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling all we lie.
I'm listening.
What the fuck you shooting at?
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you shoot? You know what I'm saying? He got in the car, go. So now I get in the car, pull out, now he go, tires pull up. And when I pull out,
what tires?
It's like black tire, blue.
Was it like that shit we just drove up in here?
It's one of them tires.
All right. When I picked you up then.
I go around the car, whatever, around.
Wait a minute, you went around the car? Because I see this damage on the police car. They saying they got hit by your car. Do you remember that?
Oh, hey, I went around the car. As I go around.
What was the Taurus doing?
As I go around the car. The tires pull up. He trying to see what's going on as well as I'm trying to see why
All right, this you right here. This your car. Are you, if the parking, you bagged in. So this is the front of the car. You bagged in?
I'm bagged in. Tires come like this right here. Stop. About right in there, about 2 car lengths up. Okay, cool. I pulls out. As I pulls out, cops already right there with the gun. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I go around like this right here. So I go around like this right here. As I go around like this here, the cop car hit me. Bump the tail of the car like that right there. I goes out. They shoot. Who? Cop.
Mm-hmm.
He fire a shot. I go around. Boom. Hit the gate. Boom. Go straight across. Jump over the wall. Boom. Hit the other wall. Boom. Run into the laundromat. After that.
Did you see that police car down there at the bottom of the wall?
I didn't see no police car.
It was backed in. You almost landed on. So you were driving the car.
Yes, sir.
There was
I lied to the detectives when they first came to talk to me, and I told
what you talking about?
That's probably the lies you talking about.
What you talking about?
I told them that Big Fred was driving and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
rapper.
Wait a minute. So Young Thug, what seat is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
No, he in the front with me.
Okay, so let me make sure I got the seats right. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. I told the free bullshit live. I ain't gonna kick shit with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
So what I'm getting out of this so far is I think this is the most truthful Mr. Bean is, because he knows Mr. Detective Quinn will do stuff for him. I believe this is as truthful as Mr. Bean could ever be in the 2013 recording, in my opinion. And I think the evidence presented by the state backs it up. He was the driver. There was only 3 people in that car. I don't care what the other officers said, 4 to 5, 3 to 4. 3 people were in their car, and no, not one of them was Young Thug.
You know, like I told the police officer, you know, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this is even supposed to occur. So my man just come home from prison.
So what about the guy with the money?
Sir?
What about this guy with the money? What's Thug? Thug came to you with a lick, it sound like.
No, they want to check on the lick. The lick was dead.
The lick was dead.
The lick was dead. I guess.
When DK got in the car, did you see any money on him?
No, sir. I had $345 a month.
Yeah, I know. It's in property. I saw it. I saw it down there on the,
I had my own
on the sheet.
Yes, sir. I had my own $345 in change, worth of cash in my pocket.
It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right?
No, sir.
All right. Did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car?
You got Big Fred with a gun. You got DK with a gun. You got Thug with a gun.
Big Fred. What kind of gun did Big Fred have? Because I'm going to go get him. You think you can?
Okay, there he said Thug had a gun. Huh. That doesn't make any sense. Huh.
Recognize him.
He had a 9mm Ruger.
Fred had a 9mm Ruger.
Oh, that is what he claimed to the previous officers. Okay. So what he's telling Detective Quinn now is what he told the officers. You all tell me if my interpretation, you tell me if I'm wrong or not, is that Detective Quinn is asking him more or less, what did you tell the previous officers? But Bean did tell his wife they gave us a story to tell. Yeah. I'm a bit lost here. Who did he lie to? Who did he actually lie to? Did he lie to the officers in the hospital? Is he lying to Quinn now? I do say, I think he sounds... Yeah, I have to rewind a few minutes. Sorry, folks.
Was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
rapper.
Wait a minute. So Young Thug, what seat is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8".
I go around.
What was the Taurus doing?
D and K in his face.
DK, all right, we'll call him DK for now.
You know what I'm saying? So they go check on the guys or whatever, and then going on with that situation. So now the fact that they come back, now we all go in on some lean. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So let's go get some lean.
Okay.
I can go get it from a buddy up here in Summerdale.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, cool. Well, you gonna go get the lean? I got 50 Big Fred. He just coming home from prison. He ain't got nothing. He don't know nothing about nothing. He just coming home from chain gang.
Mm-hmm.
So he like cool. And like Big Cole, you gonna ride with me? Okay, cool. You know, Thug and DK get in the back. Okay, cool. I'm gonna drive around, car, whatever. So we go up there, give DK the money. DK supposed to go get the lean, whatever. DK go around the corner, start firing some shots or something. Shots just go out. And he come back, I'm looking at DK like, what the hell going on? Like, what the fuck you shooting for? What you shooting at? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling all the way live.
I'm listening.
You know, what the fuck you shooting at?
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you shoot? You know what I'm saying? He got in the car, go. So now I get in the car, pull out, now, the tires pull up. And when I pull out,
What Taurus?
it's like black tire, blue.
Was it like that shit when you drove up in here?
It's one of the tires.
All right,
Four
all
tires.
right. When I picked you up in.
I go around the car, whatever, no driving.
Wait a minute, you went around the car? Because I see this damage on the police car. They saying they got hit by your car. Do you remember that?
No, I went around the car. As I go around.
What was the Taurus doing?
As I go around the car. The tires pull up. He's trying to see what's going on as well as I'm trying to see why the
All right, this you right here. This your car. Are you, if the parking, you bagged in. So this is the front of the car. You bagged in?
I'm bagged in. Tires come like this right here. Stop. About right in there, about 2 car lengths up. Okay, cool. I pulls out. As I pulls out, cops are already right there with the gun. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I go around like this right here. So I go around like this right here. As I go around like this here, the cop car hit me. Bump the tail of the car like that right there. I goes out. They shoot. Who? Cop.
Mm-hmm.
He fire a shot. I go around. Boom. Hit the gate. Boom. Go straight across. Jump over the wall. Boom. Hit the other wall. Boom. Run into the laundromat. After that.
Did you see that police car down there at the bottom of the wall?
I didn't see no police car.
It was backed in. You almost landed on. So you were driving the car.
Yes, sir.
There was
I lied to the detectives when they first came to talk to me, and I told
what you talking about?
That's probably the lies you talking about.
What you talking about?
I told them that Big Fred was driving and all.
Ah, there it is. There it is. He lied to the cops at the time. And then he's telling Quinn what he lied to the cops about. Okay, there we are. Okay. So he lied to the cops about Thug being there. Okay.
Like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
rapper.
Okay, so now he's telling Quinn that he lied to the officers prior about who was in the car. Okay, now I'm with you.
Wait a minute. So Young Thug, what seat is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 300.
Okay, remember, this is after the question, more or less, this is after Mr. Bean said he lied to the cops who was there. And now Mr. Bean is explaining to Detective Quinn what he lied about. And as M says, Miss Love, where are those statements? Clearly, Mr. Bean has spoken to officers prior to his meeting with Detective Quinn. Clearly.
154 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
No, he in the front with me.
Okay, so let me make sure I got the seats right. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep shit with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
You know, like I told the police officer, you know, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this is even supposed to occur. That's why my man just come home from prison.
So what about the guy with the money?
Sir?
What about this guy with the money? What's Thug? Thug came to you with a lick, it sound like.
No, they want to check on the lick. The lick was dead.
The lick was dead.
The lick was dead. I guess.
When DK got in the car, did you see any money on him?
No, sir. I had $345 a month.
Yeah, I know. It's in property. I saw it. I saw it down there on the sheet.
Yes, sir. I had my own $345 in change, worth of cash in my pocket.
It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right?
No, sir.
All right. Did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car?
You got Big Fred with a gun. You got DK with a gun. You got Thug with a gun.
Big Fred. What kind of gun did Big Fred have? Because I'm going to go get him. You think you can recognize him?
He had a 9mm Ruger.
Fred had a 9mm Ruger. Go slow for me, because I'm slow.
Okay. DK had a little bitty, small, little gray looking gun.
You know what kind?
I just know.
Small and gray?
Yes, sir.
Was it automatic or was it,
All the guns automatic.
All right, you don't know his was 9 or 40, 45? What kind DK had?
I can't tell you, dude.
Okay.
I mean, I don't hang.
All right, small gray automatic.
Let me put this on the clip for record too. These are younger guys than me and Big Fred. Like I said once before, Big Fred just come home from jail. I'm trying to show my big homie a good time. I took him to buy brand new clothes and stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that was that.
Big Fred.
The younger guys, I don't know what they be having, what their intentions is, what they be on, or whatever, but they is way beyond what we're on. You feel what I'm saying? They go by a whole nother means of getting their money, which I hustle.
That's for sure.
To get my money. These younger guys, they like to rob, take, and do all this other stuff.
Okay.
So I just want to put that clip. You know what I mean? I never rob. I ain't got no rapping for no robbery in itself, for juvenile or something like that. But since that, I've been straightforward. You know what I mean? Trying to raise my family and whatever.
What kind of gun did Young Thug have, if you can remember?
I didn't see Thug gun.
Okay, but how'd you know he had one when he got in the car?
He had a gun. You keep a gun on.
How much was the lien going to be? How much was it?
I mean, they're going back and forth here. I'm not entirely sure, because we clearly heard the question about what did you say at the time, and Bean saying he lied to them at the time about who was there, and now they're going back and forth. This is very confusing. Very, very confusing. But in all of this, we know there was a statement at the time. Now, at what part did he actually lie? There's no way to tell. I thought he sounded credible in this interview because he seems to be, but he could be a really good liar. What we do know is that he is an informant.
For the lien.
Supposed to be $150 for the lien. It's 50. No, I give him 50. And he went 50, or Thug went 50, and DK supposed to win 50. We're supposed to all go in on the lien. Supposed to show Big Fred at this time. That's it.
Did you know that, now how long have you known DK?
Few weeks.
That's it? Not even from the neighborhood?
Just a couple weeks now. I've been hearing about him and stuff like that, just for just running with him, hanging with him.
But that was on the second time you got in the car with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I want to make sure we got the right DK. Because the one we got down there, if you don't know him off the rip, let me see here. Okay, describe DK for me. The guy in the car with you. And where's he sitting?
You just got a tattoo, the D and a backward K on the forehead.
What's that all about? Backward K.
I don't know.
All right, he had a bad tattoo artist.
Gangbanger, family man, and a guy just come home from prison. So you know what I'm saying?
So DK, who's he friends with in the car? Who's he type with? Him and Thug, they down with each other.
They gangbanging. They got themselves some type of blood.
How long have you known Thug?
I know his father. I've been on his father over a couple of years now. You know what I mean? And like I said, Thug just started coming around and hanging.
But how long have you known he exists as a human being? How long have you known?
I can't remember.
So how long?
I can't remember.
In years. If you had to guess. Because I don't know his real name. What the real name is?
Lil Jeff. That's all I know. They call him Lil
Jeff? But you don't know his last name? What his daddy last name is?
I don't know his daddy last name. I know his dad named Jeff Roby. Lil Jeff.
Jeff. Okay, I'll figure that out before we leave.
I mean, it's not hard.
For the guy in the car with you is this kid DK. If you saw the picture of him again, would you recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Now, I got a picture of a kid named DK. Got a DK with a backwards K in the middle for it. Is that the DK that got in your car?
No,
That's the one that got in the car? All right.
Back seat.
DK in the back seat. All right. Now, I want you to listen to something. And, I want to make sure we got this story right. Did you know that DK had...
I want to make sure. Let's listen to that again.
And, I want to make sure we got this story right.
I want to make sure we get this story right. Jesus Christ. This is Bean, the informant, Detective Quinn, the corrupt cop, getting the story correct. Because apparently Mr. Bean does not want to be in jail for this, and Detective Quinn wants to help him not go into jail over this. So they are going to blame other people.
Did you know that DK had a lot of money on him when we got him in his pocket?
No, sir.
Bloody money, which means it got wet up when he, okay. Everybody out there said there was some shots in the car as it was crashing. What's that all about?
I heard a couple shots as we were going bumping up and down. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know that y'all went off that wall?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
The car was just going out of control. It wasn't.
You must have floored it at some point.
It wasn't breaking in. After the gate hit, the car just go. The car just go. It went over that grass and did its own thing and went straight to that wall. Ain't no stir, no acceleration, no none of that. It just going. Matched the gas, none of that. It just was. The car just did its own thing. So.
Fucking computers, man.
I'm not even sure Mr. Bean was in the car anymore, to be honest. It seems like he is an informant the cop uses to build a case. To get their officers off the hook for what might have been a wrongful shooting.
You remember what I said about take my time with this shit?
Mm-hmm.
Just listen.
I got a couple weeks, man. Keep working on what I need to be working on. Then we gonna be. They ain't giving no ball today because I got probation violation. I got counsel aggravated pop. The old man said.
What recording are they listening to? What recording are they listening to? What recording is Detective Quinn playing to him? There's the recording. Is it? Detective Quinn told him, listen to this. And then then he starts playing a recording. Where did that recording come from?
You worried about it? Well, why ain't worried about it? He cool. They don't come to court. I go to court. They got that.
That's what I got from that.
They'll show up. I let my lawyer know.
Just listen. Just listen.
Yeah. But it has been started the way. Everybody in my child, like everybody said, as long as my first pick. I'm not violent. They can't look at me like I'm a violent ass nigga. And for two, one, my motherfucking child. 30 years old, motherfucker. 13 years old, motherfucker. You want to jump on motherfucker? Going to jump on a 30-year-old, want to jump on a motherfucking 13-year-old.
And that's a female voice asking him questions. That's a female voice asking him questions on a recording about this. Oh, it's a jail call. Oh, thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Brittany. Oh, that's the jail call with his wife. Okay, thank you. Oh.
Do you remember this conversation?
My wife the other day.
That's your wife?
Yes, sir.
What day was this?
I can't tell you what day.
Why? Why? The kids that he got fucking around, got grown podcast. I saw you. Look at what it is.
Quinn. Hello? Hey, what's going on, ma'am?
And now Quinn is calling his wife? Is that what's happening? Jesus Christ.
No, you're not. Yeah, he is, I know. But we need him. Trust me, we do, because it legitimizes the office. It legitimizes everything that happened out there. You know what I mean? He was.
We need him to legitimize what happened at the scene. They are using this informant to get their cops off the hook. No, Kirasan, if Queen did, don't that remove spousal protection from her being called? It might be. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. But again, what he is telling Bean's wife is that they need this police informant to help get the cops off the hook. That is my interpretation. Jesus Christ. The level of corruption is off the charts.
Victim. Yeah, I got you. I got you, but I appreciate it. I owe you one for making that happen. All right?
I owe you one. But remember, the prosecution didn't want this recording in at all, and I understand why. It shows the police corruption in this case.
All right. Let me hit you right back in a minute, okay? All right.
Queen, you heard everything I said, man. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I ain't said nothing wrong. I tell you everything.
Hold on.
So if I'm interpreting this correct, this is Quinn, Bean, and Bean's wife talking on the phone. This is no longer, I mean, what the fuck is going on here?
We ain't got to the part I'm talking about yet.
Or is it still a recording? This is so confusing. It sounded like Quinn talking to Mrs. Bean. I'm so lost right now. I hope Mr. Steele can make... And M. Shannon thinks it was the female officer he was speaking to. I have no idea.
I don't know what part it is. We'll be there in a minute. Stand by.
Cool. All this shit happened so fast. I don't About my call.
That's family stuff.
You're listening to a recording, it seems.
Listen, pay attention. Listen to this. This is important.
The little two hoes who be sitting down with John last, who with the other little house. We went grocery shopping, and he's gonna come back and cook the shit. And I thought, shit, like, really?
Women ain't shit, boy.
Oh my God, they went to look for that part. I mean, the whole story. The whole fucking story, like, that's what you gonna get your family out there? Like, you gonna do that out, yo? Come on, you know the
I'm married. Now I'm in the business.
I told them, I was real, that Buck's gonna go over there cook their home. Buck's going to cook Buck's food
to the blue and cook their food. I wasn't going to cook them a goddamn thing. That was what they were going to cook the food. They like,
yeah, you supposed to be cooking and fried chicken and all that.
in my car, they've already ate that go. Don't eat all that. I ate some Mickey D's before when they were home from the store. That girl could share for food stuff. They could go to the store. I told them to go ahead and go to the store. They went to the store. They come back. Oh my God, there was a lick around the corner. Goddamn, the niggas ain't got that red. They got money.
Did you hear that? There's a lick round the corner.
What he said? Nigga got the nigga around.
Hold on.
I ain't tell you his name. You know.
Listen to me. Name Red.
Yeah, Red.
All right. Pay attention.
My fuck this shit. The nigga thought about $15, $40. My fuck this shit. I'm gonna get the car to drive. That was it. That's the only time I drove all your. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't been no broke shop. No broke shop. Who the fuck this? People just play shit anyway. They what the fuck they don't do more. Them kids be lying like a phone. Who would even make up something like this? I ain't even playing no shit like that.
So we got the part about Red having the money, which you already told me, right?
Fuck up, they cook your own food. Rick, go there, cook your own food. Whoever working, go up there, cook your own food. Hey, y'all cook your own food. I'm not going to that to get that for nobody.
Yeah, so we back in that thing when they should have all got there, you know, George Brown came and cut the goddamn lights off on phone. So, but they sit around and like literally today they sit around all day like I said, well, you need to go put them folks out there high. You need to go put them out there. Yeah, they got to go on that side to that door and motherfucker don't school. That motherfucker got so I think they sit around there high the hell. Ain't no mic to that motherfucker. That motherfucker get down. Hey, I ain't like how they get down. They in for like down. That shit crazy. You know what is left? Child like that, I don't need nothing outside. I ain't gonna be crying to I ain't gonna be that place.
Hold on.
They been cut out. Y'all cut down my house too far. Hey, Murray. I love you.
I love you too, baby. I love you more.
Okay. All right. That one was just about the lick with Red, which you told me about. Then we'll get to the second one. All right? Okay. All right. Stand by. I just want to be fair to you. These are just conversations.
You think I'm lying to you?
No. I'm confirming what you just told me. Here, this is the question. The question's coming up now. And the question I have after listening to this one is coming up. I wanted to just set up. I mean, it's all the calls since you've been down there. That's just one to say that you heard about the lick. That shows truth. You heard about it from Thug and after they came back. They said it's up there. You said, okay, so stand by. Let's get this one, the second one going. I mean, I had to listen to them all week, and I want to make sure you listen to them too. You know what I mean? This is the one that kind of, this is the one that bothers me a little bit, and I think we got to clear it up.
An inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. Thank you for using security.
Somebody just told me, you know what? This shit crazy. This shit don't even feel real. You drive your own shit. I don't know what window right now. You get what I'm saying?
We went to kid shop first, right? But you know, you free shit, man. You got to go and get this shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's gonna get bro. I said the same thing. That's gonna get that.
Man, we got that going for the kid shop. Okay, they coming out of the kid shop right about the shit. Boom. They ride. I see you don't be on turn around, I'm bothering them. I'm bothering all of them on top of it. Okay, cool. So we see the tire. Give me a chance to let me put the fuck in this tire first before you even get out the car, DJ. Man, then you gonna hop out the car, man, when you start button. Wow. Well, got their bag. I turn around, man. I turn around and get over there. Hey, right in here. Off the car. I run into you. You got down there. Somebody on the outside. Only. It's short for the car.
Hold on.
I'm lying to them now.
Okay. You said one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cuz
Big Fred.
by accident, probably.
I believe they probably not in the car.
How many shots did you hear in the car?
And also, I heard like 2 shots with you. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
All the other shit I'm saying.
Hold on.
You know, I gotta add a little hype to it with my wife.
Probably shot Big Coach. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had the strap. I was strapped. I just want to put it on my the trunk. You get that $150 cup holder, bro. You got that $150 off my cup holder. No, so they had $150 to go by the way. But no money in the cup holder, bro. No, my mom was money.
See, now, I'm listening to this. It sounded like the 150 stayed back at the trap. It didn't ride with y'all out with skateboard car. That's just me listening. But hold on, think about that while we're finishing up. We're almost done.
No, that's cool.
Hold on, this let me finish and we'll tell the whole thing.
I'll tell you everything.
All that money was mine. Money came out of football. He had no business. He made book got him come off 100. I told him, hell no, he got him to go 50, you go 50. Nah, boss, so we get your money with this. He gave me that. I had 50 on my own money. I had $350. They got $349. I got this baby come down here and got that whole product. They get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a proper release for a waiver form. Go down there and get $350. You know what I mean? They gonna be that. All I gotta do is just try to make sure these lanes don't even come close with that. They were just talking about the old man, old what? So I'm gonna take care of that too. I'm talking.
Yeah, this ain't.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I don't want to talk about that.
No.
That's none of my business.
I'm gonna try to get his ass out of there. I can't get no book probation, man. I ain't got no probation, no rapping, no none of that shit. I don't shoot folks. Yeah, we're trying to get your ass right, man.
Hold on.
Who we? What y'all do? Yeah, I know.
Hey, we trying to go cool around and talk to you today.
What is it?
You talking about my cousin?
Ain't that shit. Yeah, cause you know, he did bad, he did a little more.
Yeah. Right, so you know I got something going on. I'm not going to
shit, probably the money, like.
You got 1 minute.
Nah, I ain't that shit, man.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
What you want me to do about fill out with the Cardinals in the win? Shit, that's what I'm saying. I got these little $345. I'm just gonna pay the rent. So I don't want to take out there a couple more days. How long we got on Cardinal? Like 10 days? Yeah, we got. You want to pay the rent first?
All right, got one more and then we're gonna talk. I just want you to hear what I was listening to. I'm the only one working this shit.
Yeah. But now, majority of that stuff, Quinn, that I was telling them was make believe shit too now. You see what I'm saying?
We'll talk about that.
I hyped up with my wife and them a little bit too.
Why you bragging about that?
You know, that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? That went on, cause I'm really trying to, I'm visualizing the story, but I'm just trying to make it all one. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling them a lot of little shenanigans.
I'm trying to visualize the story. Why would you need to visualize a story if you were telling the truth to begin with? The answer to that is you don't have to if you're telling the truth. You don't have to visualize how to tell a story if you have all the facts correct. Still, what's interesting here is the referral to a prior statement. Not only to his wife, but prior statement allegedly in the hospital.
Bullshit too, so.
I'll tell you what I believe in a second. One more, then we're done.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept. Oh, that's not this one.
Make me feel like this is gonna took my goddamn mind. I can't do shit. I'm just in this bitch. Just I ain't trying to make no story. I ain't get shit don't make me good. I feel like
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The landlord said he was about the other day. I told him I was at work. He said I was involved with that and all that old shit. Yeah, I got people going. Oh my God, I ain't that out here.
man, he good, man. Shit, we get late fee for shit. You know what I'm saying? We paying late fee, you paying somebody who wants to know what you get it for. It's cool. It's gonna be all right. You need to go get some work, though, because we ain't been doing them bullshit around with us shit, man. We finally do need to go get work. If he done sold out work, he need to go get some. But he got $600 already. I got $345 in my property downtown where they take phones. I need to go out there and get that money for me tomorrow. I don't need no money. I don't need shit.
This is not illegal. Bro, I don't fuck about this shit. I ain't gonna fuck about this shit, man.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
I only do big boy shit. I don't fuck with that other shit. You just trying to eat.
Fulton County Jail.
Fuck about that shit.
Recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's the football game. Y'all won too.
While listening to this, I thought you needed a subpoena of sorts to get these calls and to impeach. And why does Mr. Quinn have these recording at this time? Unless there is a prosecutor behind it who allowed this. There's so much strange going on here.
Well, okay, let me just tell you this. I'm looking for it, but in my notes I have. Listen to me, listen. No, you ain't helping me. No. I just want you to make sure you have the truth. I've got, I don't know, 10 tapes altogether because the phone conversations last between 13 and 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. There was a situation where you say DK got out of the car. I didn't get out the car this time, and you waited for DK to get back. Now, in the context of everything I've listened to, it sounds like a robbery on Big Red. It doesn't make sense about you going to get the lien because you left the 150 down at the car. You had 345 on you. That lien deal was on hold. And then hold on. The robbery was not dead because DK got the money. It was in his pockets.
DK took the money?
He got it from Big Red. He got it from Dirty Red. See, he was in the parking lot.
See, me and Red like this up.
Huh?
Me and Red man like this up. I didn't even know they was going to robbery. You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't give us a name. You know what I'm saying? No. Now that I know, now that I've been sitting in jail.
Yeah, but here's the thing. A reasonable person is going to believe guys going up. Now, you say you followed him from Ken's spot, which I know what the fuck that is, down near the Chevron.
That's a Coral.
Huh?
It's a club called the Coral.
I know who Ken is.
Whatever's going on now, this is what it sounds like is Quinn telling Bean, his informant, this is how it's logically or something is supposed to be. And it's infuriating. culturistic, the more I listen to, the more I go back to thinking Detective Quinn might be trying to make sense of the story of a compulsive liar and just want him to stop talking. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a clusterfuck.
Just let's leave it like that. I know who can. I'm not gonna go into it.
Yeah.
I know who the fuck he is because I know a lot of real motherfuckers up there. I know that Red probably works with Ken. I know that. Red got that check. That's what the tapes are telling me. He got that check. Let me finish. He got the check. Thug bought you the lick. You're low. And the reason why I'm saying that, you got a lot of financial problems. You're trying to come up. You're 15 days behind on your rent. You got all these different shits going on. You got 2 car notes. You got a landlord that's cool, but he ain't too cool after the 15th. You got a hardworking wife that's trying to get certified in her field by going to school. You got beautiful children, your son, who you need to look out for.
And I got one.
Listen to me.
This is a clear threat to Mr. Bean. When Mr. Quinn, Detective Quinn, tells him, this is all that we can destroy, more or less, without saying it out loud. This is unnerving. Heather Mosher, the cop, still has a motive, though, since he is investigating the cop shooting. Yeah, he has motive to do anything here. But in the context of this trial, it sounds a lot like, Mr. Bean, this is what you're supposed to say.
Apparently your wife don't know because she act like you don't. But the thing of it is, it's a situation where y'all are following Red and the guy he's in the car with. They get up there, it's gonna be a simple lick. You say y'all let DK get out to get it, and DK got out and started shooting. If you would have got out, it would have been different. It wouldn't have been no shooting. This wasn't, first of all, Red had a stack. DK got it. He got back in the car. He shoved that shit in his pocket when he got back in the car with y'all.
I'm gonna let up no shit.
He wasn't gonna tell y'all shit, y'all a nigga that had shit.
Right.
Y'all went to rob Red. I just want the truth.
Oh, y'all. Man, you said we together. So.
Y'all switch cars. You didn't go up there. I mean, come on now. Yeah. Talk to me like I'm a nigga know some shit. But I know how Atlanta is. Folks take turns. I know you didn't get out. I'm asking you a straight question. Are you the driver on this lick for a robbery? That's all I want to know. You're not the gunman. Are you the driver on a robbery?
It's the driver.
You're the driver. All right, so what's the move? Tell me the move. I'm going to get it all together.
Yeah,
but if I got to send it over there like this, from my perspective,
I ain't gonna let you do it.
All right, tell me.
What's the lean bullshit I told you first?
Okay. All right.
Shit, Queen. We're gonna kill lean bullshit.
All right.
You know what I mean? The nigga, they told us about the liquor, whatever. We followed them up to some of it.
Who told you? I want to know who. Everybody's in it.
Thug want to see the liquor.
All right.
You feel what I'm saying now? He come get up, tell us the boy sent up.
What did he say exactly?
He said, nigga sent up there at Ken shop with 10, 15,000 on him. I just seen the money in the bag. Ken done whooped up and got the money already. The money gone. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ken got the money. Ain't no such thing as 10, 15,000 up there no more in the car.
Yeah, but you were excited about hearing that number, so what happens next?
Okay, cool. We go check it out. Look at it, see what's going on. Boom. They ain't up there. They come back flying past, make a drive. We see them. Boom. We following on up to Somerdale. Now, we in Somerdale.
What do you follow? What kind of car are you following?
We following the gray, it's gray, I want to say Pontiac or...
Well, you can say gray car if you don't know what kind.
It's gray little, gray Dodge.
All right, that's
Dodge,
cool.
Pontiac.
Fucking on the car.
Gray Dodge.
All right.
And, we get up through there.
Through where? You got to say where.
Somewhere. DK jump out the car, whatever, you know what I mean?
Why'd y'all pick him?
Sir?
Why did y'all pick that motherfucker to get out? And all the motherfuckers.
I don't know why Thug didn't get out. It was his lick.
He sat in the car in the back seat like a bitch. In the front seat.
This is his man.
Oh.
So it ain't no who picked who. It's his man. He tell his foot soldiers what to do. I'm no gangbang, I'm no blood, nothing.
He doesn't show in your record.
He tell him, hey, you go get it. You know what I'm saying?
What did he say exactly? What did Thug say?
He told him, go get the money.
From who?
He said, go get the money, go take the money, come on back. He told him, go take the money, come on back.
All right, so is that before or after you backed in? In the parking lot?
Back then, he told him, go get the money.
All right. Where's that Taurus? You were worried about that Taurus. You weren't sure.
No, see, the Taurus, all is going in together.
Is the Taurus in front of you or behind you? The police Taurus, what I'm talking about.
Police Taurus in front of me.
Did you know it was the police? Because it sounded like you were nervous like that. Goddamn, let me find out what the fuck this Taurus all about.
I didn't know it was the police.
Your radar went up. The rest of the motherfuckers ain't even clued in on that shit. You're like, hold on, motherfucker. Let me see. I see a Taurus. That's what I heard.
Police not that I went to look for shit and then like that because I would have known then. You know what I'm saying? The police out here don't do. But I just want to make sure it's Taurus. The police in the car right here. You know what I'm saying? So the car going to Taurus going on in. Okay, boom. We back in. DK just thought said DK go get the money, whatever. He get out. Boom. 2 minutes later, he's popping shots. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
He ain't had time to take.
Did you see who was shooting at?
Oh, he ain't had time to take no money. He was shooting.
Got the money.
You see what I'm saying?
He got the money.
Only see.
Did you see all that money on the ground when you were in the back of the police car? You had to see all that money on the ground.
No, I see.
Okay, all right.
I didn't even know he had took no money.
He got a stack.
You see what I'm saying?
I ain't making it up.
Keep 100 with you. One guy run this way, another guy run that way, another guy run that way.
All right,
all right. Everybody go run there straight.
Who did you? Because you were saying to your wife, I wish I would have ran with Thug because he got away. Which way did he go?
Thug, me and Thug got called. We jumped. Be freaking go. Me Thug be freaking out. DK couldn't move against the parent because he was shot or whatever. Thug jumped the wall. I jumped the wall. I jumped up here. Thug went behind the Dollar King. And I jumped over in the parking lot. As I run across the parking lot, that's when the police car come run me over.
Okay. What kind of car ran you over?
The blue tar, the same blue tar. Right. A female.
All right. Now, Big Fred, what was his job for this deal? You said he had a strap. You said he had a 9mm Ruger.
He just holding the Ruger, you know what I mean?
Did he ever say anything? Does he know anything about it? I mean, he's been gone for a minute, so he's just trying to come up on his one little lick.
Yeah, he's just trying to get out, put something in his pocket, man. That's it. He ain't know.
Did he say anything you can remember?
He didn't try to run on no mission to rob or none of that. At the time we went in Summerdale, the robbery, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We went in Summerdale, the robbery wasn't no robbery because he could have got out, Thug could have got out, DK could have got out. They could have went on ahead and handled their business. Thug tell DK, he didn't really just say go get the money. He was like, go ahead and get it. So I don't know what's going on by, you know what I'm saying? No.
All right,
but I tell my family, what you hear me tell my family is about the robbery because that's what.
Here's a theory, and what I think Mr. Steele is going for is that the moment Mr. Bean was let go from all of this, he said anything he could have to get himself off the hook. And then 10 years later, during the interview with Mr. Steele, he contradicts everything he says here and the alleged first interview. I think that is what is being set up. So everything here during cross-examination is both impeachment and setting up for the defense case in chief whenever that shows up. Dave Umberger has been member for 7 months. Hi, Nick. Bean is a card. Yep. He's just a card in this puzzle or whatever's. I'm starting to realize more and more about Mr. Steele's tactics here. It's less about what's going on right now in the prosecution's case in chief. He's setting everything up so he can get every piece of solid evidence in for the defense case in chief. All the foundations, everything he does now for cross-examination is in preparations for the defense case in chief. Now, if he, on top of that, manage to get the prosecution to look stupid, which he does, the better. That's my interpretation. And thank you, Dave, for being a member for 7 months. And for the rest of you, $3 a month gets you all the members-only content you would ever ask for.
Well, y'all robbing this boy Red, but you're driving. You just drive, but you know they're going to get his money from him, and he's not going to like give it to him voluntarily. You got to know that.
Yeah, I know.
You know they're going to take his money. All right. So let me ask you this: I got to make sure I got the seat placement in the car. I'm not understanding how nobody got hurt worse than that. Was there a girl in the car anywhere?
No girl.
You are just hiding that from your wife. There is no girl nowhere in the car.
No girl, no girl.
Okay.
The girl that they think is a girl, Officer Quinn. So I ain't mean to touch it, but the girl they think is a girl is Thug. I get you Thug, man. Thug got the wild hair. They think.
Okay, there you go.
I'm gonna just keep it off.
Okay, all right, because he looked a little bit like a girl.
I mean, cause it's over 100.
So now they're claiming, I mean, the woman they were searching for at the time was a large-chested woman with a blonde wig. Mr. Williams, young thug, 6'3", 135 pounds. You can't mistake that for a large-chested woman. There's no way in hell you can mistake Mr. Thug for a large-chested woman. No way. No way at all. But here we are.
These little motherfuckers.
He does look a little bit like a girl.
180 of these little motherfuckers. So with me, I'm a family man. I ain't trying to get in conversation.
Where's Thug sitting? Up front or in the back?
He's in the back with DK. You see what I'm saying? You got.
Wait a minute. Who's up front?
So now he's claiming that in the back seat, if you remember the pictures from the back seat of their car, which was filled with tools and a toolbox, is a 6'8" something guy and a 6'3" something guy. On top of that pile of tools and toolbox. No. No way. No way in hell. And Mr. Bean at the time, the only reason he gets people into certain positions is he tries one position, then Mr. Quinn, Detective Quinn, asks questions and then places them at some other point because he can't get his story correct. Here's the thing. Mr. Bean says this without hesitation. He alters his story without any hesitation. That is why I, for about an hour ago, said he sounds credible. And that is apparently because you can't differentiate when he's lying and when he's telling the truth. And that's a hard skill to learn, if ever.
Front with you.
You got me and Big Fred.
Me, you and Big Fred up front.
I'm driving Big Fred on the passenger seat, Thug behind Big Fred, DK behind the driver. That's me.
That is impossible. Remember the scene? The person bleeding went out the side back passenger seat and out because that was the blood trail. Now he is claiming he sat on the driver, back behind the driver. No, because there's no blood spatter going from that position of the car at all. It is not corroborated by the actual evidence. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Who's behind Big Fred? Thug behind.
Okay, so he's claiming that Thug sat in the back passenger seat, 6'3". In the front seat was a 6'8" person, 340 pounds. For reference, that is 4.5 inches taller than me and about 60 pounds heavier than me. I looked at the pictures of that car. There's no way in hell those two people fit at the same. And we already know Mr. Williams had no injuries. And yet the trail of blood from the car goes from the back passenger seat. So it is impossible. It is physically impossible, according to the evidence at the scene, that Mr. Young Thug sat in the back passenger seat. Not only by sheer size, but also because that is where the blood trail came from. Physically impossible, in my opinion.
Big Fred. Damn, it's a wonder he didn't get hit. Thug behind Big Fred. So I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I mean,
shot in the back. I thought it said
he shot in the back. He shot.
I thought Fred shot in the back.
I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying,
are they trying to implicate Thug for killing a person? He was shot. Oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
and did Thug?
I can't say Thug or DK.
How many shots did you hear in the car when it's crashing over the wall? How many shots did you hear in the car? Because the police ain't near y'all. You got away.
No, I'm saying I heard one shot. I heard one shot. But I can't say.
I heard one shot, bang, bang. I heard one shot, bang. That's either 3 shots or 2 shots. And he says 1 shot. That's a wide range of shots. And here's the thing. We didn't see any casings in the car so far. We saw no casings inside that car.
It was a shot because it was
a lot of confusion.
It was a crash.
All right.
I can't say this person, that person shot him, or who shot him. All I can say is I heard a loud noise, but all it was going off with the impact of the crash to the wall. So I can't say.
All right.
I know DK couldn't have shot him because he more worried about. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He more worried about his shit, his situation. Cause he acted like
he had a stack on him. On everything I love, I'm letting you know he had a stack. He went in Red's car because Red ran like a motherfucker.
Yeah, Red
got the fuck on. He left his car sitting open. Everybody out there said it. DK went into the car, up under the armrest, got the money where he had the money, cuffed it, got in the car, wasn't gonna tell y'all niggas shit. I'm gonna tell y'all shit.
And this is Detective Quinn more or less telling Mr. Bean the situation to get his story straight. Is my interpretation.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, man.
So, I mean, what is this, a robbery case on me or something? I ain't wrong about it.
What I'm saying is, you based on what you're telling me, you're the driver in a case where DK, the guy you know that got in the car with you, with the tattoo on his foot with the backward K, was told by Thug, who I haven't identified yet. I don't know his real name yet. I'm gonna go see if I can find it. DK is the one that got the car, the one you waited on to get back in the car. Why'd you wait on him after he was shooting? Why didn't you just leave that motherfucker? Because you could have left him.
You know, this is man, you know what I mean?
Why didn't you just leave him up there? Because he was doing the shooting. He changed the script on a simple lick.
I'm gonna piss off with
This is a simple lick. It should have been easy.
I'm gonna piss off with
Y'all changed cars because everybody know your Camry. Let me tell you something. Was Thug in your black Camry earlier when he went to check on that lick?
Nah.
You sure? When he went up to Can Shop, was Thug using your car or another black Camry?
Thug's not a black Challenger.
He got his own car?
Not a black Challenger.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, the police officer that did the shoot, when did you?
Is that your instruction, sir? Your Honor, it is stopped at 1:20:24.
Jesus Christ, what a clusterfuck.
Okay,
Hey. Mr. Jingles is back. Hey, Young. What an absolute clusterfuck of a case. What an absolute clusterfuck. What the amount of corruption in this case is staggering. We have the prosecutor lying to the judge and getting away with it. We have the judge yelling at Steele for trying to get evidence.
All right, Mr. Bean, can you do me a favor? Can you step outside just for a second, please? I'll call you back in just a minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask your indulgence. I need to talk with one of your members just for a second. Don't get too comfortable because I need to kind of make some inquiry about something, and then I'll be able to tell you what time you need to come on Monday, if that's appropriate, okay? So, like I said, give me less than 5 minutes. I'll call you right back out, and then I'll dismiss you, okay? So don't go too far and don't get too comfortable. All right.
No San, is the judge going to dismiss his entire testimony? I don't think so. He should, because there's no way to know when, where, or how he's telling the truth, because he lies so convincingly. It's like a switch goes on and he changes his story to fit whatever suits him next. It's uncanny. Let's see what the judge wants to talk to this guy about.
Retire to your headquarters and just give me a minute as soon as I talk with juror 213.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us and we have juror 213. Juror 213, good afternoon, madam. Okay, can you speak up for me a little bit? Use your outside voice. All right, okay. Madam, I'm in possession of two pieces of correspondence. One is from, I want to say the school system sent to you yesterday, telling you that your position is on hold. Why is the position on hold? Is that just, are they not going to renew your contract, or what's this hold? What's the significance of the word hold?
Atlanta Virtual Academy has been closed as of May. So when I called and they told me that my contract is on hold until I can find another position with Atlanta Public Schools.
Without what? I'm sorry?
With Atlanta.
I don't know why.
Does that mean they're not renewing your contract?
If I can find another position, that's what it seems.
Holy.
So they're not going to renew your existing position. And is that what hold means?
Basically,
I'm asking you because
I'm not sure. That's what I'm telling you, what they told me. I don't know.
you understand there, and the reason I don't want to pry into your business, okay, necessarily, but the school system can't take any adverse action against you because you're here. So now's your time to tell me if you feel this is punitive in nature, then I'll get involved because they're not supposed to do this. Now, traditionally, school systems renew contracts at the end of the year. So how long you been with, I guess, all right. Do you ordinarily, this time of the year, get a notice saying they're going to renew your contract?
Yes.
This is the first year that they haven't?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna make a phone call to their general counsel, because now if they're not renewing your contract because of some other reason, you should be getting correspondence in relation to this. Because this is kind of cryptic. It's kind of, well, we're going to put your position on hold.
I don't know.
All right. So, all right. In relation to that.
Okay. It seems, just for the record here, if you are on jury duty, you cannot be punished for jury duty in any shape or form. So if the school system is trying to weasel themselves out of something that is a natural renewal of a contract, that could be deemed illegal. That's a state and federal statute. The judge is doing correct here. He should be calling the school system's counsel, as in their lawyer, and say, if you try to pull this crap on her, I will come down on you like a brick wall. Yeah, as Heather Mosher says, they will just blame it on something else, but still let her go. Yeah, maybe. But they're not supposed to.
Did you start looking for another position?
Yes.
When did you start looking for another position?
Probably I applied for another position last week, I believe.
Did you? Okay, and I mean, I want to ask you another couple questions, and I hate to pry in your business, I really do, but this is part of my responsibility because no system can take an adverse action against you because of jury duty. Okay, and it's kind of, I want to make sure that they're just not doing that, and I would think that they would have sent you something. So why did you start applying for another job? Did you have some conversations internally with anybody saying, hey, you might want to look for something else, they're not going to renew your job? How did you end up deciding that you were going to get another job or interview for another job?
Yes, like I said, the school that I'm working with right now, Atlanta Virtual Academy, is being closed due to so therefore.
Well, okay, complete your thought. You said it's closed.
It's been closed as of May. The virtual academy, Atlanta Virtual Academy, does not exist.
Okay, did they close it?
Yes.
Is it because of it's no longer necessary because of the pandemic?
No, we don't really know the reason. I believe because I'm not there, I don't want to say something that I wasn't at the meeting and I don't know exactly what they said.
All right.
You'll need to call them, Judge.
So you started looking for another position, or you got? Is this the interview you have on Monday?
Yes, they just sent me a interview meeting for Monday.
That was Thursday. This
Yesterday.
past Thursday, you got that. That was
that was yesterday.
Yeah, this past Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, the 14th.
Yes.
About 2:00, you got that interview. You got that request for an interview.
Yes.
All right, and they sent that to you.
Yes. No.
Okay. All right.
If I get this correctly, she is hired by not the school, but the school administration. But the school she is currently assigned to is closing down, if I get this straight. So she is applying now for another school job. Teaching contract, what the fuck? Yeah, this entire system is interesting. We don't have that system at all here. You have if you work as a teacher, you work at that school until you decide to quit. There's nothing like we are going to terminate it because it's the end of the school year and then you have to reapply for the next year. Never going to happen in Sweden.
Your interview is not too far from here. Is that correct? It's up at Northside?
Yes.
North Atlanta High School?
It shouldn't be far.
Okay, so if I were to start on Monday at 3:30, would that give you enough time to interview and come back? Because you're probably about maybe 15 minutes from there.
I believe because it says probably 45 minutes.
Yeah, and so if you interview at 2 and we start at 3:30, that give you enough time?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do for Monday. And then I'm going to follow up with or write them a letter and just kind of see what the deal is. Do you have anybody that you correspond?
Okay, what's interesting here for my part is court won't start until 3:30 on Monday. Court will not start until 3:30 Monday. Okay, I will say it like this. If court doesn't start until Monday, 3:30, and Tuesday, we have no idea when it starts and stuff like that. It sounds like I'm doing a Wednesday recap on Monday, Tuesday, and then we will see how far we get on Wednesday's trial. And I will start at 9 a.m. Wednesday regarding this trial. Monday then will be the What the Hells. I might as well get caught up on the What the Hell story. Tuesday is Jodi Arias Day. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello. Well, tomorrow, as per usual, is Jodi Arias Day. So is Tuesday, as always. Tonight, you will see me on Jeff, Legal Vice's St. Patrick's Day extravaganza. There might be alcohol involved. So, okay. That is what is happening in the near future. It's 8 p.m. here where I am. And I will take a nap before Jeff will try to get me blitzed. You know what? I'm going to close down my stream for today. I will going to send you over to Baker, who is having some kind of Friday fun. So you can get a good laugh out of something. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to try to interpret this clusterfuck of a trial. Please come back on Wednesday for a recap on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday's trial. Thank you again. And hug your family. Unless your family's shit, then fuck them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Tell Baker I said hi. All right? Bye-bye.